Chapter 665. Although Yang Kai's demon god transformation and the demon god transformation of the ancient demon clan looked similar, Li Rong still noticed the differences. It was impossible for an ordinary clansman's demon god transformation to cover such a large area. Even for someone as strong as Li Rong, when she displayed her demon god transformation, only her abdomen, chest, neck, and face would be covered by demon crests. However, this human had demon crests all over his back, and judging from the condition of his waist, there were definitely demon crests on his lower body as well. His demon crests were fully developed. This was the most orthodox form of the demon god transformation. This discovery made Li Rong feel very envious. Inside the barrier, Yang Kai carefully sensed the changes in his body, identifying the traces of his demon crests, immersing himself in controlling them, trying to integrate them into his body and brand them into his physique. Once he successfully branded his demon crests into his physique and integrated them into his bloodline, he would successfully reach the second stage, at which time his strength would increase even further. This was a very difficult task, but Yang Kai's demeanor remained meticulous and focused. Time passed by. 10 days later, a beautiful figure appeared in the underground chamber. Li Rong, who had been paying close attention to Yang Kai's progress, turned her head and saw that Han Fei had also come. Gently nodding, Li Rong turned her attention back to Yang Kai. "Why did you take off all your clothes?" Han Fei glanced over at Yang Kai inside the barrier and muttered discontentedly, her face flushed red. "It's convenient for me to observe the progress of my demon crests, haha." Li Rong smiled. "What are you afraid of? There's an age gap between us. Even if he took off all his clothes, it wouldn't be a problem." Han Fei's expression became somewhat unnatural as she asked softly, "How is it progressing?" "Not bad." Li Rong nodded with satisfaction. At least he can integrate some of his demon crests into his physique. In another month, he should be able to reach the second stage. So fast? Han Fei was deeply shocked. That's why Great Demon God's vision isn't bad. If his aptitude wasn't good enough, how could Great Demon God have given him the demon eye of annihilation? "It seems I underestimated him," Han Fei nodded solemnly. "I used to think he just had good luck." "Then it's time to re-examine him. In the future, my clan will probably work under him." Li Rong chuckled, suddenly turning to look at the jade box in Han Fei's hand and asked curiously, "Great Demon God, what did you bring him?" Han Fei nodded. "The thing I promised him a few days ago." Saying so, Han Fei reached out and opened the jade box before quickly closing it. Li Rong couldn't help covering her mouth in shock. "Isn't that the wind and thunder wings? Why are you giving him this? Demon God crests. He may be able to refine this thing." Han Fei smiled lightly. "God, why do you say that? Even we can't refine them," Li Rong asked curiously. The wind and thunder wings were a pair of strange wings that contained heavenly Tao principles. Yang Kai didn't know which senior of the ancient demon clan had obtained them, nor did he know where they came from, but after passing through many hands, they eventually fell into Han Fei's hands. Han Fei had been trying to refine this pair of wind and thunder wings for many years, but every time, she had failed. This pair of wind and thunder wings was extremely valuable and was one of the few supreme treasures of the ancient demon clan. Li Rong had also tried to refine them many years ago, but like Han Fei, she was rejected by the wind and thunder wings and had no choice but to give up. But now, Han Fei had actually taken them out and was about to give them to Yang Kai. "Even if we can refine them, he won't necessarily be able to because he also has a pair of wings that contain heavenly Tao principles." "He also has wings?" Li Rong was stunned. Han Fei nodded gently, immediately explaining what had happened under the volcano. Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed as she listened, hesitating for a long time before asking, "If that's the case, he really might be able to refine them, but are you willing? You don't seem to be optimistic about his chances, do you?" Han Fei smiled lightly. "In any case, they're just sitting there. If he can't refine them, it's because he doesn't have the ability to do so. If he can refine them, I'll thank him for saving my life. On top of that, it was because of him that my clan was able to obtain so many crystal stones. Compared to the development of my clan, this pair of dusty wind and thunder wings is nothing." Li Rong nodded lightly. Let's wait for him to come out. Looking at his posture, it seems he won't give up until he reaches the second stage. Han Fei smiled lightly and no longer said anything, standing in the distance with Li Rong and waiting quietly. One was mature and plump while the other was as cold as ice. These two beautiful women standing together were quite pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai, however, was completely unaware of this, his entire mind completely immersed in his demon crests, desperately trying to control them, wriggling his flesh and blood as he tried to brand his demon crests. The saying that there was no flowing time great emperor in cultivation was not a lie. Yang Kai was only paying attention to the progress of his demon god transformation and had no idea how much time had passed. Little by little progress, although slow, Yang Kai was quite happy. He was finally able to effectively control his demon crests. A month passed by quickly, but Li Rong and Han Fei, who were waiting outside the barrier, didn't show the slightest anxiety. Instead, they were stunned by Yang Kai's performance. Using the demon god transformation could greatly increase the strength of the ancient demon clan's clansmen, but it also placed a heavy burden on their bodies. Only the powerful physiques of the ancient demon clan were able to withstand it. But for ordinary clansmen, after using the demon god transformation, they would only be able to maintain it for an hour before reaching their limit. Even someone as strong as Li Rong couldn't maintain it indefinitely. But Yang Kai was able to do it. Since he began using the demon god transformation a month and a half ago, he had not dispersed his demon crests. The strength of his physique seemed to have surpassed that of any other race, even the ancient demon clan couldn't compare. What a freak! Han Fei slowly shook her head. Suddenly, a humming sound came from inside the barrier and the last demon crests covering Yang Kai's body disappeared. His momentum and vitality not only did not fall but instead rose to a whole new level. Li Rong's beautiful eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Success!" After a month and a half of continuous cultivation, Yang Kai had finally reached the second stage of the demon god transformation, branding his demon crests into his physique. Saying so, Li Rong waved her hand and dispelled the silent stone barrier. Facing this violent pressure head-on, Li Rong and Han Fei both couldn't help trying to resist. However, even though this pressure was tyrannical, it would no longer be able to restrain the ancient demon clan's power unless Yang Kai once again displayed his demon crests. In other words, no matter what, he had the means to restrain the ancient demon clan. Perceiving that the barrier had disappeared, Yang Kai turned his head and looked towards the distance, seeing Li Rong and Han Fei. Grinning towards her, his figure flickered and in the blink of an eye appeared in front of them. "How do you feel?" Li Rong suppressed the discomfort in her heart and asked softly. "Very good, but I still can't control myself." Yang Kai nodded lightly, his demon crests faintly appearing on his exposed skin. "Being able to achieve this much in such a short time is already very good. You'll slowly become accustomed to it in the future." Li Rong smiled lightly. "Hold out your hand." Yang Kai frowned, and although he didn't know what she was going to do, he still stretched out his hand towards her. Li Rong's reflexes were quick, her jade white hand swiping across Yang Kai's palm, leaving behind a long gash. Blood gushed out. Because he didn't notice any malicious intent from her, Yang Kai didn't try to dodge and instead just stared at her suspiciously. "Take a closer look at your blood, isn't it a little different from before?" Hearing this, Yang Kai lowered his head to take a look and was immediately startled. He found that there was a faint golden glow in his blood, similar to the demon eye of Annihilation's pupil. However, this golden glow was very subtle, and if one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. However, this golden glow contained a great deal of power. Demon God Golden Blood? Han Fei's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, It's Demon God Golden Blood." Li Rong nodded. "This is the most obvious sign of someone who has cultivated the demon god transformation to the second stage. According to the ancient records, only the great demon god can possess such golden blood. It is the noblest of all bloodlines." Saying so, Li Rong also stretched out her hand and drew a line across her palm. Yang Kai stared closely and found that there was also a faint golden glow in her blood. This golden glow wasn't as brilliant as his own, but it was obviously more intense. This is proof that my ancient demon clan possesses the demon god's bloodline, Li Rong said proudly. Yang Kai's expression became strange. You mean to say that I'm also a member of your ancient demon clan? You could say that, although you were born human because of the great demon god, your bloodline has changed. Then am I a human or a demon in the future? That depends on what you think. In fact, whether you're a human or a demon isn't important. Li Rong smiled lightly. However, as you cultivate your demon god, golden blood will become more and more abundant. When your blood becomes completely golden, that means you have thoroughly comprehended the second stage of the demon god transformation. When you reach the third stage, even your bones will become golden. Yang Kai frowned but didn't answer. Because of the unyielding golden skeleton, his bones were now golden. Good, you've been cultivating for so long, you should relax for a while. Maintaining the demon god transformation for so long is too much of a burden on your body. You need to relax while cultivating, Li Rong said earnestly, her face filled with concern. Yang Kai nodded gently. He was also feeling a little tired. His body had never felt so sore before, so after dispelling the demon god transformation, he suddenly felt much more relaxed. Commander Han Fei has something good to give you, Li Rong said with a smile. What is it? Yang Kai looked at Han Fei curiously. Han Fei stepped forward and handed over the jade box in her hand. Take a look for yourself, perhaps it will be of help to you, or perhaps you won't be able to obtain it. Don't hold too much hope. Her words were so ambiguous that Yang Kai suddenly became curious. Taking the jade box and opening it, his eyes lit up. Inside the jade box was a pair of palm-sized wings. These wings were transparent and it was impossible to tell what material they were made of, nor did they appear to be an artifact. However, from time to time, a dazzling light would flash across these wings. Yang Kai could feel the power of wind and thunder radiating from them. Chapter 666. Holding the jade box, Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of pleasant surprise as he hurriedly asked, "What is this?" "The wind and thunder wings." Han Fei replied faintly, "It's a kind of exotic treasure. No one knows exactly what it was made of, but over the years, Li Rong and I have tried to refine it many times but have never succeeded. I saw that you also have a pair of wings that contain heavenly Tao principles, so I wanted you to give it a try." Yang Kai looked at her, a slightly hesitant expression appearing on his face. He wanted to refuse, but at that moment, an unusual numbness appeared on his back shoulder blade, as if something was trying to break free and rush out of his body. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. In a situation where he couldn't control them, the yang inflammation wings actually wanted to unfurl on their own accord. Somehow, the yang inflammation wings and the wind and thunder wings seemed to have a subtle connection. Yang Kai couldn't help gripping the jade box tightly as he stretched out his finger and tapped the wind and thunder wings. The beautiful wind and thunder wings suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew into Yang Kai's body. At the same time, Yang Kai's expression changed as he felt an unbearable pain spread from his back shoulder blade, as if his whole body was about to be torn apart. His face instantly turned white as large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and his body began to tremble. Li Rong and Han Fei just stood by and watched, not intending to lend a helping hand, but their two pairs of beautiful eyes were filled with worry and expectation as they stared towards Yang Kai. After a long time, Yang Kai slowly stood up straight and took a deep breath, the pain still spreading from his back shoulder blade, but it wasn't as unbearable as before. Seeing this scene, Li Rong couldn't help patting his back and chuckling. "It seems that you and these wind and thunder wings really have some kind of fate." "I haven't refined them yet." Yang Kai frowned. He could clearly feel that there were two extremely tyrannical energies hidden in his shoulder blades, constantly destroying his body. From time to time, they would erupt with the power of wind and thunder, causing him great pain. However, his perseverance and tenacity were incomparable to ordinary people, so he didn't show this pain on his face. "I know." Li Rong smiled lightly, "but Han Fei and I experimented many times before we were barely able to absorb them into our bodies, and without exception, within an hour we were forced to force them out, otherwise, the two of us would have died long ago. I don't know how long you'll be able to hold on, or how long it will accept you and completely refine it." I'll do my best, Yang Kai's expression. He'd also noticed that refining the wind and thunder wings was like refining a secret treasure, and he had to constantly pour his true chi into it in order to make it submit to him and be used by him. Until they were completely integrated into his body, it was nothing more than a foreign object that had entered his body. Not only could it not be used, but it was also constantly destroying his body, causing great harm to him. I'll send you back to rest. There are too many things you need to do. Don't worry, take it one step at a time, no one grows all at once. Li Rong softly comforted, stretching out her hand and grabbing Yang Kai's arm before flying back up. Returning to the stone room, Yang Kai didn't care about anything else and quickly walked over to his bed, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes to meditate. Inside the octagonal tower, Li Rong and Han Fei both sipped tea silently. After a long time, Li Rong suddenly asked seriously, Han Fei, what do you think of him? Han Fei put down the teacup in her hand and nodded. Aptitude, perseverance, courage, all of it is undeniable, far more outstanding than any of my clan's younger generation. Even when we were his age, we couldn't compare to him. If he doesn't die early, his future will certainly be bright. Li Rong also deeply agreed, tapping her jade hand lightly on the table, a look of loss appearing on her pretty face. Unfortunately, he was born human. If only the blood of our ancient demon clan flowed through his veins, how wonderful would that be? Han Fei's expression changed greatly. Li Rong laughed dumbly and shook her head. What are you thinking? I'm not that vicious, I was just lamenting. I'm not the kind of person who goes back on her word. Han Fei's expression relaxed. When she heard Li Rong's words just now, she had thought Li Rong was harboring some kind of devious thoughts. Li Rong suddenly smiled strangely. Why do you seem to care so much about him? He saved me under the volcano. If it weren't for his shelter, I would have died long ago, Han Fei said lightly. Li Rong smiled lightly. It's not that simple, you even gave him your wind and thunder wings. Saying so, she stared at Han Fei meaningfully. You're thinking too much, he's just a child. Han Fei turned her eyes away. He's not a child. Li Rong shook her head. Good, let's not talk about this, I was just feeling a bit emotional. Even though we expressed our intentions to befriend him, he doesn't seem to have the slightest sense of belonging or dependence to my ancient demon clan. He's simply too self-confident. Naturally, he has the capital to back up his self-confidence. Moreover, he was captured by Coffin Slave Senior and brought here. We haven't done anything to help him, so how could he feel a sense of belonging or dependence? Han Fei said bitterly. Both she and Li Rong understood that the only way out for the ancient demon clan now lay in Yang Kai's hands. But now, Yang Kai didn't have a sense of belonging to this place. If he didn't have a sense of belonging, he wouldn't care about the ancient demon clan and wouldn't be willing to sacrifice himself for it. At the very least, he wouldn't be sincere. If he could leave, Han Fei and Li Rong were almost certain that he would not hesitate to abandon the ancient demon clan and leave this place. Do you want him to feel sentimental attachment to our clan? Han Fei suddenly realized Li Rong's plan. I hope so, Li Rong didn't deny it, rubbing her forehead lightly. Unfortunately, he seems to be a bit stubborn. Didn't the ancient records of our ancestors say that young human men are all lustful? Why doesn't he seem to be like that? I've had Guan accompany him for more than a year now and he's been very well behaved, never showing any disrespect to her. Could it be that Guan isn't to his liking? Han Fei was also puzzled. She had lived her entire life in this mysterious small world, so her understanding of humans was limited to the ancient records of her ancestors. Her ancestors had said that humans were sinister and cunning, greedy for beauty and power. Then what kind of women does he like? There are many young women in my demon god citadel, all of them with different temperaments, but I've never seen him touch any of them. That's true, when he was with me under the volcano, he was also very well behaved. Han Fei nodded thoughtfully. How about you try to test him again? Li Rong looked at Han Fei with a smile. What are you talking about? Han Fei blushed. I'm serious. Li Rong said solemnly, we need to make him feel a little sentimental attachment to our clan, no matter what method we use, as long as we don't hurt him. Han Fei was stunned, staring at Li Rong in a daze. not seeing the slightest trace of a joking expression on her face. "I won't go." Han Fei's brow furrowed deeply. Asking her to seduce Yang Kai was a bit too much for her to handle. Li Rong smiled bitterly and no longer tried to force her, only letting out a deep sigh as she felt a headache coming on. Under the current circumstances, she could only come up with such a clumsy method. This method made her feel a sense of shame. If she hadn't been forced to do so, she wouldn't have come up with such a method to trap Yang Kai. A burst of severe pain came from his back, but Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, seemingly accustomed to this kind of pain, meticulously pouring his yuan qi into the pill furnace in front of him to refine the pill. His demeanor was focused, his movements were skillful, and his skill was superb. After only half a day, a pill had been produced. Feeling the quality of the pill, Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. A spirit-grade mid-rank pill. Now, without relying on a spirit array, Yang Kai could refine a spirit-grade mid-rank pill with his own skill and methods. If he supplemented this with a spirit array and added some myriad drug liquid to the herbs, it was very likely he would be able to refine a spirit-grade top-rank pill, only one step away from reaching Saint grade. Taking out a spirit stone, holding it in his palm, and meditating for a moment to restore himself. After restoring himself to his peak condition, Yang Kai walked out of the stone room and walked over to Li Rong's octagonal building. Going deep into the octagonal building, Yang Kai used his ability to become the demon race and advanced to the second stage of the demon god transformation. Several months had passed since Chu Jian's death. During these months, Yang Kai had been living like an ascetic monk, shuttling back and forth between the stone room and the secret room. Half a day was spent refining alchemy while the other half was spent cultivating the demon god transformation. Every day, Yang Kai had plenty of time to spare, not wasting any of it. The wind and thunder wings hidden in his body were constantly being nourished and refined by yuan qi, making rapid progress. On top of that, his demon god transformation had also made great progress. The golden light in Yang Kai's blood had become more and more intense, at least a third of his blood having transformed into a golden color. This golden blood now contained a destructive power. After several months of hard work, Yang Kai's strength had now reached the peak immortal ascension boundary. His foundation was more solid than anyone else's, and even though his physical cultivation was at the peak immortal ascension boundary, his comprehension of the martial Tao was not inferior to a Saint Realm master. After all, he had swallowed the souls of many masters who had died and their insights into the heavenly way. Even though his life was extremely fulfilling, Yang Kai always felt like something was missing. What surprised him was that after breaking through to the peak immortal ascension boundary, his cultivation progress had become quite slow as a turtle's crawl. The Transcendent Realm was a huge chasm. In the central capital, the Transcendent Realm was the highest level of cultivation, but because of the constraints of the world principles, very few people could reach this level. Each of the 8 great families only had 3 or 4 Transcendent Realm Masters, while first-class forces only had 1 or 2 at most. Most of them only had a single Transcendent Realm Master. Even in Tong Xian Realm, where world energy was abundant, most cultivators were stuck at the peak immortal ascension boundary, unable to break through to the Transcendent Realm. But overall, there were still many Transcendent Realm Masters here. Yang Kai had seen several dozen transcendents along the way and even more saints. Today, Yang Kai was stuck at the door of the Transcendent Realm, unable to explore the mysteries behind it. Chapter 667. Inside the octagonal tower's underground chamber, Yang Kai maintained his demon god transformation as he sensed the power and movement of his demon crests. In the distance, the 3 great commanders of the ancient demon clan were all paying attention to his movements, each of them nodding from time to time with a look of approval on their faces. These days, Yang Kai's growth had been observed by all 3 of them, giving them a sense of relief that this demon god's successor was no ordinary person. The only thing that gave Li Rong a headache was that until now, she had yet to come up with an effective and feasible method to make Yang Kai feel a sense of belonging to the ancient demon clan. Hong, with a loud bang, with Yang Kai as the center, a violent force suddenly erupted. The expressions of the 3 great commanders, who were watching from the sidelines, changed greatly and they quickly took action, sending out a mysterious energy barrier that surrounded the secret room. The violent energy raged inside the barrier and Yang Kai wore a difficult expression as he tried to control the rampaging power in his body, only gradually stabilizing it after a while. Li Rong and the others all glanced at each other, a trace of worry appearing on their faces as they quickly flew over and landed beside Yang Kai, asking softly, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed deeply for a moment before he shook his head and said, "I'm fine, just a bit impetuous." Impetuous? Li Rong was surprised. She hadn't expected that someone as calm and steady as Yang Kai would actually show such an impetuous side. "It's nothing serious, I'll go back first. Today's cultivation will end here," Yang Kai said before turning around and leaving. Looking at his disappearing back, the three great commanders were speechless for a while. He's not the kind of person who should grow up in a greenhouse, Hua Mo suddenly sighed deeply. "I'm afraid this place also gives him a sense of restraint," Han Fei nodded lightly. Han Fei gently nodded. Although after Chu Jian's death, the three great commanders had no intention of restricting Yang Kai's freedom and had even arranged everything for him, in this mysterious small world, it was inevitable that he would feel like he was being imprisoned. The ancient demon clan had grown up here, so even if their clansmen longed to see the outside world, they would not reject this place. However, he was different. He was suddenly captured from a vast world and brought to this place. It was inevitable that he would not be able to adapt. The three great commanders were not fools. Naturally, they could tell what Yang Kai was worried about. "It seems that we won't be able to keep him for long." Li Rong smiled bitterly. "I'll go talk to him." Han Fei suddenly grit her teeth and said, "All right, let's see if there are other reasons. If we can help, tell him not to be polite." Li Rong urged. Han Fei gently nodded. Inside the stone room, Yang Kai held the herbs in his hand, unable to concentrate for a long time. He also had no interest in alchemy. A delicate fragrance suddenly lingered at the tip of Yang Kai's nose, causing him to look up and see Han Fei standing in front of him in her usual cold outfit. "Do you have any troubles you want to talk to me about?" Han Fei asked softly. "Worries?" Yang Kai was stunned. He smiled and said, "What worries do I have?" "Then what are you worried about?" "I can't say." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, apparently unwilling to open up. "You don't want to talk about it?" Han Fei stared at him intently. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became playful. "What's wrong? Great Commander Han Fei is now responsible for enlightening others? If you really want to enlighten me, Li Rong is more suitable." "Why can't I do it?" Han Fei suddenly became unhappy. "You yourself have an unapproachable appearance. How can you make others open their hearts to you?" Yang Kai was overjoyed. Han Fei curled her lips disdainfully. "That's a different matter. It's normal for young people to have troubles. No matter what, I've lived many years longer than you, so my life experience is much richer than yours. I've also been around your age. If you're willing, you can speak with me. There's nothing I can't help you with." "The matters between men and women, do you even understand them?" Yang Kai asked jokingly. Han Fei suddenly choked on her words, her tender body trembling slightly. She had never fallen in love with a man in her life, so naturally she didn't know what it felt like to be a woman. If Yang Kai was really worried about this, she was completely helpless. "Do you really want to leave this small sealed world so badly?" Han Fei suddenly asked coldly. "When did I say that?" Kai Yang was baffled by her words. "Isn't that so? The reason you're so impetuous is because this world is restricting you." "A little," Yang Kai admitted frankly. "This place makes me feel uncomfortable." "Even if we treat you so sincerely?" "It's not your fault, I just have some things I need to do. I need to find a few people." Yang Kai shook his head, not understanding what she was so angry about. "I know." Han Fei took a deep breath, her full breasts rising and falling dramatically. "But you don't have to worry, we won't be able to keep you here for long. After a while you'll be able to leave this place." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai asked happily. Han Fei stared at him coldly. "Coffin Slave Senior sent you here because you have a conflagrated knowledge. See, we need you to refine that Saint Grade pill. However, your alchemy speed is too fast, so the herbs stored in this small sealed world are almost all used up. Without these herbs, you can't continue to perform alchemy. If you want to improve your alchemy skills, you can only go outside and find your own way. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes gradually lit up. The shackles that had been binding him seemed to shatter, giving him an illusion of freedom. Happy now? Han Fei looked at him contemptuously. Li Rongmi and Hua Mo didn't want to restrict you. If you said you wanted to leave, we would have immediately sent you away. It was you who doubted us, not daring to make such a request. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. He really did have such concerns. The ancient demon clan had placed all their hopes on him, so he didn't dare to make a request to leave. Even if they were very respectful to him and obeyed his every word, Yang Kai didn't know if they would become hostile if he made such a request. But unexpectedly, Han Fei had seen through his thoughts and suspicions with a single glance. I just want to tell you that no matter what you think, no matter what you do, since you are the successor chosen by Great Demon God, my ancient demon clan will abide by our ancestors' teachings and forever serve you, obey your orders. If you don't have this awareness, I'm afraid my clan will be buried at your hands. Han Fei coldly spat out these words before turning around and leaving. Yang Kai scratched his head, feeling somewhat uncomfortable for a while. Recalling the attitude of Li Rong and the others towards him after Chu Jian's death, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little apologetic. They truly treated him with sincerity, but he had always maintained a distance from them. After an unknown amount of time, the air in front of him distorted and the three great commanders of the ancient demon clan appeared. Yang Kai looked up and found that the three of them seemed to have discussed something, all of them wearing firm expressions on their faces. Li Rong first smiled apologetically to Yang Kai and said, Han Fei's words just now were a bit too extreme, but she was also thinking about her clansmen. I hope you can understand. Han Fei appeared from behind her, a look of embarrassment on her face as she stammered, My apologies. I should be the one apologizing, Yang Kai said indifferently. I thought too much and failed to live up to your sincerity. We were also thinking about our clansmen. It can be considered a selfish thought. Li Rong smiled bitterly, but from now on, we will consider things from your perspective. And do you really want to leave here? As soon as the statement came out, the three great commanders all stared at Yang Kai with burning eyes. Yang Kai nodded. Han Fei couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed while Hua Mo's expression also became somewhat gloomy. Li Rong's expression remained unchanged as she smiled lightly. It's reasonable for you to want to leave. Good, we'll send you away. You are not one of my clansmen, so you are not restricted by this mysterious small world and can freely enter and leave. I didn't say I wanted to leave now. Yang Kai shook his head. The three great commanders couldn't help but light up as they waited for him to continue. Han Fei said that you don't have many herbs left, right? Li Rong nodded. Originally, we should have run out long ago, but we managed to collect a lot from Chu Jian, allowing us to last until now. However, with your alchemy speed, I'm afraid you'll run out in less than a month. Then I'll use up all your herbs. The pills I refine will also be useful to you. When I run out of herbs, I'll leave. Very well. Li Rong smiled lightly. Thanks to your efforts this past year and a half, my clansmen have obtained a lot of good pills and their strength has improved greatly. Allow me to thank you on their behalf. No need to be so polite. In any case, you think you're an outsider, Han Fei said angrily. Although she had just apologized when she heard that Yang Kai insisted on leaving, she still felt a little angry. If I run out of herbs, it's useless for me to stay. I can't wait a few dozen years or even 100 years for your herbs to be produced before continuing with my alchemy, right? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. That's too much of a waste of time. Once I leave, I can search for herbs on my own and improve my alchemy skills. I should soon be able to refine Saint-grade pills. His expression suddenly becoming serious, Yang Kai quickly declared, I promise, when my alchemy skills meet your requirements, I will definitely come back and take you away from here. The three great commanders couldn't help feeling shocked as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement, joy and excitement filling their faces. Are you serious? Li Rong asked anxiously. I'm serious. Yang Kai's expression became serious. I've never promised anyone anything, this is the first time. Li Rong stared at him blankly, realizing his sincerity. Her pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help shedding some tears as she softly said, "Thank you." Han Fei and Hua Mo also quickly thanked him, unable to suppress the relief in their hearts. You can rest assured, my clan is also a clan that values promises and the teachings of our ancestors. Even if we regain our freedom, we will still follow you. Li Rong quickly added, her expression firm. We'll talk about that later, Yang Kai chuckled. For now, bring me all the remaining herbs you have. I've brought them all. Li Rong said, reaching out and touching her void ring. A mountain of herbs appeared before Yang Kai's eyes. These are all the remaining herbs. I'll finish as soon as possible. Yang Kai nodded gently, relaxing both physically and mentally. Chapter 668. Beneath the towering snow mountain range was a thick layer of ice that had not melted since ancient times. Snow fluttered in the wind, making it impossible to see anything within 100 meters of the mountain range. The temperature here was extremely low. Even cultivators would not be willing to set foot here unless they had some special reason to do so. Looking down from above, one would see a vast expanse of white snow. Halfway up one of the snow mountain ranges, there was an extremely well-hidden cave that led directly to the heart of the mountain. The interior was covered in crystal-clear ice that gave off a frigid aura. A strange force suddenly filled the cave, and immediately after, a red light burst forth, illuminating the entire cave, making everything inside appear extremely gloomy and strange. A figure emerged from the void and, seemingly not having figured out where he was, fell onto the ice with a bang. After standing firm, this figure immediately spread out his powerful divine sense, and after a moment, his expression relaxed and he gradually withdrew his divine sense. Sure enough, it's inside the snow mountain range. Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate the surrounding terrain and muttered to himself. Before leaving the mysterious small world, Li Rong had told him that Coffin Slave Sr. was most likely hiding in an extremely cold place 10,000 kilometers away. Now it seemed that what she said was true. Because Coffin Slave had been dead for countless years, even if he was a Saint Realm Master and a member of the ancient demon clan with a powerful physique, after so many years, his body would have decayed and deteriorated. The only way to preserve his body was to find a remote and desolate place to hide. Inside the snow mountain range, there was no doubt that this condition was met. Li Rong had said that Coffin Slave Sr. would go out every 10 years to find a cultivator with a conflagrated knowledge or when his body could no longer bear the strain, he would return to his hiding place to cultivate. After another 10 years, he would set out again. Coffin Slave Sr. had been doing this for countless years and had brought back more than a dozen conflagrated knowledge cultivators for Li Rong. Turning his head to the side, Yang Kai immediately saw Coffin Slave Zhu sitting cross-legged in place. Coffin Slave Zhu's body exuded an unbearable putrid stench, and his exposed skin was covered in pustules and warts. Coffin Slave Sr.'s body would not last for many years. Yang Kai understood in his heart. Although he didn't know what kind of obsession it was that made such a master so loyal to him even after death, such a person was worthy of respect. Coffin Slave Sr. was still carrying the blood-red coffin on his back. No one knew what was hidden inside this coffin or what mysteries it held, but Yang Kai knew that inside Coffin Slave Sr. was the mysterious small world he had been teleported from. Since reaching an agreement with Li Rong and the others, it only took Yang Kai half a month to refine all the remaining herbs into pills. After some rest, the three great commanders worked together to break through the void of the small sealed world and send Yang Kai out. I wonder if they've discovered the gift I left for them. Yang Kai thought to himself, a slight smile appearing on his face as he slowly retreated and stared at Coffin Slave Sr. vigilantly. Yang Kai didn't want to wake this Saint Realm undead from his meditation. Although using the demon god transformation could eliminate this person's hostility, if there was a nearby master who detected his aura, it would only expose this place. Fortunately, Coffin Slave Sr. was still in a deep sleep and showed no signs of waking up. After a long time, Yang Kai withdrew from the cave. A biting cold wind blew across his face and Yang Kai noticed this unusual cold, causing goosebumps to appear all over his body. Circulating his true Yang secret art involuntarily, Yang Kai dispelled the chill around him. After observing the snow for a while, Yang Kai gave up trying to find his bearings. Although it had been a year and a half since he arrived on Tongxian Realm, he had spent most of his time in the mysterious small world, so it could be said that he was still unfamiliar with this world. Even if he could find his bearings, he still wouldn't know where to go. Leaping out like a bolt of lightning, Yang Kai quickly disappeared into the snowstorm. Inside Demon God Citadel, the three great commanders stared blankly at the slowly closing crack in the sky, speechless for a long time. "He's gone," Han Fei muttered. Li Rong nodded, "but he'll come back." Hua Mo hesitated for a moment before asking, "It's not that I'm a petty person, but Master Li, why are you so sure he will fulfill his promise?" "It's just a feeling." Li Rong smiled lightly. "His promise that day was very sincere, so I choose to believe him. Just watch, he will definitely come back, and as he promised, he will lead us out of this world." Hua Mo frowned but didn't say anything more. Although he also wanted to believe Yang Kai's promise, humans were notorious for their insidiousness and deceit. Who knew if he was just deceiving them? Master. At that moment, suddenly ran over. "What's wrong?" Li Rong turned her head and brushed her hair behind her ear, asking softly. "Take a look at this," her said, stretching out her hand and showing the three great commanders what she was holding. "Crystal stones." Li Rong was surprised. "Where did you get these?" Although Han Fei had brought back a lot of crystal stones last time, for the needs of the entire clan, it was still a bit lacking. These crystal stones were now under the control of the three great commanders in batches. Only at certain times would some be distributed. Had also been given a few pieces last time, but she had quickly used them all up, so she shouldn't have any extra crystal stones on hand. "I found them in the stone room Yang Kai used to perform alchemy. You should go and take a look, there's a lot more." Hua's face filled with excitement as she gestured. Li Rong and Han Fei glanced at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes before quickly flying off. Soon, the three great commanders arrived at the stone room Yang Kai had been using for alchemy, and after seeing the situation inside, they were stunned. In a corner of the stone room, there was a mountain of crystals. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count. "This is..." Li Rong was almost speechless, her tender body trembling as she stared at the pile of crystal stones. "These should be the crystal stones he collected under the volcano last time," Han Fei explained. "So many." Hua Mo almost bit off his tongue, his old face twitching. When they returned from the volcano last time, Han Fei had also told them about her and Yang Kai's encounter at the foot of the volcano. Everyone knew that Yang Kai had a huge amount of crystal stone resources in his hands, but no one had mentioned it, much less asked him for them. None of them had expected that before he left, he would actually leave behind such a large amount of wealth. These crystal stones were 4 times more than what Han Fei had brought back. "Giving us so much, I'm afraid he doesn't have much left." Han Fei's pretty face couldn't help showing a look of gratitude, her eyes suddenly coming to rest on the dozen or so crystal stones in the most conspicuous position. He even left behind some saint crystals. Recalling the scene where she had fought with Yang Kai for crystal stones under the volcano, even tricking him into taking off his shirt so she could carry more crystal stones, Han Fei suddenly realized how naive she had been. "Master Li." Hua Mo took a deep breath and calmed his excitement, quickly saying, "This old man believes now, he will definitely come back." "Yes, he will come back." Li Rong smiled happily, tears of joy appearing at the corners of her eyes, tears of relief and joy. If Yang Kai had no intention of coming back, it would have been impossible for him to leave behind such a huge amount of wealth. But he had left them behind, which meant that he hoped these crystal stones would help the ancient demon clan improve their strength so that when they left here and returned to the outside world, they would have more strength to protect themselves. "I can't fail to live up to his expectations," Li Rong thought to herself. Inside Demon God Citadel, if they wanted pills, if they wanted crystal stones, they had crystal stones. Within a few years, there was no need to worry about their development. The next time he returned, the ancient demon clan would give him a big gift. Li Rong took a deep breath and made up her mind. Through the snowy mountain range, Yang Kai shuttled back and forth. The wind and snow were too strong and the chill was too great, making it impossible for him to maintain flight for long periods of time as it consumed too much of his physical strength and spiritual energy. Along the way, he couldn't see anyone at all, not even the slightest trace of a monster beast. In this entire world, it was as if he was the only one exuding vitality. The world energy aura here was quite extraordinary, but no one cultivated here. Even a cultivator proficient in ice attribute secret arts and martial skills would find it extremely difficult to endure such a harsh environment. Yang Kai didn't feel any sadness or joy as he continued forward through the snowy mountain range. Occasionally, a burst of unbearable pain would come from his shoulder blade, a sign of the wind and thunder wings' destructive power. It had been some time since he had absorbed the wind and thunder wings into his body, so his progress in refining them was quite sloppy. However, Yang Kai had a feeling that the wind and thunder wings wouldn't be so easily refined and would require some special methods. After shuttling through the snowy mountain range for more than 10 days, the wind and snow gradually weakened. Atop a tall mountain, Yang Kai stood at the top of a mountain and looked down, the long-awaited sunlight shining down on his body, making him feel comfortable both physically and mentally. He suddenly noticed that a few dozen kilometers away, there were several life auras that weren't weak. Yang Kai couldn't help smiling happily. Now that he didn't know where he was, he naturally wanted to find someone to inquire about his whereabouts, but after walking for so many days, he hadn't been able to find anyone, so now he finally saw them. Inferring from the strength of these life auras, there shouldn't be any transcendent realm masters here, allowing Yang Kai to relax a bit. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai flew down the mountain range and approached the source of these life auras. A few dozen kilometers away, in the white snow, a group of 3 people was walking forward, 1 man and 2 women, all of them immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivators. The man was handsome while the woman was beautiful. All 3 of them wore golden robes, the dazzling golden light particularly conspicuous in the white snow. They should be from the same sect or family. At this moment, the 2 women were walking in front, their arms wrapped around each other's. Even in such a cold environment, one of the women was still wearing very thin clothes, showing off her impressive figure. She was tall and slender, with ample breasts and perky buttocks, causing the man behind her to constantly stare at her graceful waist and swaying hips. The other woman was slightly shorter, her pretty face showing a bit of ignorance, from time to time stretching out her hands and exhaling hot air from her mouth, giving her a lovely appearance. Chapter 669. The 3 of them continued forward while releasing their divine senses to investigate their surroundings. After a while, the woman wearing thin clothes suddenly smiled happily and pointed in a certain direction. "There should be spirit medicines over there." Saying so, she hurriedly led the other 2 over. Dozens of zhang away, the 3 of them worked hard to push aside a few feet of deep snow. Under the snow, there was a crystal-clear plant growing. Under the sunlight, the stem and leaves reflected a blurry halo, like a crystal. It was quite beautiful. At the top of this plant, there were a few fingernail-sized snow-white fruits that emitted a faint fragrance. Elder Sister Ji is amazing. The white jade fruit was hidden so deeply, yet you were able to find it. The younger woman looked excited and clapped her hands. Ji Meng chuckled and glanced over at Zhu Yingyu affectionately, comforting her. "Pay more attention, you'll also find it." Zhu Yingyu pouted. "I've tried my best, but every time I can't compare to you, even Big Brother Qi can't compare." Hearing this, Qi Chao was a little unhappy. "Am I weak?" Zhu Yingyu snorted. "You're much worse than Elder Sister Ji." Ji Meng patted her head. "When we go back, I'll share some with you, don't be discouraged." The latter nodded innocently. Qi Chao stepped forward and said, "Let's pick them first, be careful not to damage the roots. After a dozen years or so, they'll bear more white jade fruits." Ji Meng nodded, stretched out her jade white hands, and carefully picked up the few fruits, placing them into her universe bag. For spirit grasses and spirit medicines that could regenerate, A cultivator generally wouldn't damage their roots when harvesting them. Draining the pond to catch all the fish wasn't a good thing and would also reduce the production of spirit grasses and spirit medicines. With such a harvest, the three of them were very happy. Suddenly, Chi Chao and Ji Meng frowned and turned to look in a certain direction, their faces filled with vigilance. They felt that someone was quickly approaching from that direction. A moment later, a vague figure appeared in the snow and soon arrived a few dozen meters in front of the three of them. Yang Kai saw the expressions of the three of them but didn't pay them any mind. Suddenly encountering a stranger in the wilderness, no matter who it was, they would be vigilant. Before he came here, he had confirmed that their cultivation bases were not enough to threaten him. That was why he had shown himself so generously. If the other party had a second-order transcendent or above master, Yang Kai would have avoided them. The three of them weren't that old, so it shouldn't be hard to talk to them. Yang Kai nodded slightly, revealing a friendly smile. "Who are you?" Chi Chao took a step forward and stood in front of Ji Meng and Zhu Yingyu, coldly asking, "How did you appear in this snow mountain range?" "Just a traveler who accidentally lost his way." Yang Kai's expression was kind. "A passerby?" Chi Chao frowned and looked at Yang Kai from head to toe. His face was full of suspicion. "It's not as simple as just passing by. Do you have some other purpose for entering this snowy mountain?" The other party's expression was somewhat unfriendly, causing Yang Kai to scratch his head in confusion. Wondering where he had offended this man, he could only explain, "I was really just passing by and noticed your aura, so I came to take a look. I don't have any other intentions, I just wanted to ask how to get out of here. I've been wandering around this snowy mountain range for many days now." As he spoke, Yang Kai suddenly noticed the white jade fruit tree behind them, its crystal-clear appearance causing Yang Kai to take a second look. Chi Chao carefully observed Yang Kai's expression and became vigilant, staring deeply at Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai's expression remained calm, not showing the slightest discomfort. Yang Kai wasn't lying. Although he had been sent out from the mysterious small world, his current purpose was to find a clear direction and leave this boundless snow mountain range first. After a while, Chi Chao restrained his hostility and slowly nodded. "I'll believe you for the time being, but this snow mountain range is not a place for outsiders to enter. If you want to leave, just go in that direction." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced over before cupping his fists. "Many thanks, we'll meet again." As soon as his voice fell, he activated his movement skill and flew off in that direction. "Wait!" Chi Chao shouted coldly. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai stopped and frowned. "You haven't collected any spirit grasses or spirit medicines in this snow mountain range, right? If you have, please hand them over. This is my spirit religion's territory. Everything here belongs to my spirit religion. Outsiders cannot take away even a blade of grass or a tree." Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of ridicule on his face as he became a little impatient. Not to mention that he hadn't collected anything, even if he had, with the other party using such a commanding tone, there was no way he would hand it over. This snow mountain range was so large that it was impossible for a single great force to occupy it all. Glancing at the two women behind him, Yang Kai was too lazy to make a fuss and simply said, "I don't have any." The next moment, Yang Kai felt a divine sense sweep across his body unscrupulously. This person's courage is so big. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Wasn't this person afraid he would counterattack and instantly injure him? Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai didn't make any unnecessary movements and simply let this person investigate him. After a while, Chi Chao nodded with satisfaction. "You can go." Yang Kai didn't say a word, turned around, and flew off into the snow. After he left, Zhu Yingyu whispered, "Brother Chi, that way, sure." Chi Chao raised a finger and slowly shook his head, glancing around before leading the two women in a different direction. Zhu Yingyu followed behind them with a suspicious look on her face, from time to time glancing back in the direction Yang Kai disappeared, a worried look flashing across her eyes. After walking for a full hour, Zhu Yingyu finally couldn't help asking again, "Brother Chi, why did you point him in the wrong direction?" Ji Meng smiled and said, "I also want to know, Chi Chao, what are you doing?" That person is very suspicious, haven't you noticed? Chi Chao glanced at them and said firmly, his words can't be trusted. Ji Meng was speechless and slowly shook her head. Even if he's a bit suspicious, this isn't the way to harm others. You're trying to kill him. That's the monster beast's range of activity. If he went in alone, how could he possibly survive? His life or death has nothing to do with us, Chi Chao coldly snorted. When going out, one must always be on guard. His strength seems to be higher than ours. I'm just making plans for our safety. How do you know? I didn't even notice it, Zhu Yingyu asked innocently. Because he discovered us first, Chi Chao explained. He's not a disciple of the spirit religion, so he came to this snow mountain range either to collect herbs or for some other purpose. Didn't you notice that when he saw the white jade fruit tree, he showed an expression of interest? If I hadn't dragged him away, he might have killed me to steal the treasure. It doesn't matter if I die, but if you too fall into the hands of such a person. Zhu Yingyu's pretty face paled as her tender body trembled slightly. Recalling Yang Kai's appearance, she faintly felt that this person really was a beast with a human face. Ji Meng's brow furrowed as she curled her lips. How can you think so badly of people? What if it's really as he said and he's just a traveler who lost his way? It's normal to get lost in this snow mountain range. Then you might as well go back and find him now and tell him that this is a dead end, Chi Chao snorted. Ji Meng angrily asked, where am I supposed to find him now? When I lied to him just now, didn't you not say anything? Now you're entangled with me, it's just an outsider, Chi Chao also said angrily. I'm just worried that you're from the same sect. I don't want you to lose face in front of outsiders. Don't argue. Zhu Yingyu saw the two of them arguing more and more fiercely and quickly tried to dissuade them. Fine, just this once, there won't be a next time. Really? Good people don't have good karma, Chi Chao said disheartenedly as he strode forward. Ji Meng sighed helplessly and glanced back, hesitating for a moment before shaking her head and keeping up with Chi Chao's pace. Elder Sister Ji, will he die? Zhu Yingyu asked softly. Maybe. Did Brother Qi make a mistake? No, he has his own reasons, Ji Meng smiled lightly. However, that person had released his divine sense before he appeared and deliberately notified the three of them, so obviously he didn't have any malicious intentions. If he really did have malicious intentions, he could have concealed himself and launched a sneak attack. Ji Meng couldn't understand why Chi Chao had pointed him in the wrong direction, making her feel very guilty towards this stranger. Yang Kai's face was gloomy as he stared down at the seventh-order monster beast's corpse at his feet, breathing heavily. His body was covered in blood, so the battle just now had not been easy. A seventh-order monster beast was equivalent to a human transcendent realm cultivator. Fortunately, this seventh-order monster beast wasn't too difficult to deal with. Following the guidance of the yellow-robed man, Yang Kai had encountered 7 or 8 monster beast attacks in just 3 or 5 days. These monster beasts, without exception, had all been killed by him. If it had been any other peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, fighting a native ice attribute monster beast in such a harsh environment, they would have died countless times already. Moreover, as time passed, Yang Kai found that the nearby snowstorm was getting heavier and heavier. It seemed that he had returned to the same place. This discovery caused his expression to turn ugly. By now, he also realized that he had been deceived by the yellow-robed man. They had met by chance, and he had only asked for directions, showing that he had no malicious intentions. After getting the answer, Yang Kai naturally didn't have any suspicions. Who knew that the yellow-robed man would be so hateful? Taking out the monster beast's monster core and breaking off its 2 horns, Yang Kai turned around and returned to the original path with a cold expression. Climbing the towering snow-capped mountains along the way, walking in the white and boundless world, Yang Kai's mood was very bad. 3 days later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped. After listening for a while, he released his divine sense to investigate, and his expressions suddenly became strange. More than 10 miles ahead, there were 2 familiar life auras. They were 2 of the 3 people he had met before, but at this moment, their mental state was somewhat unstable, as if they were being chased by something. They were panicking and fleeing in his direction. Following closely behind them, Yang Kai also noticed a strong life aura, which belonged to a 7th-order monster beast. What a small world. Yang Kai showed a strange smile, stopped in place, and waited quietly. Chapter 670. A series of beast roars rang out, shaking the earth and sending snow into the air. Ji Meng and Zhu Yingyu desperately fled, no longer as calm and collected as when Yang Kai first saw them. Both of their clothes were tattered and blood-stained, revealing large patches of their snow-white skin as they fled. The cold wind blew, causing Zhu Yingyu to shiver. "Hurry!" Ji Meng shouted as she fled. "Brother Chi!" Zhu Yingyu said as she looked back, but after seeing the fierce monster beast, her beautiful face couldn't help paling, fear flashing across her eyes. "He's dead, don't look back." Ji Meng's expression was calm, but her heart was a mess. She had never expected to encounter an ice crystal wolf here. The 7th-order ice crystal wolf's body was harder than steel, so even the power of artifacts and martial skills could only leave some shallow marks on its body. Its speed was extremely fast, and its 4 claws and fangs were incredibly sharp. The 3 of them had been beaten by this ice crystal wolf in the blink of an eye, and Chi Chao's stomach had been torn open by the ice crystal wolf right in front of the 2 women's eyes, dying a miserable death. They had come here many times already, and each time they had been safe, but this time they had encountered an accident. Compared with Ji Meng's calmness, Zhu Yingyu was more flustered. Under the threat of death, she couldn't even display half of her immortal ascension boundary 7th-stage cultivation and could only flee for her life. If it weren't for Ji Meng releasing her artifact from time to time to slow down the ice crystal wolf, Zhu Yingyu would have already been overtaken. "Elder Sister Ji," Zhu Yingyu cried out. "If you don't want to die, don't cry," Ji Meng said solemnly. Zhu Yingyu nodded quickly. Amidst the snowstorm ahead, a figure stood tall. Ji Meng's beautiful eyes lit up and she quickly called out, "Who is this friend in front of us? Can you help us?" At this moment, she seemed to see hope. The other party was simply waiting here without fear. Obviously, they weren't afraid of the ice crystal wolf. Perhaps this person was a senior or fellow disciple of the spirit religion. If that was the case, she and Zhu Yingyu could be saved. As soon as her words fell, a burst of energy shot out from the front. It accurately struck her feet. Perceiving the other party's hostility, Ji Meng quickly pulled Zhu Yingyu to stop. "What a coincidence!" A slightly mocking voice came from the front. That person was slowly approaching. Ji Meng's brow furrowed. She stared forward. A moment later, Ji Meng was, of course, Yang. Zhu Yingyu couldn't help covering her mouth and exclaiming, "You're fine." Of course, no, we didn't think so." Zhu Yingyu quickly waved her hand, her face filled with anxiety. "Where is that man?" Kai Yang turned his head and looked around, but didn't find Chi Chao's figure. Ji Meng shielded Zhu Yingyu. "Meng of Qi Ying, of Meng, of course, of Meng, I admit we were wrong before. Chi Chao shouldn't have pointed you in the wrong direction, and I shouldn't have not reminded you, but can we talk about this later?" Ji Meng hurriedly said, "If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. The ice crystal wolf chasing us is a 7th-order monster beast. None of us can resist it." Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. "It's already too late." As he spoke, suddenly, a burst of whistling sounds rang out. A cold, murderous intent lingered in the air, causing Ji Meng's complexion to change greatly. Quickly turning around, she waved her 10 fingers and sent out a burst of ice. She faced the icicles coming from behind her. Hong hong hong, countless icicles shattered, filling the air with white mist. Ji Meng let out a grunt as her tender shoulder was grazed by an icicle, causing blood to gush out. A huge figure suddenly landed in front of the trio, a ferocious-looking ice crystal wolf bearing its fangs and spitting out a putrid breath. Its pair of copper bell-sized eyes stared towards Ji Meng and Zhu Yingyu as a string of saliva flowed out from the corners of its mouth. The moment the ice crystal wolf pounced, Yang Kai leapt up into the air and looked down, quickly discovering that this monster beast's body was also crystal clear, as if it was carved from jade. It was quite handsome and its fur was quite soft, and it exuded a violent aura that soared to the heavens. Ji Meng and Zhu Yingyu both paled. They knew that after being delayed by Yang Kai, they would no longer be able to escape the Ice Crystal Wolf's attack range. Unwilling to sit still and wait for death, Ji Meng quickly took out an artifact covered in arcs of lightning, poured her Yuan Qi into it, and fiercely attacked the Ice Crystal Wolf. At the same time, Zhu Yingyu also summoned her own artifact and waved her fan, sending out a wave of wind blades visible to the naked eye towards the Ice Crystal Wolf. When the two of them joined forces, the power behind their attacks was quite good. However, for the Ice Crystal Wolf, these attacks were tantamount to scratching an itch. A series of sparks burst out from its sturdy body, but the Ice Crystal Wolf remained unscathed. Opening its mouth, it roared and sent out a barrage of icicles towards Ji Meng and Zhu Yingyu. The two women tumbled about awkwardly but were still inevitably injured, causing blood to gush out from their wounds, further stimulating the Ice Crystal Wolf's ferocity. Before they could even stand up, the countless icicles once again intertwined, weaving into an airtight net of attacks, forcing the two women to not even raise their heads. Snow fluttered in the air as the scene became chaotic. Ji Meng suddenly looked up, her face filled with anxiety as she shouted towards Yang Kai, "Can you help us?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head, his expression indifferent. Although Chi Chao, who had deceived him before, had died under the Ice Crystal Wolf's claws, the fact that these two women hadn't warned him at the time made Yang Kai very annoyed. From beginning to end, he had wasted 6 or 7 days of his time. Seeing Yang Kai refuse so decisively, Ji Meng immediately knew that he still held a grudge over what had happened before and quickly shouted, "We were wrong before. Chi Chao deceived you, so we are also responsible, but you can't just stand by and watch us die, right? Why should I save you? I almost died myself." Yang Kai's expression was cold as he looked on indifferently. The Ice Crystal Wolf pounced forward and Ji Meng quickly dodged, but she was still struck in the abdomen by its claws, tearing off a large part of her clothes, revealing her flat belly and delicate navel. Bright red blood flowed from her abdomen as Ji Meng grit her teeth and endured the pain, using all her strength to fight back against the Ice Crystal Wolf. Zhu Yingyu also hurriedly helped. With the two of them working together, they were unable to resist the Ice Crystal Wolf's attacks, but they soon discovered that this 7th-order monster beast didn't seem to have any intention of immediately taking their lives. Instead, it was holding the mentality of a cat toying with a mouse, conserving its strength to attack, its eyes even revealing a playful look. A 7th-order monster beast already possessed a high level of intelligence. If there were enough resources and conditions, it could even transform into a human form and become a member of the monster race. After realizing this, Ji Meng once again called out to Yang Kai for help. "We are disciples of Bright Thunder Spirit religion. If you can save us, after we return, we will definitely compensate you for your losses. Chi Chao is also dead. Shouldn't your anger have subsided?" Bright Thunder Spirit religion? Yang Kai's expression changed, feeling like he had heard of this sect somewhere before, but after thinking about it carefully, he couldn't remember where. However, when Ji Meng saw his thoughtful expression, she thought he had some kind of relationship with her sect and asked expectantly, "Do you know someone from my spirit religion?" "Sorry, I don't." Yang Kai shook his head. "You bastard!" Ji Meng was furious, her heart filled with anxiety as she clenched her teeth and cursed, wishing she could rush up and kill Yang Kai. Originally, she had sympathized with this man who had been deceived, but now it seemed that this person was simply too hateful. He really should have died in this snow mountain range, out of sight, out of mind. "You're just watching us die, are you even a man?" Ji Meng shouted. Yang Kai calmly replied, "Originally, saving you wasn't a big deal, but what happened before made me feel very uncomfortable. If I'm not happy, don't think you'll be happy either. If you can survive, I'll be happy to show you whether I'm a man or not." As he spoke, the two women became more and more exhausted under the Ice Crystal Wolf's attacks. Ji Meng grit her teeth. "What do you want? Tell me what you want and I'll do it." "I don't want anything." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, putting on an expression of watching a good show. Ji Meng coughed up blood in anger. Yang Kai's calm demeanor made her understand that this man had the strength to deal with this ice crystal wolf. At the very least, he should have been able to escape from this seventh-order monster beast. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to be so calm. However, he simply stood there and watched the show without making a move, leaving Ji Meng helpless. "Please, can't you?" Ji Meng grit her teeth, her heart filled with grievance and hatred, but she had no choice but to suppress it and softly beg. "This brother, I'm also begging you." Zhu Yingyu looked at Yang Kai pitifully, her eyes watery. Although she was terrified, she still persisted. Looking into her beautiful eyes, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, the coldness on his face gradually converging. He suddenly discovered that this woman's eyes were somewhat similar to Xia Ning Chang's. Both of them were innocent and clear, without the slightest impurity. Yang Kai didn't say anything for a long time, nor did he show any intention to help. Ji Meng thought this man really had a heart of stone and was planning on watching from the sidelines. Feeling a chill in her heart, Ji Meng smiled bitterly and said, "Yingyu, don't beg him, I'm afraid we're really going to die here. Before we die, remember what he looks like. Even if we become ghosts, we must haunt him for the rest of his life." As she spoke, she shot a cold glare towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. "You woman, you really have a heart as vicious as snakes and scorpions." "You're not any better," Ji Meng retorted. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he asked, "With the strength you've shown, can you escape?" It wasn't that she was much stronger than the other woman, it was just that she hadn't wavered in the face of danger and had been able to display her full strength. Even if the ice crystal wolf was a seventh-order monster beast, if an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator like her wanted to escape, she could still hold on for some time. The other woman was different. She seemed to have really been frightened, her attacks were chaotic and her technique was clumsy. At a glance, it was obvious she had lived under protection all year round. Such a person's status was definitely not low. "If I run away, what will happen to Yingyu? I'm not as despicable as you." Ji Meng ground her teeth and shouted. "You're quite righteous." Yang Kai nodded gently, suddenly grinning. "I've changed my mind, I can save you." Chapter 671. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. The man who had deceived him before was already dead, so Yang Kai had no intention of finding trouble with these two women. What's more, Yang Kai also needed someone to inquire about information. Hearing Yang Kai say this, Ji Meng was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Really?" Yang Kai nodded, "But I have a condition." "What condition?" Ji Meng asked anxiously. Right now, the most important thing was to survive. She had already decided that no matter how excessive this man's request was, as long as it didn't hurt Zhu Yingyu, she would agree. "Shouldn't you give yourself to me for saving your life?" Yang Kai rubbed his chin and asked with an evil grin on his face. Ji Meng's face suddenly became gloomy. Although she had mentally prepared herself, she hadn't expected this man to actually make such a shameless request. Her heart filled with anger, but she didn't dare show it on her face, barely managing to resist the ice crystal wolf's attack as she shouted, "I don't care, but don't even think about touching Yingyu." Yang Kai looked at her with some surprise. He had only been joking and didn't really intend to do anything to these two women. From their second conversation, these two women weren't evil people, so it didn't matter if he saved them. "Are you going to attack or not? If you don't, we'll die and you won't get anything." Ji Meng couldn't bear it any longer. While she was speaking, the ice crystal wolf's patience seemed to have been completely exhausted and its attacks became more and more ferocious. With her and Zhu Yingyu's means, it was impossible for them to resist. If Yang Kai continued to watch, they would definitely suffer. "It's coming." Yang Kai shook his head and slowly floated down from the sky. The huge monster beast pounced towards them from a distance, its fangs bearing their fangs as a foul stench assaulted their nostrils. Zhu Yingyu screamed in fright, tears streaming down her face. Just as she didn't know what to do, her body suddenly felt light and in the next moment, she found herself being carried on someone's shoulder. The scenery around her quickly receded, causing her to close her eyes in fear. Ji Meng also suffered the same fate. She didn't even have time to react before she was grabbed by Yang Kai. Moving as fast as lightning, the repulsive ice crystal wolf chased after them, gradually increasing the distance between them. Ji Meng glanced over and urged, "Hurry up, it's about to catch up." Yang Kai snorted, "That's easy for you to say. This is already my fastest speed." Ji Meng didn't say anything. Looking at the ice crystal wolf getting further and further away, she couldn't help but sigh in relief. After a short while, the ice crystal wolf finally stopped chasing and stopped on the spot. It howled towards the sky, and its howl was filled with unwillingness and rage. Somewhere in the vast snowy mountains, Yang Kai stood in the same place, looking bored as he watched two women with disheveled clothes busying themselves. They seemed to have a lot of experience living in the snow. They quickly dug a hole in the snow. The inside was spacious, and the outside was sturdy. Not long after, a snow cave was formed. Ji Meng glanced back at Yang Kai vigilantly and weakly said, "We're going to change our clothes and apply some healing medicine. You stand here and don't come in. You're also not allowed to peek, otherwise I'll gouge out your eyes." "Hey, you're already considered one of my people now, what's wrong with me peeking?" Yang Kai teased. Ji Meng was extremely angry and gnashed her teeth for a moment before angrily saying, "I don't mind, but you can't." Saying so, the two women entered the snow cave one after the other. After a while, there was a rustling sound. Obviously they were taking off their bloody clothes. Yang Kai was stunned. He suddenly felt that the other party didn't seem to have any intention of going back on their words. She wouldn't really give herself to him, right? Yang Kai's face was filled with black lines. If he became entangled with her, he would be in big trouble. He was indeed despicable enough. How could he have proposed such a condition? After waiting for almost half an hour, Ji Meng's voice came from inside, "You can come in now." Yang Kai smiled and walked over to the snow cave before lowering his head and entering. The inside was indeed very spacious, and it didn't feel cold or damp at all. On the contrary, compared to the outside environment, this snow cave gave off a warm feeling. The two women had already changed into clean clothes, causing Yang Kai's eyes to light up. The first time they met, Chi Chao had stood in front of them, so Yang Kai had taken note of their appearances. The second time they met, they were in a sorry state, covered in blood, so he couldn't see their faces clearly. Looking at them now, the older one had a proud figure and a beautiful face, while the younger one was exquisite and unique, quite cute. However, at this moment, this great beauty was glaring at Yang Kai with a look of displeasure, as if she wanted to swallow him alive. Gritting her teeth, the little beauty shrunk to the side and stared timidly at Yang Kai, appearing very weak. "Hello," Yang Kai greeted them and sat down cross-legged across from them. "I thought you were strong, but it turns out that in front of this ice crystal wolf, all you can do is flee," Ji Meng said sarcastically. Before, when she saw Yang Kai's calm expression, not showing the slightest fear in front of the seventh-order monster beast, even casually chatting with her, Ji Meng mistakenly thought he had some kind of extraordinary means, but in the end, she was greatly disappointed. This young man was just a bit faster. He didn't even have the courage to face this ice crystal wolf head-on. "Even if you didn't flee, I still saved you." Yang Kai didn't care. In front of unfamiliar outsiders, he wasn't willing to show his strength. A seventh-order monster beast was equivalent to a transcendent. If he really killed it in front of these two women, it was very likely he would expose his true combat strength. Before determining their identities and temperaments, Yang Kai wouldn't take such a risk. "No matter what, thank you for saving us," Ji Meng suddenly said, her expression sincere, reaching out and gently touching Zhu Yingyu. Zhu Yingyu was still in a state of shock, so her reaction was inevitably a bit exaggerated, but after realizing Ji Meng's intentions, she blushed and whispered, "Thank you." "It was nothing, you're welcome." Yang Kai couldn't help feeling much better. "Also, about what happened before, we want to apologize to you." Ji Meng bit her lip and said with a bitter expression, "When Chi Chao lied to you, we wanted to warn you, but we didn't know your origins or your intentions for entering the Snow Mountain range, nor did we know your strength, so, it doesn't matter, one must always be on guard against others." Yang Kai chuckled. "That person is also dead, this matter ends here." Ji Meng gently nodded, suddenly finding that this young man was actually quite easy to talk to, not at all as cold-blooded and ruthless as he had shown himself to be before. We are disciples of Bright Thunder Spirit religion. My name is Ji Meng and she is Zhu Yingyu. What about you? Ji Meng introduced herself before turning to Yang Kai and asking. Yang Kai reported his name. Which great force do you belong to? Ji Meng asked curiously. I don't belong to any sect, I'm a loner. That's impossible. Ji Meng was slightly surprised. Looking at your methods, it doesn't seem like you don't belong to any great force. Although you're not the most powerful person here, you're still quite good. Being able to rescue 2 people from the Ice Crystal Wolf's violent attack, Ji Meng felt that Chi Chao wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Cultivating alone with no one to guide him, how could he be so powerful? How did you get lost in the Snow Mountain Range? Where are you going? Ji Meng continued to ask, seemingly wanting to learn more about Yang Kai. I accidentally entered here and couldn't find the way out. As for where to go, I haven't decided yet, so I'll just go wherever there are people, Yang Kai said casually. Oh. Ji Meng nodded and explained, although this Snow Mountain Range is not the territory of any great force, because there are only 2 or 3 great forces in the vicinity, my Bright Thunder Spirit religion is one of them. Basically, where we are now is under the jurisdiction of my Bright Thunder Spirit religion. Many disciples will enter the Snow Mountain Range to look for opportunities, to see if they can find rare herbs or precious treasures. If you don't have a place to go, you might as well come with us. Yang Kai glanced at the 2 of them and knew that they were not inviting him because of their good impression of him, nor because they wanted to fulfill their previous agreement, but because they were both heavily injured and needed someone to protect them. All right. Yang Kai nodded. Thank you. Ji Meng's expression relaxed as a bright smile appeared on her face. For the next few days, the 3 of them traveled together. The Snow Mountain Range was long and the 2 women were injured, so their speed was naturally not fast. Moreover, while they were walking, they would occasionally look for herbs buried deep under the snow, delaying them a lot. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. Having someone lead the way was much faster than walking aimlessly. After 3 or 5 days, they were far away from the dangerous territory of the Snow Mountain Range. While walking, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and stared into the distance, a moment later turning to Ji Meng and saying, There seems to be some people from your Bright Thunder Spirit religion coming over. Really? Ji Meng was pleasantly surprised, looking up but not seeing anything. And they're wearing the same golden robes you were wearing before, Yang Kai nodded. That means they're from my Bright Thunder Spirit religion. Ji Meng clenched Zhu Yingyu's hand, her tense nerves finally relaxing. Zhu Yingyu also smiled happily. Yang Kai frowned and said, If they find an outsider like me in the Snow Mountain Range, won't there be some trouble? Ji Meng stared blankly for a moment before saying, It doesn't matter, as long as you're with us, you'll be fine. There's no need for that, we'll meet again. Saying so, Yang Kai didn't turn around and quickly flew off. Ji Meng didn't have time to stop him and in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had disappeared. Ah! Zhu Yingyu stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared in amazement and muttered, Why did he just leave like that? Ji Meng stood in place with a complicated expression and thought for a moment before grit her teeth and muttering, That bastard, it turns out he was lying to me, making me worry for so long. What did he lie to you about? He said he wanted me to devote myself to him. I thought he was serious. Ji Meng's face flushed red. Now it seemed those words were just a joke. If Yang Kai really had such intentions, how could he have just walked away like that? He's a good person, Zhu Yingyu grinned. Is elder sister Ji tempted? It's not too late to chase after him. What nonsense are you talking about? Ji Meng curled her lips. However, this person really wasn't bad. After getting along with him for a few days, Ji Meng found that he wasn't as hateful as he appeared to be before. Chapter 672. At the edge of the Snow Mountain Range, Grand Boulder City. This was the only city within a few thousand-kilometer radius. Numerous cultivators came and went and the various trading centers and shops here were extremely popular. Bright Thunder Spirit religion wasn't the only sect near the Snow Mountain Range. There were also 2 or 3 other forces that had settled down here. Grand Boulder City, as a hub for these forces, naturally acted as a hub for exchanging materials between the various cultivators. A cultivator's cultivation wasn't something that could be done behind closed doors. Instead, they often relied on external items. Pills, artifacts, all of which belonged to the category of external items. These were indispensable aids to a cultivator in battle. Exchanging what one didn't need for what one did need, a transaction would naturally occur. After separating from Ji Meng and Zhu Yingyu, Yang Kai walked for 4 days before arriving at Grand Boulder City. Seeing the jostling crowd, Yang Kai showed a happy smile. During this time, he could be considered to have died of loneliness. He wasn't looking for someone to talk to, it was just that in this vast snow mountain range, there was no one for 10,000 kilometers, not even the slightest bit of vitality, making him feel a little depressed. At the city gate, there were several cultivators wearing guard uniforms, inspecting the pedestrians passing by. When it was Yang Kai's turn, Yang Kai learned from the people who had entered before and quietly slipped a crystal stone to the guard. The guard put away the crystal stone without leaving a trace and shot Yang Kai a meaningful glance before moving aside. "Many thanks." Yang Kai smiled and stepped into Grand Boulder City. Grand Boulder City didn't only have cultivators from the nearby forces, but also cultivators from all over the world. Because this place was next to the Snow Mountain Range, it produced some spirit grasses and spirit medicines that could only be grown under extremely cold conditions. Many cultivators had a need for these. Grand Boulder City didn't refuse anyone, but if one didn't want to be checked, they had to hand over crystal stones. This was one of Grand Boulder City's main ways of making money. The numerous shops in the city were Grand Boulder City's main source of income. The owners of these shops in Grand Boulder City were mostly disciples of several nearby forces, and very few outsiders were able to get involved in the business here. Yang Kai's footsteps were light and quick as he wandered around the shops, buying the herbs he needed. Although Yang Kai had given most of his crystal stones to the ancient demon clan before leaving the small sealed world, he still had a lot left. This amount of crystal stones was still quite a lot for a single person. Yang Kai was also paying attention to the materials needed to refine the saint-level pill. Before leaving, Li Rong had told him all this information, but what Yang Kai hadn't expected was that it was actually a saint-grade high-rank pill. Right now, he could barely refine a high-grade spirit-grade pill, but there was still a big gap between him and a high-grade saint-grade pill. Along the way, after sweeping through several dozen shops, Yang Kai's harvest was quite bountiful, a variety of herbs piled up inside the black book space. Arriving at a large shop, Yang Kai spent a large amount of crystal stones to exchange for many of the materials he needed. "Little brother seems quite unfamiliar. Why are you buying so many herbs for alchemy?" The shop owner, who was an immortal Ascension 8th stage cultivator, looked at Yang Kai with interest, his white hair giving him a somewhat amiable appearance as he stroked his beard and asked, "Shopkeeper, are you here to do business or to inquire about information?" Yang Kai stared at him and asked with a smile. The other party's sudden question inevitably made Yang Kai a little vigilant, but in Grand Boulder City, public security was quite good and there wouldn't be any fights for no reason. Even if there was friction between cultivators, they would settle it outside the city. So, Yang Kai wasn't afraid. "I was just casually asking if little brother doesn't want to answer, there's no need to." The shop owner was stunned, seemingly aware of Yang Kai's vigilance and didn't want him to misunderstand, "But if little brother is an alchemist, you can get a discount when you buy herbs." "Discount? Why would I get a discount?" Yang Kai asked curiously. He had never heard of any shop that would give alchemists a discount. Before the shop owner could answer, a nearby cultivator who was looking for herbs laughed. "Because this is a shop opened by the Alchemist Guild, as long as you are an alchemist, you can enjoy all kinds of preferential treatment, don't you know?" As he spoke, he walked over and handed the selected herbs to the shop owner and handed him a jade token. Yang Kai could clearly see that the jade token was engraved with the word pill. The shop owner glanced at the herbs, calculated the price, picked up the jade token, and poured yuan qi into it. The jade token instantly flashed and the shop owner nodded slightly, Spirit-grade low-rank alchemist, according to the rules of the guild, we can give you a 20% discount. The cultivator quickly handed over the crystal stones and the shop owner put them away, completing the transaction. After buying the herbs, the cultivator left without looking back. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. The Alchemist Guild is a force established by all the alchemists in the world. Only alchemists are eligible to join. As long as you are an alchemist of the guild, you will receive preferential treatment when you buy things from one of the guild's shops. Moreover, the guild's shops are all over the world, so you can enjoy the guild's care wherever you go, the shop owner explained with a smile. Shopkeeper, how do you know I'm an alchemist? Yang Kai asked curiously. The other party had obviously confirmed that he was an alchemist, so there was no point in pretending to be ignorant. Yang Kai was very curious. Where did this old shop owner, who was only an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator, get this kind of insight? An alchemist is different from an ordinary cultivator. I have been guarding this shop for several decades now and have seen many alchemists come and go. Whether you are an alchemist or not, I can tell at a glance. The shop owner slowly shook his head, appearing somewhat enigmatic. Although little brother is young, from the grade of herbs you have chosen, you should at least be a mysterious grade low-rank alchemist, right? Yang Kai remained indifferent and didn't deny it. The old shop owner's eyes lit up. The younger generation will surpass us in time. This old master has studied alchemy for many years but is still only a mysterious grade high-rank alchemist. I really envy you. Alchemy was also a matter of aptitude. There is a branch of the guild in Grand Boulder City. If you want to enjoy discounts when buying herbs in the future, you might as well go there and get a jade token. Not only will it help you save crystal stones, but it will also make it more convenient for you to travel the world. Alchemists are valued everywhere. Basically no one will find trouble with you, the old shop owner said with a smile. Many thanks for the advice. Yang Kai cupped his fists. You're welcome. Walking out of the shop, Yang Kai fell into contemplation. It was undeniable that the old shop owner's words had moved him. Being able to buy herbs at a discount was only one of the reasons. Although he had a lot of crystal stones on hand right now, these things would run out one day, so he had to save as much as he could. What Yang Kai cared about the most was that alchemists could be valued by any great force. Yang Kai's only wish after coming to Tongxian realm was to find Su Yan and his little senior sister. However, this world was so vast that it was impossible for him to find them with his own strength. Unlike back in the central capital, where he had gathered a large number of available helpers, he could find anyone he wanted and do whatever he wanted. Here, he could only rely on himself. When Shui Ling and Yun Xian invited him to join Water Spirit Temple or Bold Independent Union, Yang Kai didn't know alchemy yet, so he politely refused their kindness. Because Yang Kai wanted to rely on his own strength to find Su Yan and the others. But now, it seemed that this idea was somewhat unrealistic. Could he use his status as an alchemist to seek refuge with some great force and have them help him find them? Inside an inn, Yang Kai thought about it for a long time before deciding to go to the Alchemist Guild and get a jade token. This jade token alone could save him a lot of trouble, so it was worth Yang Kai's attention. After asking around Grand Boulder City, Yang Kai soon found the location of the Alchemist Guild. In front of the magnificent Alchemist Guild, Yang Kai stood for a long time and shook his head. Although he had long heard that alchemists were a group of rich guys, Yang Kai hadn't expected them to be rich to this extent. The entire Alchemist Guild, from the outside, was very different from the other buildings in Grand Boulder City, exuding a rich aura. Outside the palace, birds and beasts carved from rare ores gave off faint energy fluctuations. Obviously, they were all engraved with powerful spirit arrays. If someone dared to have any ideas about this building, they would definitely suffer a big loss. As far as the eye could see, the interior of the association was also covered with thick red carpets. Everywhere was decorated with sparkling and translucent gemstones. Occasionally, alchemists would enter and leave, but all of them had arrogant and indifferent looks on their faces, as if they were some kind of big shot. A top-notch alchemist could be rich enough to rival an entire country and had a respected status. This was not a legend, it was a real thing. In the central capital, alchemists and artifact refiners were relatively noble existences, but in Tongxian realm, this inexplicable nobility seemed to be magnified several times. "Boy, what are you looking around for?" An angry shout suddenly rang out as a big bearded man glared at Yang Kai and shouted, "Which great force do you belong to? Don't you know where you are?" "Hello." Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he nodded slightly. "I want to receive an alchemist jade token." "Receive a jade token? You're an alchemist?" The big man was stunned when he heard this and swept his divine sense over Yang Kai. After a long time, he nodded slightly. Not bad. You have a yang attribute true qi in your body, so you should be able to perform alchemy. You're too young, haven't you only just started studying?" "Haha, I haven't been studying for long." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "Good, come in." The big man tilted his head and gestured before walking inside. Yang Kai hurriedly followed. Along the way, Yang Kai was amazed. From the outside, the Alchemist Guild seemed quite amazing, but after entering, he realized that it was a place filled with riches. After learning that Yang Kai was also an alchemist, the big man slightly restrained his contemptuous attitude towards him, but he wasn't too easygoing either, shouting along the way, "Since you want to become a member of the Alchemist Guild, as long as you pass our test, you can get the jade token you want, but you must remember, even if you become an official alchemist, you are not allowed to do anything harmful to humanity. If you dare perform alchemy for a monster race member from the demon race, don't blame the guild for cleaning you up." "Ahem, of course," Yang Kai quickly said. Chapter 673. This big man had only said this casually. He hadn't expected him to be so direct. Yang Kai practiced alchemy in order to refine pills for the demon race. Moreover, he was from the ancient demon clan, a clan that had been forgotten by the world for thousands of years. He was a servant of the great demon god. Inside the Alchemist Guild, a light medicinal fragrance filled the air. From time to time, Yang Kai could feel the hot yuan qi flowing through the side rooms. Presumably, the alchemists were diligently performing alchemy. After following the big man to a relatively remote room, the big man left him behind and said, "Wait here, someone will come to greet you in a while." Yang Kai nodded slightly and casually found a chair to sit down on. The room wasn't big and there wasn't much furniture inside, so it was quite empty. Yang Kai waited for a full 2 hours, and just as he was about to become impatient, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps. Soon, the door was pushed open and a woman with an ugly expression walked in. Looking Yang Kai up and down, she asked, "Are you the one who wants to join the Alchemist Guild?" Yang Kai nodded, stood up and asked, "Can we begin the test now? How long have you been studying alchemy?" The woman frowned, seemingly a little unhappy as she asked coldly. "Not long, I don't know exactly how long." It had only been a little over a year since Yang Kai started practicing alchemy, but if one counted the basic knowledge, it would be several years. From the time he obtained the true alchemic way until now, it had been at least 4 or 5 years, but he had only been intermittently prying into the mysteries of the true alchemic way. With this woman asking such a question, he didn't know how to answer. Deliberately mystifying. The woman coldly snorted, somewhat dissatisfied that Yang Kai didn't directly answer her question. Reaching into the universe bag at her waist, she hesitated for a moment before taking out a herb and handing it to Yang Kai. "This is a heaven-grade low-rank cold star grass. Condense it into a medicinal liquid for me to see." Yang Kai reached out and took it, staring at her in amazement. "Condense it just like that?" The woman sneered. "If you can't even do this, then you don't need to join the association. Do you think the association will accept just anyone? Only heaven-grade alchemists and above were qualified to have their own jade tokens. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry." As he spoke, he muttered, "Master is really too much. Such a young brat, can't he just chase him out? Wasting my precious time." When Yang Kai heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. He also understood why this woman had an unhappy expression on her face. It turned out that his arrival had delayed her refining time. When an alchemist was concocting pills, it was a taboo to be disturbed, so Yang Kai could understand why the woman was unhappy. However, her words and demeanor clearly showed that she was looking down on him, which made Yang Kai feel a little helpless. She probably thought that he had really just started learning alchemy. Thinking so, Yang Kai began circulating his yuan qi, wrapping it around the cold star grass in his hand and injecting his yuan qi into the herb. Soon, a faint fragrance filled the air, and the woman finally withdrew her look of contempt and focused on the movements of Yang Kai's hands. The cold star grass seemed to have been melted, completely turning into a liquid. Under the influence of the yuan qi, it floated above Yang Kai's palm, a wisp of impurities escaping and evaporating. As time passed, a heaven-grade low-rank cold star grass was quickly condensed into a medicinal liquid, of vibrant emerald green color. With Yang Kai's skill and technique, it was easy for him to condense heaven-grade herbs. Even without a pill furnace or spirit array, he could still get rid of the impurities. In just a few breaths of time, the medicinal liquid had taken shape. The woman released her divine sense and carefully examined it, a trace of surprise finally appearing on her pretty face as she looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. "Is this enough?" Yang Kai asked. He could still condense the medicinal liquid to a higher level, but he didn't do so. This level should be enough to meet the woman's requirements. "Let me ask you, what grade of pill can you refine?" The woman looked at Yang Kai with a serious face. Only now did she discover that she seemed to have underestimated this young boy's means and ability. "Spirit grade." "What?" The woman's face suddenly changed as she looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. "Spirit grade low rank. Sometimes you may fail." Yang Kai added he didn't dare to say his ability was too high, so as not to attract the attention of others, but spirit grade low rank seemed to be somewhat unacceptable to this woman. "Impossible, you are at most 20 years old. How can you refine a spirit-grade pill?" "I can refine it for you to see." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. The woman stared at him deeply, as if she wanted to see if he was boasting. After a while, she said seriously, "Come with me. If you really have this ability, then it's not within the scope of my assessment." She was just a mysterious grade top-rank alchemist. How could she take the spirit-grade assessment? In another room, the burly man Yang Kai had seen before was studying an ancient alchemy book in his hand with a worried look on his face. Facing a profound spirit array, he seemed to be unable to understand it and was clearly distressed. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and the big man looked up and asked, "What's the matter?" "Master," the woman called out softly, "it's about the young man who just wanted to join the association." "Did he pass the test?" the big man asked. "If he didn't, then don't bother me, go refine your own alchemy." The woman gritted her teeth and suddenly kicked open the door. Yang Kai was stunned. The woman stormed into the room, causing the big bearded man to slap the table angrily. "How dare you ignore your master's orders? Do you still see me as your master in your eyes?" The woman snorted and put her hands on her hips, a look of annoyance on her face as she said, "Master, didn't you say that guy had just started learning alchemy?" "Yes, what's the problem? Then why can he refine a spirit-grade pill? I even used a heaven-grade low-rank cold star grass to test him. It's so embarrassing." The big man was stunned. "He can refine a spirit-grade pill? Impossible, you little girl are lying to me again. I've brought him here, whether he has this ability or not, you can verify it yourself." The woman beckoned to the outside and Yang Kai braced himself and walked in. The big man stared at Yang Kai with a dignified look and shouted, "You think you can refine a spirit-grade pill?" Yang Kai nodded solemnly. The big man's expression suddenly became serious as he gloomily said, "Boy, you need to know that this is the Alchemist Guild. No matter which force you come from, if you dare to talk nonsense here, you won't leave here alive." Yang Kai rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He just wanted to get a jade token. He didn't expect there would be so many twists and turns. "Forget it, I won't get a jade token. I'm sorry for disturbing you, goodbye." "You dare?" the big man roared, his voice like a bell as he sneered. "Do you think the Alchemist Guild is a place where you can come and go as you please? It's useless to feel guilty. I will prepare the materials for you and see how you can refine a spirit-grade pill. If you can't satisfy me, I also want to know if you really have this ability." The woman also glanced sideways at Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a deep breath, feeling extremely helpless. Mina, take out your spirit-grade materials. The big man stared at Yang Kai and ordered the woman. The woman nodded gently and rummaged around in her universe bag. Soon, a pile of spirit-grade materials appeared on the table in the room. The big man stretched out his hand again and a head-sized furnace appeared in his hand. Looking at Yang Kai, he said, "This is my own furnace. I collected the materials for 8 years and asked a saint-grade artifact refiner to refine it. It can greatly increase the chances of successfully refining a pill. Don't say I didn't take care of you. If you can't refine a spirit-grade pill with this furnace, you can just wait for your head to roll." Saying so, he threw the furnace over. Yang Kai caught it, weighed it in his hand, and nodded with satisfaction. The quality of this furnace was very good, far superior to ordinary furnaces, and the spirit array engraved inside was also used to increase the chances of successfully refining a pill, but Yang Kai was keenly aware that the spirit array inside was incomplete and couldn't display its full potential. There are 5 sets of spirit-grade materials here. If you can refine 3 sets, I'll consider you passed the test. If you can't, haha. The big man sneered and said, "You can start, I'll be watching you, don't try to play any tricks." Now that things had come to this point, Yang Kai couldn't back down. Placing the furnace on the table, he carefully examined the 5 sets of materials. A moment later, his brow wrinkled and he changed the positions of several of the herbs. The large man and the woman looked at him suspiciously. They didn't know why he looked so confident. Moreover, the 5 sets of ingredients were the best, so how could he casually change the positions of several of them? The 2 of them didn't say anything and just watched quietly. A moment later, Yang Kai began to move, skillfully adding the herbs into the furnace one by one. The yuan qi was poured into the furnace and condensed into a medicinal liquid. Whether it was the heat or the timing, everything was controlled perfectly. The big man and the woman's eyes lit up. Just from this action alone, they realized that this young man seemed to have some skill and wasn't just boasting. His technique and self-confidence obviously came from his usual practice. As the herbs were added into the furnace, under Yang Kai's control, the room gradually filled with a medicinal fragrance. The big man and the woman stared at Yang Kai without blinking, their expressions gradually becoming dignified, no longer showing any contempt. After the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, Yang Kai reached out and patted the pill furnace, causing a round golden pill to fly out. The big man's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick, reaching out and sucking this pill into his palm. Carefully perceiving it, his eyes widened as he muttered, "It really is a spirit-grade pill. Is this little brat really so powerful?" Mina was also dumbfounded. She hadn't expected that Yang Kai could really refine a spirit-grade pill. Although it was only a spirit-grade low-rank pill, it was something she couldn't do herself. The medicinal properties are restrained, the herbs aren't wasted at all, just a little bit more and it would have formed pill veins. Amazing, the big man sighed as if it was a bit regretful. Chapter 674. Once a spirit-grade high-rank alchemist formed pill veins, the value of a spirit-grade high-rank alchemist would double. Even with Big Han's skills, he could only occasionally refine 1 or 2 pills with pill veins, and that was only if his luck was extremely good and he was in peak condition. As for the legendary pill clouds, even he had never seen one before. Holding this spirit pill, the big bearded man was speechless for a long time. An hour later, Yang Kai finished his alchemy. 5 sets of materials, a total of 4 spirit pills had been refined, but the last set of materials had failed. This was something that Yang Kai had done on purpose. At this moment, whether it was the big man or the young woman, both of them were staring at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly, completely dumbfounded. "Master, is this guy some kind of beauty-preserving technique? Otherwise, how could I look only 20 years old? No, this should be his real age. Amazing, how could he be so amazing?" Saying so, he glanced at the young woman with a look of disappointment. "Master, can you not look at me like that? I've already tried my best," Mina said, feeling very wronged. Her alchemy aptitude was also quite outstanding, and she was a very famous existence within a few thousand kilometers. Several nearby great forces were trying to win her over as an honored guest. Because of this aptitude, Mina usually thought highly of herself, but in front of these 4 spirit pills, her pride had been shattered. The master and disciple pair whispered to each other for a while, but Yang Kai didn't deliberately eavesdrop. After waiting for a while, he asked, "Did I pass the test?" The big man was surprised when he heard this, but he soon chuckled and nodded. "Yes, you definitely passed." "Then my jade token?" "Don't worry, the jade token will definitely be given to you, but before that, you need to see someone." "Wait, I'll call him over." Saying so, the big man rushed out. Suddenly, only Yang Kai and the young woman were left in the room. Yang Kai was speechless. "You really make people look at you in a new light." The woman let out a heartfelt sigh of admiration and generously extended her hand, no longer displaying her previous contempt and casualness as she solemnly said, "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Mina, a mysterious grade top-rank alchemist and a member of this alchemist branch." "Yang Kai." Yang Kai chuckled and gently shook her hand. "Where did you come from?" Mina asked curiously. "To the west." Mina looked at him and pursed her lips into a smile. "Forget it, I won't ask anymore. Look at how vigilant you are." To the west was a vast snowy mountain. When Yang Kai said that he came from there, it was obviously a little perfunctory. "All right, why did you change the configuration of the 5 sets of materials just now? Isn't that your test?" Yang Kai was stunned. Mina slowly shook her head. "That was the configuration I thought was the best, but after you changed it, it seems like it's easier to refine it. Who taught you to do that?" "Intuition." Yang Kai felt a little guilty. He didn't think too much about it just now and thought that the other party had deliberately put in the wrong herbs to test his skills, but it turned out that wasn't the case. "Why did you do that?" "The pill recipe my master taught me is not like this. Is there something wrong with master's pill recipe?" Mina frowned. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and didn't try to hide it, carefully explaining it to her. Mina's eyes lit up as she listened and nodded, suddenly feeling like she had learned a lot. While the two of them were discussing the accuracy and rigor of the pill recipe inside the room, outside, the big man and the other man stopped to listen, and the more they listened, the more surprised they became. Because even they hadn't thought of changing the pill recipe, but after changing it, they found that it was much better than the original one. At the very least, if they used Yang Kai's method to refine it, they could avoid many unnecessary failures, increase the chances of successfully refining a pill, and fully display the medicinal efficacies of the herbs. "Where did you find this little brat?" the man asked the big bearded man. "He delivered himself to us," the big man shrugged. "Did you pick up a treasure?" The other man didn't deny it, simply pushing the door open and walking in. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Kai Yang quickly turned his head to look, only to see the bearded big man and another old man with a transcendent aura walk in together. Mina quickly introduced them to Yang Kai. "This is Old Man Du. Old Man Du is the owner of this place, a saint-grade low-rank alchemist." Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a sense of respect and quickly bowed. Du-won smiled and nodded. "Little friend doesn't need to be so polite. We will all be family in the future. This is my master, a spirit-grade high-rank alchemist." Yi Xiong grinned at Yang Kai. "Sit down," Old Man Du gestured. After everyone was seated, Mina brought out a few cups of fragrant tea from somewhere and served them. Old Man Du took a sip before smiling. "I understand little friend's purpose for coming here. Being able to refine a spirit-grade pill, you are indeed qualified to have your own jade token. This old master will present the jade token that represents his status as an alchemist to you later." "Many thanks," Yang Kai nodded. "Can this old master ask, who is little friend's master?" Asking so, Du-won stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. After listening to Yi Xiong's report, Du-won only faintly felt that this young man wasn't simple, but after listening to many of his unique insights at the entrance, Du-won immediately realized that Yang Kai was extraordinary. Even he didn't understand the profound meaning behind those insights, so how could a little brat comprehend them? The only possibility was that someone was guiding him from behind. Du-won really wanted to know which alchemist could teach such a disciple. At such a young age, his cultivation had already reached the peak immortal ascension boundary, and he was even a spirit-grade alchemist. What kind of earth-shaking master was this? Although Old Man Du was a saint-grade alchemist and had a highly respected status, there were still some alchemists above him, not to mention those old monsters who lived in seclusion in the mountains and forests all year round. These old monsters might not appear for dozens or hundreds of years, but each one of them was a man with heaven-defying means and divine technique, making it impossible for others to guess. Moreover, these old monsters with astonishing cultivations were very protective of their own. It was very likely that some of their descendants would come out of their seclusion and enter the world to gain experience. Their descendants would often be able to blossom with dazzling brilliance in just a few short years, and their names would soon spread throughout the continent. This young man named Yang Kai in front of him was very suspicious. He was a spirit-grade alchemist, but his name wasn't recorded in the Alchemist Guild's records, and he didn't even have a jade token. This was clearly because he had just come out of seclusion not too long ago. Old Man Du looked at Yang Kai and seemed to see a hidden behemoth behind him. He couldn't help but be cautious, so naturally he wanted to figure out Yang Kai's true identity. Yi Xiong and Mi Na also looked at him with shining eyes, obviously very interested in this topic. Master? Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't have a master, and no one has taught me. No master ka. Old Man Du smiled lightly, not taking this matter seriously. It would be strange if this young man could so easily dig up the background behind him. Yang Kai saying this only further confirmed Old Man Du's guess that his background was extraordinary. However, such a way of saying that he was hiding 300 taels of silver here was too childish. Young people really didn't know how to hide themselves. This kind of mysterious descendant, when traveling the world, would never advertise their master or sect. However, if one could establish a good relationship with such a person, one might be able to establish a connection with their master and obtain huge benefits. 100 years ago, there was a not-so-strong force that had befriended such a descendant who had come out for life experience. 10 years later, this force became enemies with another great force and suffered heavy casualties. However, overnight, this enemy force was completely annihilated and disappeared from Tongxian realm. Old Man Du was a saint-grade alchemist, so no one would come looking for trouble with him, let alone make enemies. Naturally, he had no intention of borrowing the power of others. What he valued was the alchemy methods of the person who had taught Yang Kai. Being able to teach Yang Kai, that person must be a top alchemist. Old Man Du had been stuck at the bottleneck of saint-grade low rank for many years now. If he could obtain pointers from such a powerful master, he may be able to break through to saint-grade mid-rank in one fell swoop. Then where does little friend plan to settle down? Old Man Du asked kindly. I don't know, I'll stay in Grand Boulder City for a while. Yang Kai shook his head. I just came out from a very remote place not long ago and am unfamiliar with this world. Speaking of which, I'm not afraid Old Man Du will laugh at me, but I haven't even heard of many of the great forces here. This is the first time I've heard of the Alchemist Guild. Du Wan's seemingly cloudy eyes couldn't help but light up as he smiled and nodded. Good, good, good. As long as little friend is still in Grand Boulder City, you can come to this old master and ask. If there's anything you don't understand, this old master can answer it for you. Yang Kai's expression became strange, wondering why this saint-grade alchemist was treating him so well. Old Man Du, can he live in the Alchemist Guild? Mi Na suddenly proposed. Old Man Du smiled and said, that depends on little friend's intentions. I can live here? Yang Kai was stunned. Mi Na explained, as long as you are an alchemist, you can live here. In the entire Alchemist Guild, there are basically only the 3 of us who live here, the others have all taken refuge in the nearby great forces. Occasionally, some alchemists from other places will come here to rest. So, this place is relatively quiet. If you don't have anywhere to go, you can live here. And living here, we can compare notes on alchemy. It's good for everyone, what do you think? Mi Na obviously hoped that Yang Kai would stay. Just now, after talking with him for a while, she had benefited a lot, so naturally she wanted to communicate more with Yang Kai. Then I'll have to trouble you. Since Mina was looking at him expectantly, Yang Kai was too embarrassed to refuse. Moreover, this old man Du and Yi Xiong didn't have the slightest malicious intent. Little friend is too polite, old man Du smiled. But I shouldn't stay here for long. Yang Kai added. Everything will be as little friend wishes. Saying so, Du-won took out a jade token and pushed it towards Yang Kai. This is my Alchemist Guild's identity token. With this thing, you can enjoy preferential treatment in any shop opened by the Alchemist Guild. If you encounter any danger, just take out this jade token and under normal circumstances, you'll be safe. Many thanks, old man Du. Yang Kai took the jade token and poured his true chi into it, a look of joy quickly filling his face. There was a mysterious energy hidden inside this jade token that would allow anyone who sensed it to easily figure out what grade of alchemist the owner of this jade token was. Chapter 675. 500 kilometers away from Boulder City, there was a place with beautiful scenery. Although this place was also on the edge of the snowy mountains, it was full of birds and fragrant flowers all year round. The temperature was pleasant. Houses were located in a huge valley, and from time to time, some cultivator with high cultivation would come in and out. This place was the foundation of a large force. At this moment, in a secret room, an old man who had been meditating all year round suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were shining brightly, and a look of suspicion appeared on his face. He raised his head and stared in the direction of Grand Boulder City. At this moment, he felt an obscure energy fluctuation coming from the other side. This energy fluctuation gave him a sense of déjà vu. After thinking for a moment, the old man made several mysterious hand seals and a beam of energy shot out. A moment later, the old man stretched out his hand and drew a circle in front of him. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the void, and a vague figure emerged from those ripples. The old man stared blankly, the expression on his face becoming more and more strange and bewildered. He silently memorized the general characteristics of this figure. Just as he was about to carefully observe it, the ripples in front of him suddenly spread more frequently. The figure coldly turned his head and looked over with a vigilant and suspicious expression. Such strong vigilance! The old man was shocked. He could sense that at this age the other person's cultivation was definitely not too high. He had used the great divine technique to spy on him from several hundred kilometers away, but he had been discovered. The next moment, the ripples spread and the figure disappeared. Interesting. The old man smiled faintly and called out, "Song Yen." The door was pushed open. A man with a restrained aura walked in and respectfully asked, "Grandmaster, what are your orders?" "Go to Boulder City. Find this person for me." The old man stretched out his hand and pointed, and a beam of energy rushed into the Tsangyen's mind. The Tsangyen immediately saw the vague figure. The Tsangyen nodded solemnly. "Well, be polite to him." The old man was still worried. The Tsangyen's expression was strange, but he did not ask anything. He quickly left the secret room and prepared to go to Boulder City. Alchemist Association. Mina, who was asking Yang Kai about the Tao of Alchemy, stared at Yang Kai in a daze. "What's wrong with you?" Yang Kai frowned as he stared at a certain spot in the void. At that moment, he actually had the illusion that he was being spied on and couldn't help but shudder. But when he carefully investigated, he found nothing. Nothing. Yang Kai shook his head. He was also puzzled. With his divine sense cultivation, even if he was being probed by a transcendent, he would still be able to clearly detect it. Unless it was a Saint Realm master, but how could such a master possibly target him? After arriving in Tong Xian Realm, Yang Kai had not made any enemies. The only succubus demon had been killed by him. Mina didn't ask any more questions and instead continued to consult Yang Kai on the details of alchemy. Yang Kai didn't hold back and answered her questions and doubts as best as he could. Of course, when it came to the secrets of the true alchemic way, it was a secret. Of course, he wouldn't reveal them. The true alchemic way was most likely something left behind by the great demon god. If this kind of information were to be revealed, it would only do him more harm than good. After living in the Alchemist Guild for more than half a month, whether it was Old Man Du, Yi Xiong, or Mi Na, all of them treated him like family, which made the wandering Yang Kai feel some warmth in his heart. However, Yang Kai found that in addition to Mi Na, Old Man Du and Yi Xiong were sometimes too kind to him, not showing the proper attitude of an elder towards a junior, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. These days, Yang Kai had been performing alchemy all this time, so the materials he had purchased were rapidly being consumed. Before, in Demon God Citadel, when Li Rong and the others provided him with herbs, Yang Kai didn't think much of it, but now that he was preparing materials for alchemy, he found that the consumption was simply too great. Even if he had a lot of crystal stones on hand, it wouldn't be long before he ran out. However, he had to constantly improve his grade and skills through alchemy. Mi Na, how can you guarantee you have enough materials for alchemy? Who's as abnormal as you? Mi Na rolled her eyes. Your alchemy speed is too fast. My master needs half a day to refine a single spirit pill. He can only refine 2 a day at most. Yang Kai was stunned. However, we can sell the pills we refine and exchange them for jinsher. Then we can buy materials to continue refining. Yang Kai couldn't help but light up. He had been performing alchemy all this time, completely forgetting that he could sell the pills he refined. Because until now, Yang Kai had never worried about making money, nor did he think about how to make money. Most of the pills he had were spirit-grade pills, and whether it was quality or grade, they were quite suitable for most cultivators, so he definitely wouldn't have to worry about selling them. Under Mi Na's lead, Yang Kai and her came to the shop opened by the Alchemist Guild. The old shop owner who had guided Yang Kai before gave him a very good price, not only getting back all the crystal stones he had spent, but also making a big profit. After purchasing enough materials, Yang Kai once again returned to the Alchemist Guild. Time flew by, and soon, a month had passed. After determining that the people in the Alchemist Guild had no malicious intentions towards him, Yang Kai decided to talk to Old Man Du. Yang Kai didn't plan to stay in the Alchemist Guild for the rest of his life. He had another purpose for entering the Alchemist Guild, which was to use his respected status as an alchemist to achieve his goal of finding Su Yen and his little senior sister. Is little friend looking for someone? Old Man Du was surprised after hearing Yang Kai's words. My 2 senior sisters and 1 martial uncle. Yang Kai nodded. He didn't dare reveal the existence of the old demon, but since Meng Wuya was Xia Ningchang's master, he could be considered his martial uncle. Old Man Du's expression shook, thinking to himself that this was truly incredible. The behemoth behind Yang Kai suddenly had 3 successors, and obviously the identities of the other 2 women were also not trivial. Actually having a senior accompanying them, it was very likely that they were even more powerful than Yang Kai. If little friend is looking for someone, the guild can provide some help. This old master will send a letter to the other branches to pay attention. If there is any news, I will inform little friend as soon as possible. However, the guild has many trivial matters to attend to, so this old master can only offer his humble assistance. If little friend really wants to find them, he will have to find his own way. Many thanks, senior, this is already a great help. Yang Kai said seriously. Old Man Du hesitated for a moment before saying, if this is little friend's wish, this old master suggests little friend rely on the nearby forces and ask them for help. With your status as a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist, I don't think any force will refuse you. No matter where you go, they will treat you as an honored guest. I have such an idea, but I am not familiar with the nearby forces, so I don't know which one to choose. I hope Senior can give me some pointers. He really wasn't familiar with the nearby forces, so if he joined a force with bad intentions, it would be difficult for him to escape. If not for being forced into such a situation, Yang Kai wouldn't have had such an idea. So that's how it is. Old Man Du nodded slightly. Of the nearby forces, Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, Soaring Heaven Sect, Ancient Moon Cave Heaven, and Luo Sheng Sect can be considered the best. If you want to choose from these 4 forces. However, don't go to Luo Sheng Sect, those people aren't easy to get along with. As for the remaining 3, and this old master has some friendship with these forces, so if I really want to choose one, it will be a bit difficult. Can I go to any of these 3 forces? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The reputation of these three forces is indeed quite good. Why don't you allow this old master to consider it carefully and give you an answer in a few days? Then I'll have to trouble old man Do. Little friend is too polite. The next few days passed uneventfully. Yang Kai continued to perform alchemy every day while Mi Na often came to ask him for advice. One day, when Old Man Du suddenly summoned him, Yang Kai put down what he was doing and came to Old Man Du's room. Yang Kai thought Old Man Du had made a decision and was going to recommend him to a certain force, but after opening the door, Yang Kai found that there was actually an unfamiliar face in the room. This man's aura was restrained and his eyes were shining brightly. As soon as Yang Kai entered the room, this man stared at him with great interest. A transcendent realm master. Yang Kai's heart clenched. Being able to give him such pressure, this man was at least a second-order transcendent. Old Man Du, Yang Kai greeted. Little friend, please sit, Old Man Du smiled. Is this the new alchemist in the association? The man looked at Yang Kai with interest and asked kindly. He's a spirit-grade alchemist with excellent aptitude, Old Man Du said seriously. Spirit grade? The man's expression changed as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. This old master won't lie. I believe Old Man Du, the man nodded solemnly. Little friend, allow me to introduce you, this is Elder Duan Hai of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. Yang Kai nodded slightly to him in greeting. This old master has some friendship with Elder Duan. I don't know where Elder Duan heard the news that you have entered the association, but after learning that you have entered the association, he came here today to ask you to serve as an honored guest in Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. Duan Hai smiled and said, It's not that I've been monitoring your alchemist guild, it's just that my junior brother came to Grand Boulder City one day to handle some business and happened to see me Na and this friend enter together. Junior brother knew that I have some friendship with Old Man Du, so he asked me to shamelessly come here and ask, otherwise, someone else might beat me to it. Old Man Du laughed dumbly. Since Yang Kai entered the Alchemist Guild, he had only gone out once, but he had not expected to be discovered by someone with good intentions. This could only be said to be a coincidence. I wonder if this friend is willing to enter my spirit religion? Duan Hai looked at Yang Kai expectantly. A spirit-grade alchemist was already a very good rank, but what was even more valuable was that this person was very young and obviously had extraordinary aptitude. If he could make him develop a sense of dependence and belonging to the spirit religion, in time, he would surely be able to become a saint-grade alchemist. Such a level of alchemist had never appeared in Bright Thunder's spirit religion before. This was a long-term investment. Duan Hai had the vision and the courage to do so. Chapter 676. Today, if this friend is willing to live in my spirit religion and serve as an honored guest, my spirit religion is willing to provide very generous treatment, Duan Hai said sincerely. Duan Hai said sincerely. Although he was a transcendent and was at least a generation older than Yang Kai in terms of seniority, he still cordially called him friend. Brother Duan might as well tell me what kind of treatment you would like to offer first. Old Man Du knew that Yang Kai didn't know anything about this, so he took the initiative to inquire about Yang Kai. Duan Hai smiled wryly and shook his head. Old Man Du, since he is one of your people, how can I squeeze him dry? With a serious expression, he turned to Yang Kai and said, The spirit religion will provide you with herbs, and you can take 20% of the value of any pill you refine as a reward. In other words, if you refine a spirit pill worth 100 crystal stones, the spirit religion will give you 20 crystal stones. Old Man Du's expression changed and he nodded slightly. Yang Kai observed Old Man Du's expression and knew that this treatment would definitely not be bad. This is just the most basic condition. The spirit religion will provide you with the most comfortable alchemy environment and prioritize meeting your needs. As long as it doesn't harm the interests of my spirit religion, anything can be agreed to. What do you think? After Duan Hai finished speaking, he looked at Yang Kai expectantly, waiting for his reply. To be honest, the conditions he proposed were already very generous. The 20% of benefits was not something an ordinary alchemist could obtain. Even if a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist was hired as an honored guest, they generally wouldn't be able to obtain such a percentage. If Yang Kai had any other requests, he could discuss them with him. Yang Kai frowned slightly, thought for a while, then looked at Old Man Du and asked, "What does Senior think?" "The conditions are good," Old Man Du said honestly, "but whether or not you want to go, it all depends on little friend's wishes." "Since you are Old Man Du's friend, there should be no problem," Yang Kai grinned. In any case, he had already planned to find a force to rely on for the time being, so with Old Man Du's protection, he felt a lot more relieved. Duan Hai was overjoyed when he heard this and a smile appeared on his face. Friend really is easy to talk to. But the conditions need to change. Yang Kai changed the subject. "I would like to hear the details," Duan Hai said solemnly. 20% of the profits? "I don't want it, I only want 10%. Kai Yang raised a finger. Duan Hai and Old Man Du were both stunned, but they didn't interrupt and simply waited for him to continue. Since Kai Yang had taken the initiative to give up the benefits he deserved, it was obvious that he had other intentions. "I hope you to help me of the spirit religion, sect." "Of course." Yang Kai didn't. "What is it?" Duan Hai asked. "When the time comes, I will tell you. Moreover, I won't stay in Bright Thunder Spirit religion forever. I hope that when I leave, I won't encounter any obstacles." "That's easy." Duan Hai quickly nodded. "My Bright Thunder Spirit religion has more than one honored guest. Whether these honored guests stay or leave is entirely up to them. The spirit religion will never force them." "No problem." Kai Yang smiled. Duan Hai was overjoyed. "So it's settled then?" Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Old Man Du smiled and said, "Congratulations, Brother Duan. In fact, this old master really doesn't want little friend to leave, but since little friend has his own matters to attend to, this old master can only reluctantly send him off." Duan Hai said meaningfully, "How about Old Man Du come to my spirit religion as an honored guest? Isn't your appetite a bit too big?" Old Man Du laughed dumbly. "You actually want to hire this old master? A saint-grade alchemist. Which great force wouldn't want one?" "I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it," Old Man Du said with a smile. Duan Hai's expression became bitter as he nodded. "That's true." Shaking his head in distress, he turned to Yang Kai and asked, "When is it convenient for friend to leave?" "I can leave at any time." "How about now?" Duan Hai asked with an impatient look. Yang Kai looked at him in amusement and nodded slightly. "There's no time to lose, let's go," Duan Hai said and stood up. "Allow me to say goodbye to a friend first." Yang Kai said before getting up and walking out the door to find Mina. These days, they had been getting along quite well, so naturally, he wanted to inform her before leaving, otherwise, it would be rude. Inside the room, Duan Hai and Old Man Du sat quietly. Suddenly, Old Man Du said in a low voice, "Duan Hai, don't say this old master didn't warn you. This little friend is not an ordinary person. Once he arrives at your Thunderlight sect, don't neglect him." Duan Hai was stunned and quickly asked, "What does Old Man Du mean?" Duan slowly shook his head and no longer said anything. Duan Hai was confused. A moment later, Yang Kai returned and said goodbye to Mina. There was nothing he needed to pack up, so Duan Hai led him out of the Alchemist Guild. Mina waved goodbye to Yang Kai with a reluctant look on her face. During the time Yang Kai had been with her, her alchemy skills had improved by leaps and bounds, much faster than her own master had taught her, so naturally she was reluctant to part with him. Duan Hai waved his hand and wrapped Yang Kai in pure Yuan Qi before the two of them quickly rose into the air and flew out of Grand Boulder City. Along the way, Duan Hai's attitude towards Yang Kai was very amiable, overlooking the city below and introducing him to Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's foundation and riches. In order to quickly make Yang Kai feel a sense of belonging, Duan Hai naturally spared no effort to praise Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. From his words, Yang Kai also learned a little about this force. Near the Snow Mountain Range, there were no less than 1,000 large and small peaks, and Bright Thunder Spirit Religion occupied a portion of them. After an hour or so, the two of them arrived at Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's territory. Landing on one of the mountain peaks, Yang Kai noticed that the air here was somewhat cold, but overall, it was lush green and filled with rich world energy. Halfway up the mountain, many herbs were planted and their fragrance filled the air. At the top of the mountain, there were a few simple houses. Duan Hai said, "This used to be the residence of an honored alchemist of my spirit religion, but he resigned from his position a few months ago, so this place is currently ownerless. Would honored guest Yang like to live here? If you feel this place is too simple, you can also go to one of my spirit religion's gathering places. There's no need, this place is fine." Yang Kai nodded, very satisfied with this place. He didn't need to make friends with anyone here. Places with a lot of people would also be filled with disturbances. It was far better to live a carefree life here. Hearing this, Duan Hai smiled. Honored guest Yang really wants to achieve something in the alchemic way. I was really afraid you would want to go to a crowded place. Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. Generally, honored guests who go to crowded places are those who like to pursue glory and wealth, power and fame. My spirit religion has never cared too much about such people. On the other hand, honored guest Yang's temperament is indifferent and will definitely achieve great things in the future. Duan Hai smiled. Right, this is an honored guest's nameplate, please take it with you. With this nameplate, you will be able to travel unimpeded within my spirit religion. Except for some restricted areas, you can go anywhere. Saying so, he handed a dark nameplate to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it, glanced at it for a moment, then put it away. I will send someone to assist you later. If you have any needs, you can tell me through him. You can also ask him to help you with some things. Yang Kai nodded slightly. If honored guest Yang has nothing else to say, this one will take his leave first. Duan Hai looked at Yang Kai inquiringly. That's all. Duan Hai nodded slightly, used his movement skill, and quickly left. After he disappeared, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. This mountain peak wasn't very high, but it wasn't short either, about 1,000 meters in height. Standing at the top, surrounded by white clouds, it was like a fairyland. The conditions weren't bad, Yang Kai thought with a smile on his face. According to Duan Hai's words, from now on, until he resigned as an honored guest, this mountain peak would belong to him. Of course, the spirit grasses and spirit medicines growing on this mountain peak would still belong to Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. Yang Kai first walked around the mountain peak, inspecting the several acres of medicine fields and finding that these herbs were all thriving and didn't need to be taken care of by him. Obviously, there were people taking care of them from time to time. The world energy aura on this mountain peak was also abundant, making it very suitable for cultivation. After inspecting his own mountain, Yang Kai walked around the nearby peaks. In the nearby peaks, there were also honored guests from Bright Thunder's spirit religion. Everyone here was an alchemist, so they had many topics to talk about with each other. After learning that Yang Kai was actually a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist, these honored guests were all shocked and couldn't help sighing with emotion. Yang Kai also learned a lot about Bright Thunder Spirit Religion from chatting with them. Overall, this force was quite good. Indeed, as Duan Hai had said before, the treatment given to honored guests was quite generous. If an honored guest wanted to leave, they wouldn't force them to stay and would only send them off with generous gifts. Moreover, every honored guest had a capable helper by his side, and those helpers, without exception, were all beautiful women with delicate bodies. After living a lonely life for so many years, these alchemists naturally needed beauties. These helpers were all sent by Bright Thunder Spirit Religion to assist and serve these alchemists so they could meet all their requirements. Moreover, these helpers were all willing to stay here. It could even be said that in order to become an honored guest's helper, there would be internal competition within Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. After all, alchemists had noble identities. Being able to marry an alchemist was also their hope. On top of that, these mountain peaks were good places to cultivate. In a crowded area, there wasn't much world energy, so cultivating here would be of great help to the improvement of one's strength. Staying by an alchemist's side, there would be no shortage of pills for cultivation. These various benefits naturally attracted many people's attention. Yang Kai wandered around for 2 or 3 days in a row, visiting many of his peers and familiarizing himself with them. He also gained a good understanding of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion and saw just how big and rich this force was. The forces of the central capital really couldn't be compared to here. Not only was there a huge disparity in the cultivation of masters, but in terms of world energy, materials, secret arts, and martial records, Tongxian realm was far ahead of the central capital. After realizing these differences, Yang Kai couldn't help sighing. 3 days later, Yang Kai returned home. As soon as he arrived at the peak of his mountain, his expression changed. This was because he sensed the presence of a living being in one of the houses. Had the helper Duan Hai mentioned already arrived? Chapter 677. After carefully examining this person, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming startled. He found that he seemed to recognize this person because her aura gave Yang Kai a familiar feeling. Thinking so, Yang Kai walked over to the room where the person was staying and pushed the door open. With a creak, the person who was meditating inside the room was obviously frightened and quickly jumped up, looking around vigilantly. After seeing Yang Kai's face, the person was surprised and asked curiously, "How come it's you?" "We meet again." Yang Kai smiled at the other party. He had not expected that the helper Duan Hai would send over was actually the woman he had met in the Snow Mountain Range, Ji Meng. Her golden clothes couldn't hide her proud figure. She had an impeccable height, a magnificent bosom, slender and straight legs, and a ponytail that was tied up behind her head. It was dark and soft, reaching all the way to her waist and buttocks. She looked youthful, beautiful, and radiant. At this moment, Ji Meng was staring at Yang Kai in surprise, apparently not expecting to see him again. Suddenly, her expression changed. She looked around vigilantly and asked anxiously, "Why are you here? This is not a place you can come and go as you please." "HM?" Yang Kai was stunned. Without saying a word, Ji Meng rushed over and grabbed Yang Kai's clothes. "You are not my spirit religion's disciple. This is the residence of one of my spirit religion's honored guests. You should leave quickly. If he sees you, I'm afraid it won't be good." "Honored guest?" Yang Kai showed a strange smile. What kind of honored guest? Seeing her like this, it seemed she didn't know anything about his arrival. All she knew was that a new honored guest had moved in. He seems to be a spirit-grade alchemist with a very strong background. Elder Duan asked me to take care of him. As she spoke, seeing Yang Kai standing in place, Ji Meng couldn't help feeling a little anxious and stamped her foot. "What are you still standing here for? Do you want to die? Is it that serious?" Yang Kai's smile became more and more interesting. "It's very serious. Trespassing into my spirit religion's honored guest's residence, any spirit religion's disciple can kill you. What are those disciples guarding the mountain doing? Why did they let you in? Then why don't you do it? Why would I do anything to you? You're such a strange person. Hurry up and leave before he comes back. If he sees you, he'll be in trouble. If he sees you, it will be troublesome." Saying so, she tried to push Yang Kai away, her face filled with anxiety. "You're so anxious to drive me away. Are you afraid that honored guest will see you? Is that person a man?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked jokingly. Ji Meng blushed and shouted, "What does it have to do with you? Aren't you meddling too much?" "I'm just asking." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and grinned meaningfully. "I heard that the helpers of your bright thunder spirit religion's honored guests will be able to satisfy all their requests, and there is even a good chance that they will be able to marry you. Is he his honored guest?" Ji Meng's tender body couldn't help trembling. Her beautiful eyes overflowed with panic as she shook her head. "No, Elder Duan said that honored guest is not old, otherwise I wouldn't have come here. Although I don't know what kind of person he is. But he's definitely not an old man. You're really hateful. Why are you slandering others?" Yang Kai stared at her deeply and nodded slightly. "What do you mean?" "Nothing. Are you going or not? Don't force me to kill you." Ji Meng's expression became somewhat displeased. Yang Kai's pestering really made her feel quite depressed, so her tone became somewhat impatient. "Good, I won't mess around with you." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, no longer in the mood to continue teasing her. Reaching out, he took out the black nameplate Duan Hai had given him before leaving and handed it to Ji Meng. "Do you recognize what this is? Duan Hai didn't seem to have told you much." "Honored guest's nameplate?" Ji Meng couldn't help covering her mouth as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. "How did you, A complicated light suddenly flashed across her beautiful eyes as she asked incredulously, "You wouldn't be the new honored guest, right?" Yang Kai nodded and put away the nameplate again. Ji Meng was stunned. She had been waiting here for 2 days, wondering what kind of person this new honored guest was and how old he was, but she had never expected him to actually be Yang Kai. He was too young. "Greetings, honored guest master." Ji Meng's expression was complicated as she quickly bowed. "There's no need to be so formal." Yang Kai shook his head. Yang Kai shook his head. After Ji Meng learned about his identity, she had instantly become respectful, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were the one Elder Duan was talking about. I thought you had sneaked in. I really didn't know," Ji Meng hurriedly explained. "It's fine." Yang Kai glanced at her with a smile before turning around and walking inside. Outside the room, Ji Meng opened her mouth to speak but then hesitated, a look of annoyance on her face. She wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She had hoped to leave a good impression on this new honored guest, but she hadn't expected to overreach herself. Not only did she fail to leave a good impression on him, but she had also ruined their relationship. Thinking of how she had inadvertently revealed her thoughts just now, Ji Meng was filled with regret. She didn't know what he would think of her now, but in his mind, she had probably become a woman who would do anything for benefits. Bright Thunder Spirit Religion Headquarters. Inside a palace, Duan Hai, who had just settled down, hadn't even had time to rest when a person hurriedly walked in from outside. Duan Hai looked up and chuckled, "Junior brother Su." "Big brother Duan, what about the matter I told you before?" Su Chi quickly asked, a faint sense of urgency in his voice. Duan Hai smiled. "Junior brother Su, don't you usually not pay much attention to the spirit religion? Why are you so interested this time? But you did give me some good news, so I didn't disappoint and invited that person over." "Really?" Su Chi heard this and was overjoyed. "Naturally, he arrived at my spirit religion 3 days ago and is now at one of the peaks where honored guest lives. I have sent a female disciple with excellent aptitude to serve him. I believe he will soon forget to return," Duan Hai said as he stood up. Walking over, Duan Hai personally poured a cup of tea for Su Chi and praised, "Junior brother, this time it is all thanks to you. My spirit religion is rarely able to win over such a good seedling. He will definitely be of great use to us in the future. I will report this matter to the religion master and there will be no shortage of rewards for you." Su Chi's expression was strange, not showing the slightest trace of happiness after hearing these words. Duan Hai saw this and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong? Is there something else you want to say?" "Big brother, I won't hide it from you. The reason I asked you to personally invite him over was not because of his identity as an alchemist." Su Chi released his divine sense slightly. After checking his surroundings and confirming that there was no one else nearby, he beckoned to Duan Hai. Seeing him act so solemnly, Duan Hai couldn't help becoming serious, quickly realizing something was amiss and leaning over to listen. "It's because of the coffin-carrying man." Duan Hai's body shook as he stared at Su Chi in amazement. After a long time, he lowered his voice and asked, "What do you mean? What relationship does he have with the coffin-carrying man?" "I don't know. Big brother, do you remember the last time I took some people out, I accidentally encountered the coffin-carrying man?" "Of course I remember. The other disciples and I followed the coffin-carrying man. We arrived at Bold Independent Union's raging flame city. There, the coffin-carrying man stopped, and Big Brother should have heard about what happened next. I heard that the coffin-carrying man captured a disciple from Bold Independent Union and then disappeared. He wasn't a disciple of Bold Independent Union. After the incident, we found that this person's origins were unclear, but he had some kind of friendship with 2 female disciples from Bold Independent Union. The person who was captured by the coffin-carrying man was the honored guest that Big Brother invited back." "What?" Duan Hai paled. "It really was him. Are you sure you weren't mistaken?" Su Chi also shook his head. "To be honest, I really thought I was mistaken. When I accidentally saw him in Grand Boulder City that day, I could hardly believe my eyes. However, I am 100% certain that he was the one who was captured by the coffin-carrying man." How could such a thing happen? Everyone thought that after being captured by the coffin-carrying man, there was no chance of survival, but now that Yang Kai had actually reappeared, it was only natural that Su Qi was concerned. Big brother, you also know what the coffin-carrying man means. There is a rumor that the coffin-carrying man is guarding a shocking treasure, enough to allow any great force to grow into a giant. This person was able to survive under the coffin-carrying man's hands. Perhaps he knows something about it. At the very least, he should know where the coffin-carrying man is hiding better than anyone else. If my spirit religion can obtain this treasure, we can sweep aside the nearby Soaring Heaven sect, Luo Sheng sect, and Ancient Moon Cave Heaven and dominate this world. That's just a legend. Duan Hai slowly shook his head. But it's worth a try. He's also a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist. Is that so? Su Qi was also shocked. An old man Du of Grand Boulder City was very optimistic about him. Before he left with me, old man Du told me not to neglect him, saying that his origins may be extraordinary. Old man Du said that about him? Su Qi was surprised, but according to the information we collected more than a year ago, although his origins aren't clear, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Not clear, but it's worth paying attention to. Duan Hai took a deep breath. Su Qi also seemed to have been splashed with cold water, his restless expression quickly converging as he carefully thought about the information he had collected about Yang Kai before. Suddenly, he found that there were indeed many suspicious points. What you want to do, Big Brother can decide for himself. Whether you want to cultivate him to become a pillar of my spirit religion or give him a chance, Junior Brother will listen to you. Su Qi no longer tried to persuade him and instead left the decision to Duan Hai. Such a young spirit-grade alchemist was truly a rare talent. It had not been easy to invite him here, so if they really offended him, it would be a great loss to the spirit religion. Duan Hai nodded slightly and waved his hand. Su Qi slowly withdrew. After Su Qi left, Duan Hai closed his eyes and fell into contemplation, his expression hesitant and difficult. The legendary name of the coffin-carrying man had been circulating throughout the continent for countless years, and there were countless rumors about him. However, many masters believed that the coffin-carrying man was hiding a shocking secret, and the blood coffin on his back was also something that many people cared about. If not for this, there would not have been so many transcendent realm masters following behind the coffin-carrying man, all of them wanting to pry into his mysteries. Chapter 678. It had been almost a month since he arrived at Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, and Yang Kai had gradually adapted to life here. When Ji Meng came last time, she had brought a lot of herbs to Yang Kai under Duan Hai's orders. Yang Kai refined every day, not daring to refine too many spirit pills so as not to attract unnecessary attention. He only refined 2 or 3 spirit pills a day at the speed of an ordinary alchemist. The rest of his time was spent cultivating himself or prying into the mysteries of the true alchemic way. After getting along with each other for a month, Yang Kai found that Ji Meng had become a lot more cautious. Whenever she faced him, she always gave off a sense of weakness and caution, a far cry from the casual and happy attitude she had displayed in the Snow Mountain Range. Usually, she would just hide in another room and cultivate, so she didn't see Yang Kai many times. Yang Kai was busy with his own affairs and didn't pay much attention to her, which made Ji Meng feel very uncomfortable. Sometimes she wanted to find Yang Kai and talk to him to improve their relationship, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. One day a month later, while Yang Kai was meditating, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Ji Meng pushed the door open and entered, standing at the doorway and bowing politely, Honored master." "What's the matter?" Yang Kai chuckled and glanced at her casually. "It's time to hand over the pills you've refined during this time. I need to deliver the pills you've refined to the spirit religion's great altar." Ji Meng explained softly. This was one of the tasks Duan Hai had assigned her. Every month, the helpers of the honored alchemists would collect the pills they refined during this time and deliver them to Duan Hai for the spirit religion's internal use. Yang Kai nodded, took out the pills he had refined during this time, and handed them to Ji Meng. Ji Meng thanked him and took them, biting her red lips as she hesitated. Her expression was difficult. Yang Kai said casually, "I heard other alchemists say that as long as you have my permission, you can take a few pills for your own use, is that right?" Ji Meng nodded gently. Yang Kai smiled faintly, "Then take 5 Spirit Dawn and use them yourself." Although the materials used in alchemy were provided by Bright Thunder Spirit religion, when an alchemist was refining, there was a high chance of failure. Once such a phenomenon occurred, there was a high chance of failure. Then the materials would be wasted. Therefore, only the alchemist himself and his helpers knew how many pills the alchemist refined every month. In this way, before they were sent to Bright Thunder Spirit religion's main altar, they could use some tricks. As long as it was within the acceptable range of the spirit religion, these alchemist guest elders would choose to withhold a small portion of the pills, using them as capital to train their own helpers. In this way, not only could his helper benefit, but he could also gain a good impression of him and make him assist him more attentively. This was an open secret, and Duan Hai was well aware of it, but he had never tried to stop it. This was because a small portion of the spirit dawn that the alchemist masters had withheld were ultimately used on the disciples of the divine sect. Since these women with outstanding aptitude were sent here to serve and take care of the alchemists, Duan Hai also hoped that they could quickly grow up and one day become pillars of the spirit religion. Yang Kai was also chatting with the other alchemists. This was the information he had gathered. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Ji Meng couldn't help feeling overjoyed and quickly expressed her gratitude. "Many thanks, honored master. I will definitely make good use of these 5 Spirit Dawn." She was only an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator, so the benefits these Spirit Dawn could bring to her were enormous. Yang Kai didn't say anything more. Instead, he wrote down how many Spirit Dawn he had refined this month. He asked her to bring them to Duan Hai. Ji Meng was extremely grateful and quickly left the mountain peak. After returning to the spirit religion's main altar, Ji Meng handed over the Spirit Dawn and Yang Kai's receipt to Duan Hai. Duan Hai counted the number of Spirit Dawn and nodded with satisfaction. Just as Ji Meng was about to leave, Duan Hai called out to her. "Is there something else, Elder?" Ji Meng asked curiously. "What do you think of him?" Duan Hai suddenly asked a question that Ji Meng couldn't understand. "He's alright, but he's a bit taciturn and doesn't communicate with others. I've been there for a month and haven't spoken more than 10 words to him." "You haven't spoken to him much?" Duan Hai was surprised. "Then did he ever?" Ji Meng blushed and quickly shook her head. Duan Hai's brow furrowed as he said with some displeasure, "You should be clear about the purpose of sending you there. These honored guests are the foundation of my spirit religion's development, but they are only honored guests and can leave at any time. You must firmly grasp onto him and make him willingly enter my spirit religion and become a disciple." "Disciple understands," Ji Meng nodded. "Are you qualified for this job? If not, I can send someone else. My spirit religion does not lack beautiful women." "Disciple will do her best," Ji Meng grit her teeth and replied. "Good, go, I look forward to your performance." Duan Hai waved his hand. Ji Meng left with a heavy heart. After she left, Duan Hai shook his head and turned to Su Qi, who was sitting nearby and listening. "Junior brother, it seems that this person really doesn't intend to stay in my spirit religion for long. When I brought him here, he also said the same thing. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a hot-blooded young man like him to remain indifferent when faced with beautiful women all day long. This shows that he has his own persistence and purpose. This kind of person is always very assertive and difficult to control." Su Qi also sighed. "But at that time, he said that when the time was right, he would need my spirit religion to do him a favor, but I don't know what it is." Duan Hai was puzzled. "What does senior brother plan to do?" "Let's wait and see. Bold Independent Union has already sent someone to inquire about him carefully. Such a young spirit-grade alchemist. I really can't bear to see such a thing happen." Su Qi also nodded in agreement. If possible, they didn't want to offend Yang Kai and were instead more than happy to make friends with him. After Ji Meng returned, Yang Kai obviously found that she was a bit depressed and seemed to have many things on her mind. Yang Kai didn't ask. It was normal for a woman to have things on her mind. Asking too much would only lead to trouble. so he continued to immerse himself in his own affairs every day. Although the friendship between Old Man Du and Duan Hai served as a guarantee, Yang Kai wasn't stupid enough to trust Duan Hai. During this time, Yang Kai had also been investigating Bright Thunder Spirit religion, wanting to know if he could confidently ask this great force to help him find the whereabouts of Su Yen and his little senior sister. If it really didn't work out, Yang Kai wouldn't hesitate to leave this place. He definitely couldn't return to Bold Independent Union. So many people had seen him being taken away by Coffin Slave. If he were to appear in Bold Independent Union now, he would definitely become the center of attention. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from his shoulder blade as the hidden wind and thunder force inside him began acting up again. Yang Kai awoke from his meditation, but before he even opened his eyes, he smelled an intoxicating fragrance. Looking up in amazement, Yang Kai saw Ji Meng standing by his bed, staring at him faintly, a complex light flashing across her pair of beautiful eyes. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. Ji Meng blushed, seemingly a little flustered, but she quickly calmed down, grit her teeth, leaned over, and sat down on the edge of the bed, squeezing out a reluctant smile as she whispered, "Aren't you even a little bit tempted?" "What do you mean?" Yang Kai's expression became strange. "What do you think?" Ji Meng stared at him intently. Even though her face was a bit shy, she still acted extremely boldly, taking the initiative to grab Yang Kai's hand and guiding it to cover her breasts. "Are you serious?" Yang Kai was shocked as he felt the firm fullness and amazing elasticity of her breasts. He hadn't expected Ji Meng to suddenly do such a thing. On the palm of his hand, a small bulge gradually hardened. Ji Meng's breathing became heavy as her cheeks burned as she swept her eyes over Yang Kai's lower body, her little hand trembling as she groped around. All the disciples who were sent here as honored guests were mentally prepared. "You honored guests can do whatever you want." Yang Kai grabbed her little hand and frowned. "Is this your will or Duan Hai's order? Does it matter?" "Ji Meng, this is not your nature. Why make things difficult for yourself?" Ji Meng's expression froze for a moment before she ground her teeth. "Are you still a man? You're already like this, yet you're still so indifferent." Yang Kai just smiled. "Whether I'm a man or not, I don't need to prove it to you." "But last time at the Snow Mountain Range, you said you wanted to show me." Ji Meng approached him, her fragrant scent filling his nostrils, intoxicating his heart. "I don't like women who are too coquettish, but if you want to play with me, I can satisfy you." Yang Kai grinned. "Then let's play." Ji Meng glared at Yang Kai hatefully. Yang Kai's smile became even more wicked as he reached out and pulled Ji Meng over, placing her on the bed, his big hands covering her full breasts and rubbing them. "What are you doing?" Ji Meng was shocked. Just a moment ago this bastard had displayed a look of indifference, but now he was suddenly behaving like a beast. She really couldn't handle it. "As you wish." Yang Kai grinned evilly. "Then you have to promise me one thing." Ji Meng hurriedly said. Being rubbed by Yang Kai like this, Ji Meng's beautiful eyes suddenly blurred as she gently moaned, her cheeks turning pink as her tender body heated up. "What is it?" "After you take me, you have to join my spirit religion and become my disciple." "What if I say no?" "Then when you think it through, you can take me. Until then, except for this, you can do whatever you want." Hearing her haggle with him like this, Yang Kai's enthusiasm suddenly cooled. Frowning, he reached out and pulled her up, lightly saying, "It's late, go back and rest." Ji Meng stared at him in a daze, her face full of disappointment and resentment. She found that she seemed to be a bit too anxious. With a complicated expression, Ji Meng quickly tidied up her messy clothes and slowly left. After she left, Yang Kai smiled faintly. He believed that after suffering such a loss, this woman wouldn't be so presumptuous in front of him again. Yang Kai originally had a good impression of this woman, thinking that she was open-minded, straightforward, and always spoke her mind. But now it seemed that it wasn't a good idea to have too much contact with her. It was best to keep a certain distance from her, so as to avoid being entangled with her in the future. Chapter 679. Time flew by and soon, Yang Kai had been in Bright Thunder Spirit religion for 2 months. 2 months was not a long time, but it was also not a short time. Yang Kai still couldn't make up his mind whether or not to rely on Bright Thunder Spirit religion to achieve his goals. During this time, Yang Kai discovered that Bright Thunder Spirit religion also had many shady dealings, which made him uneasy. After Ji Meng returned from the second spirit pill payment to Bright Thunder Spirit religion's main altar, she reported to Yang Kai, "Elder Duan wants to invite you to the main altar." Yang Kai raised his brow. "What's the matter?" Elder didn't say. Ji Meng shook her head. "He just wants you to go there as soon as possible. He has something important to discuss with you." I understand." Yang Kai nodded. Duan Hai had not shown his face since bringing him here last time. As the great elder of Bright Thunder Spirit religion, he must have many things to deal with, something Yang Kai could understand. "Shall we go now?" Ji Meng asked inquisitively. Yang Kai didn't delay and nodded before following Ji Meng in the direction of Bright Thunder Spirit religion's main altar. This was Yang Kai's first time going to Bright Thunder Spirit religion's main altar, so he was unfamiliar with the place and naturally needed Ji Meng to lead the way. After flying for a long time, they gradually arrived at a crowded place. Looking down from the sky, Yang Kai could see a large number of buildings and many cultivators wearing golden robes walking about. Up in the sky, there were also many people flying about, clearly in a hurry. The whole of Bright Thunder Spirit religion was full of vitality, with countless cultivators and masters emerging one after another. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly as he watched. Bright Thunder Spirit religion was not a great force in Tongxian realm, nor was it one of the top forces in the surrounding several thousand kilometers. At the very top was Soaring Heaven Sect, a powerful force with a Saint Realm Master presiding over it. Other forces such as Luo Sheng Sect and Ancient Moon Cave Heaven were also stronger than Bright Thunder Spirit religion. Among these four forces, the Thunderlight Sect was the weakest, but it still had a good foundation. This was a gap that Yang Kai's world couldn't compare to. As Ji Meng landed in front of a magnificent building, Yang Kai showed his guest elder nameplate. The disciple guarding the entrance hurriedly bowed respectfully, as if he had never seen such a young guest elder before. He frequently cast sidelong glances at Yang Kai with a shocked expression on his face. "You can go up from here. Elder Duan is waiting for you there." Ji Meng said. "You're not going?" "I don't have the right to enter," Ji Meng stuttered. Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Then wait for me here for a moment. We'll go back together." "Okay," Ji Meng replied happily. They went up the stairs one by one. After walking for a long time, Yang Kai finally arrived in front of the main hall. The door opened, and Yang Kai stepped in. Duan Hai was waiting inside. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, he quickly smiled and got up to greet him. "Elder Duan," Yang Kai cupped his fists and greeted. "Honored guest Yang, I haven't seen you in 2 months. How have you been?" "Not bad. Are my spirit religion's disciples attentive to your needs? If honored guest Yang is not satisfied with her, I can replace her for you. I'm sure you'll be satisfied." "No need. Ji Meng is quite good," Yang Kai shook his head. "Then it's up to you." Duan Hai smiled and invited Yang Kai to take a seat. A disciple served him some fragrant tea. After drinking for a while, Yang Kai asked, "I don't know why Elder Duan asked me to come here this time. What can I do for you?" "I wouldn't dare." Duan Hai quickly waved his hand and said modestly, "There's nothing special this time, it's just that every honored guest has come to my spirit religion. Every time a guest comes here, I'll have a chat with them." Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, knowing that the other party was trying to establish a relationship with him. This was a method all great forces use to win over people's hearts. "I heard honored guest Yang say before that you cannot stay in the spirit religion for long. May this Duan ask if honored guest Yang has something important to do?" Duan Hai asked with a smile. "If there's something you need, honored guest Yang must not be polite. Just say the word and my spirit religion will help you." "When the time comes, I won't be polite," Yang Kai chuckled. "That would be for the best," Duan Hai nodded gently. "Right, honored guest Yang said before that when the time was right, he would ask my spirit religion for a favor. May I ask if that time is right now?" Yang Kai shook his head. I see, Duan Hai laughed heartily. It seems that honored guest Yang doesn't have much attachment to my spirit religion, nor does he have any intention of belonging to it. In fact, he even has some distrust. Yang Kai frowned as he stared deeply at Duan Hai, unable to help becoming a little vigilant. Duan Hai's words had a deep meaning. If possible, this Duan would very much like for honored guest Yang to join my spirit religion and become a part of it. Duan Hai's expression suddenly became solemn. However, honored guest Yang doesn't seem to have such an intention, and this Duan can't wait to find out the secrets of your body. Saying so, Duan Hai gently stomped his feet on the ground. Suddenly, with Yang Kai as the center, a series of spirit array lines appeared on the ground around him. These spirit array lines quickly shrank and rushed into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai paled and quickly circulated his Yuan Qi. However, as soon as Yuan Qi moved, he felt a stabbing pain in his meridians, as if hundreds of millions of ants were gnawing at him. His physique couldn't help shuddering, and the strength he had just condensed instantly collapsed. Elder Duan, what is the meaning of this? Yang Kai didn't show the slightest panic as he examined his own condition while staring coldly at Duan Hai. Duan Hai shook his head in disappointment, a look of hesitation appearing on his face as he said, "I'm sorry, honored guest Yang. In fact, this Duan didn't want to do this. A spirit-grade alchemist of your age would be a huge asset to my spirit religion, but unfortunately, you have no intention of joining my spirit religion. I believe that even if I try, I won't be able to win you over." Heh, Yang Kai laughed. Elder Duan, I haven't done anything to harm Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, have I? You really haven't. As I said, this Duan only did this because he had no other choice. Duan Hai shook his head heavily. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Although he didn't understand the reason behind this, it was a fact that he had fallen into the other party's trap. The reason he had come to Bright Thunder Spirit Religion was entirely because of Old Man Du, so in this current situation, was Old Man Du involved? Thinking so, Yang Kai turned his eyes to the screen behind Duan Hai and coldly said, "Can this friend come out? There's no point in hiding like this." He faintly felt that Duan Hai's sudden change in attitude had a lot to do with the person hiding behind the screen. Su Qi was startled when he heard this, not expecting the other party's intuition to be so sharp. After thinking about it for a moment, he also showed himself. After seeing Su Qi's face, Yang Kai suddenly understood. He had seen this person before. Outside Bold Independent Union's raging flame city, he had seen him among the group of people chasing the coffin-carrying man. No wonder Yang Kai felt that the name Bright Thunder Spirit Religion was familiar. It turned out that he had heard Yun Xian mention it before. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly understood. The root of all this was the coffin-carrying man, so that's how it is. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Tong Xian realm was so big, he hadn't expected that as soon as he came out of the mysterious small world, he would be targeted. Back in Raging Flame City, only a few people had witnessed the scene of him being captured by the coffin-carrying man. Who would have thought that something like this would happen today? Even if Yang Kai had been vigilant, he could not have avoided such a situation. Honored guest Yang should know that what you have is my unique seal, don't even think about breaking it. The more you use your Yuan Qi, the more uncomfortable you will feel. Duan Hai looked at Yang Kai with some regret and said, "This Duan doesn't want to embarrass you. As long as you cooperate obediently, I promise I won't harm you." Yang Kai sneered, "Elder Duan, aren't you afraid Old Man Du will find out and hold you responsible?" Duan Hai shook his head. Although Old Man Du thinks highly of you, if he asks, this Duan has an explanation. Honored guest Yang doesn't need to worry about this. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he realized that Old Man Du should not know anything about this matter, making him feel somewhat relieved. If even Old Man Du had plotted against him, Yang Kai could only blame himself for being too stupid. Feeling the cultivation of Duan Hai and Su Qi, Yang Kai restrained himself and didn't act rashly. These two were both second-order transcendents, so even if he used his full strength, it would be impossible for him to escape from their grasp. What's more, this was Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's headquarters, where there were countless masters, and he was under the seal that sealed Yuan Qi. Blindly acting would only make the situation worse. May I ask why Elder Duan waited until today to act against me? You could have acted the moment I arrived. Yang Kai made up his mind to stall for time, looking for an opportunity to escape. Duan Hai helplessly said, "This Duan already said that I think highly of you and didn't want to act against you, and Old Man Du also told me that you have a very strong backer. However, after 2 months of observation, this Duan discovered that you will leave sooner or later, and that you are not as simple as Old Man Du said, a little brat from some remote backwater village. So Elder Duan has nothing to fear?" Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically. Duan Hai didn't comment. "Honored guest Yang, I won't waste words with you. The reason I did this is because I want to know the secret of the coffin-carrying man. What happened after you were captured by him? How did you escape from his grasp? And where is he hiding? If honored guest Yang can tell me this, I can let you go." "I don't know," Yang Kai chuckled. Killing people to silence them was something Yang Kai had done before, so naturally he wouldn't believe Duan Hai so easily. Since Duan Hai dared to do such a thing, he would not hesitate to do so. As long as Yang Kai kept this secret, Duan Hai wouldn't really do anything to him, but if he did, Yang Kai was certain he would become a corpse the next moment. "Brother, don't waste your breath with him, a mere peak immortal ascension boundary brat. Let me use my soul-searching technique to dig out the secrets of his knowledge." See, Su Chi walked over and said coldly. Duan Hai sighed. "Honored guest Yang, as you can see, this junior brother of mine isn't as good-natured as I am. His temperament is quite impatient. If you don't want to become an idiot because of my soul-searching technique, you might as well cooperate with me." One was playing the good cop while the other was playing the bad cop, both of them wanting to use words to break Yang Kai's psychological barrier and force him to obediently submit. Their intentions were extremely sinister. Chapter 680. Although soul-searching could allow one to pry into someone's memories, it wasn't comprehensive, so unless it was absolutely necessary, Duan Hai and Su Chi didn't want to use this method to deal with Yang Kai. They needed Yang Kai to take the initiative to cooperate, and in their opinion, Yang Kai came from a remote place and was young, so he definitely wasn't scheming. However, after a series of exchanges, they found that this little brat was actually a hard bone to chew. No matter how they tried to coerce him, Yang Kai remained tight-lipped about the coffin-carrying man's secrets, refusing to reveal even half a word. Duan Hai was telling the truth. He wasn't willing to offend an alchemist with a bright future. If possible, he still hoped to recruit Yang Kai into Bright Thunder Spirit religion. As long as Yang Kai joined, Duan Hai would have plenty of opportunities to inquire about information from him. But after learning that Yang Kai didn't have such ambitions, Duan Hai made a prompt decision. In any case, he would leave sooner or later and would never be used by Bright Thunder Spirit religion, so there was no harm in offending him. "Why are you looking for the coffin-carrying man? What benefits can you obtain from him?" Yang Kai looked at Duan Hai and asked faintly. Duan Hai frowned and hesitated for a moment before replying. "It is said that the coffin-carrying man is guarding a shocking secret. Whoever can understand this secret will be able to control a great deal of power." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. There was no wind without a hole. Although Duan Hai didn't know what kind of secret the coffin-carrying man was guarding, in a sense, what he said wasn't wrong. The ancient demon clan was indeed a huge force. However, this clan was not something anyone could enslave. "If honored guest Yang knows, can you reveal a thing or two?" Duan Hai asked curiously. Yang Kai shook his head. "You're asking the wrong person. I really don't know." "Brother." Su Chi obviously lost his patience and called out as he stared at Duan Hai inquiringly. Duan Hai nodded slightly and said solemnly, "Honored guest Yang, I apologize for offending you." Su Chi grinned and walked over, his voice cold as ice, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Once this old master's soul-searching technique is used, your soul may be damaged and you may become an idiot. Pray for yourself. Yang Kai showed a panicked expression at the right time. Su Chi saw this and his expression became even more proud. Walking up to Yang Kai, Su Chi opened his hand and placed it above Yang Kai's head, his second-order transcendent spiritual energy bursting out. In an instant, Yang Kai's expression changed. Yang Kai had originally thought that this was an opportunity. His opponent had imprisoned his Yuan Qi, but in terms of spiritual power, Yang Kai was confident that he was not inferior to anyone. As long as Su Qi's soul dared to break into his knowledge sea, Yang Kai could make him pay with his life. The great demon god's demon eye of annihilation was something even Saint Realm Masters couldn't resist, let alone a mere second-order transcendent like Su Qi. After killing Su Qi and using his demon god transformation, Yang Kai had a chance to break through the seal on his body. With only Duan Hai left as a transcendent, Yang Kai was confident he could escape. However, when Su Qi attacked, Yang Kai found that his opponent's soul did not rush into his knowledge sea. Instead, Su Qi's spiritual energy intertwined, forming an invisible vortex that produced a huge suction force that tried to pull Yang Kai's soul out of his knowledge sea. His sea of consciousness instantly became turbulent. Waves rolled and tumbled, becoming extremely restless. An indescribable pain spread through his body, causing Yang Kai's face to contort in an instant, blue veins bulging on his forehead as his bones creaked. This was a pain that came from his soul, one that was thousands of times more intense than any physical pain. Su Qi was also a little surprised, sneering as he said, "Don't try to resist. The more you resist, the more pain you'll feel. Obediently release your soul's defenses and allow me to extract your memories so you won't have to endure such pain." Su Qi's words seemed to contain an invisible force that compelled Yang Kai to act according to his intentions. Perceiving this, Yang Kai became even more cautious. Stubborn fool. Su Qi was furious and increased the output of his spiritual energy, causing the suction force he was exerting to become much stronger. Although Yang Kai's soul was comparable to a transcendence, there was still a gap between it and Su Qi's, and there was also Duan Hai glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. If this stalemate continued, it would only be a matter of time before Su Qi succeeded. Considering all this, Yang Kai suddenly gave up on resisting and instead released his spiritual energy, transforming it into an invisible attack that shot towards Su Qi. Su Qi laughed and shouted, "You overestimate yourself. Junior brother, be careful." Duan Hai's expression changed as he shouted anxiously. At that moment he suddenly noticed a scorching hot aura that caused him to involuntarily feel a sense of crisis. Hurriedly retreating, he opened up some distance between him and Yang Kai. A blazing hot spark suddenly burst out and Su Qi's smug and ferocious expression instantly froze on his face as he clutched his head and screamed in pain. Conflagrated knowledge, see? Duan Hai's eyes bulged as he stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Su Qi's screams only lasted for a moment before he recovered. At that moment he had been caught off guard and Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea had burned his soul, causing him some damage. Fortunately, his spiritual energy was much stronger than Yang Kai's, otherwise his fate would have been dire. Recovering from his shock, Su Qi broke out in a cold sweat. He had almost failed miserably. "Honored guest Yang, you actually have a conflagrated knowledge, see?" Duan Hai's expression was extremely complicated as he stared at Yang Kai and asked in a low voice. Yang Kai's eyes remained indifferent as he stared at the two of them with hatred and resentment, not answering. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Duan Hai looked extremely annoyed. "If you had said you had a conflagrated knowledge sea, I would have Saying so, he slowly shook his head and sighed. If he had known that Yang Kai was an alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge sea, Duan Hai would never have offended him so easily and tried to inquire about the secret of the coffin-carrying man from him. After all, that secret was only a legend. Whether the coffin-carrying man was actually guarding an amazing treasure or not, Duan Hai was simply gambling. However, an alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge sea was a huge asset. In today's world, the top alchemist, the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, had achieved what he had today because he possessed a conflagrated knowledge sea. The Old Man of Heaven's Keep had supreme prestige among the human, monster, and demon races. Anyone who saw him had to treat him with respect. If he had known that Yang Kai also had a conflagrated knowledge sea like the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, Duan Hai would have done everything in his power to win him over and make him join Bright Thunder Spirit religion. Even if he had to hand over the position of Great Elder, Duan Hai would not hesitate. What an alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge C represented, every master in Tong Xian realm knew. At this moment, Duan Hai was filled with regret and annoyance. Brother, what's done is done, it's unrealistic to try to make peace with him now. Su Qi stared at Yang Kai angrily. After suffering such a small loss, he didn't dare to use soul-searching again. A conflagrated knowledge C was not something he could easily touch. Duan Hai glared at Su Qi coldly, wishing he could slap this junior brother to death. Speaking of which, when he invited Yang Kai back that day, Duan Hai was also in a good mood. He felt that Yang Kai had a bright future and wanted to vigorously cultivate him. It was precisely because of Su Qi's persuasion that Duan Hai had taken a step back. Now that things had reached this point, there was no possibility of resolving the situation. I didn't know he had a conflagrated knowledge C, Su Qi said with a depressed expression. If I had known, there's no need to say anything. Duan Hai shook his head helplessly before turning to look at Yang Kai and saying, Honored guest Yang, you won't forgive us for what we did today, right? Let me go and I'll pretend nothing happened today. How about it? Yang Kai's mouth curled into a subtle grin. Duan Hai slowly shook his head and stretched out his hand, sending out a few strands of energy that wrapped around Yang Kai like ropes, saying regretfully, Forgive me for this offense. Inside a dungeon, Yang Kai was imprisoned. This dungeon was made of a special type of ore and a mysterious power flowed through it. From time to time, some exquisite runes would flash across its surface. This was a dungeon large enough to hold a transcendent realm master, so by placing Yang Kai here, Duan Hai and Su Qi weren't worried that he would try to escape. Yuan Qi was still imprisoned. Yang Kai tried several times to break free, but each time he failed. Every time he tried to use Yuan Qi, he would feel a stabbing pain all over his body, making him feel unbearable. Although he was in a difficult situation, Yang Kai didn't show any signs of panic. He had experienced worse situations than this before. He had brushed shoulders with death several times, but each time, he had found an opportunity to turn the situation around and survive. There was always a way out. Yang Kai firmly believed in this and simply waited for the right opportunity. Moreover, Duan Hai and Su Qi didn't have any intention of killing him. After learning that Yang Kai possessed a conflagrated knowledge C, their attitude towards him had inadvertently changed. They probably didn't know what they should do now. If they killed him, they would be reluctant to do so, but if they kept him alive, it would also be troublesome. A few days later, Yang Kai had been living in the dark dungeon, unable to see the light of day. On this day, with a heavy sound, the door to the dungeon opened and light poured in. Yang Kai squinted his eyes and looked out, his expression suddenly becoming playful. A tall and beautiful figure slowly walked in from the outside and stopped in front of the dungeon, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai with a complicated expression. Ji Meng. After staring at each other for a long time, Ji Meng squatted down and put some of the things she had brought into the dungeon before saying, I brought you some food. Although these aren't necessities, they were all carefully prepared by me, so they should taste quite good. Duan Hai told you about me? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her, an inexplicable smile on his face. Ji Meng nodded. What did he want you to do? Convince you. Ji Meng replied in a deep voice, In the spirit religion, only I am familiar with you, so only I can come. Then what do you want to do? Convince you. Good, since you've come forward, I'll reluctantly agree. You go and tell Duan Hai that I'm willing to join Bright Thunder Spirit religion, Yang Kai grinned. Ji Meng shook her head, even if you agree, he won't believe you. Do you think he's a child? Chapter 681. Inside the dungeon, Ji Meng stared at Yang Kai with a faint expression. Yang Kai chuckled, Since he won't believe me so easily, how will he win me over? I can agree to any of his conditions now, but as long as I leave this place, I can go back on my word at any time. Yes, that's why I need to work hard to make sure you don't go back on your word. Ji Meng smiled reluctantly, I am a disciple of the spirit religion and Thunderlight sect is my sect. I hope you don't blame me. Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. He really wasn't in a position to blame Ji Meng, but from his point of view, this woman was an enemy. Towards his enemies, Yang Kai had never been soft-hearted. Perceiving Yang Kai's coldness, Ji Meng felt bitter and tried to persuade him, "Why are you so insistent? Although I don't know what Elder Duan wants from you, as long as you cooperate, he definitely won't treat you unfairly. He imprisoned you but didn't torture you, nor did he kill you, which is enough to show his sincerity." "He is indeed sincere," Yang Kai said sarcastically. "Why don't you compromise? As long as you compromise, it will be good for you, for Elder Duan, and for me," Ji Meng softly persuaded. "Good for you?" Yang Kai's expression became playful. "Did Duan Hai promise you a lot of conditions?" Ji Meng didn't answer but instead took out a green jade bottle from her sleeve and opened it, releasing a white mist visible to the naked eye. Ji Meng gently blew on it and the white mist quickly rushed into the dungeon and diffused around Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at her vigilantly and held his breath, but the white mist still penetrated his pores and entered his body. Faintly, Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. His blood flow had increased a lot, his heartbeat was stronger than before, and there was even a faint sound in his mind. Ji Meng blushed and explained, "This is the 7 emotions and 6 desires mist, a very strong aphrodisiac." "What do you want?" Yang Kai laughed. "You're not going to force yourself on me, are you?" For a beautiful woman to use an aphrodisiac on him, this was truly a strange story. "That's right. Elder Duan said that as long as I can bear you a child, you can walk out of here." Ji Meng faintly looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression sank as he instantly understood Duan Hai's sinister intentions. He knew that he couldn't control Yang Kai, so he resorted to this despicable method. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its own cubs. As long as Yang Kai had a descendant and was in his hands, he was not afraid that Yang Kai would not obey. Although the investment cycle was very long, he could afford to wait. In just a moment, the white fog that had filled the air around Yang Kai was completely absorbed by his body. Gradually, Yang Kai's eyes turned red and his breathing became somewhat heavy as he stared towards Ji Meng outside the cell, his eyes filled with a strong sense of aggression. Being stared at by him like this, Ji Meng couldn't help feeling a little shy as she fidgeted uncomfortably, but she didn't make too many movements and just quietly waited for the aphrodisiac to take effect. "Do you like me? Are you willing to entrust your life to me?" Yang Kai struggled to remain sober as he stared at Ji Meng coldly. "It's not that I like you." Ji Meng slowly shook her head. "We aren't very familiar with each other, but entrusting myself to you is a good choice. You are an alchemist with a bright future ahead of you while I am just an ordinary disciple of the spirit religion. If I want to stand out, I can only rely on the man I choose." "You think too much." Yang Kai grinned. "Even if I want you, I won't treat you well in the future. Maybe I'll even beat you." Ji Meng's tender body trembled as she said with a sad expression, "Then I accept." "Unreasonable." Yang Kai shook his head, the only trace of goodwill he had for her completely shattered. "You shouldn't be able to hold on any longer, right?" Ji Meng bit her thin lips and shouted, "Elder Duan, open the door." The door of the cell suddenly flashed with light and the barrier around it was instantly broken. Ji Meng pushed the door open and walked in, arriving in front of Yang Kai and bending down, she quietly looked at him. An intoxicating fragrance filled the air and under the influence of this woman's aura, Yang Kai seemed to show signs of going crazy, his eyes flashing like a wild beast. Ji Meng was a little scared, but she still suppressed the discomfort in her heart, closed her eyes, and pressed her red lips against Yang Kai's. Her breathing became chaotic as Ji Meng slowly closed her eyes and blushed. Just as their lips were about to touch, Ji Meng suddenly cried out and quickly opened her eyes. Her neck was gripped by Yang Kai's hand, but the eyes of this man in front of her were clear and his breathing was steady. There were no signs of him being affected by the aphrodisiac. He was looking at her with eyes full of disgust and disdain, his expression cold. "Women should have more self-respect," Yang Kai said coldly. Ji Meng struggled and finally broke free from Yang Kai's grip, quickly leaving the cell, gasping for breath. a look of fear still lingering on her face as she stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. I have come into contact with too many women who cultivate seduction arts, and you want to make me fall in love with a mere aphrodisiac? Elder Duan, your method is a bit clumsy. Yang Kai stared at a certain spot in the void and sneered. Outside the dungeon, Duan Hai, who was using his divine sense to investigate the situation inside, suddenly frowned. Yang Kai, Ji Meng opened her mouth and stammered. If you don't want to die, scram. Yang Kai stared at her indifferently, his expression cold. Ji Meng suddenly looked a little dazed and struggled for a long time before covering her face and leaving. Brother, isn't that little brat a bit too strange? That 7 emotions 6 pleasures missed was something I spent a great deal of effort to arrange, even a transcendent couldn't resist it, so how could he be fine? Outside the dungeon, Su Qi showed a surprised expression. Duan Hai's expression also became gloomy, not knowing what to do. Yang Kai being so stubborn made him feel somewhat helpless. Brother, it would be better to take him to the Wind Eye, Su Qi suggested in a low voice. When I? Duan Hai frowned. You want to use the power of the Wind Eye to blow out his soul? Su Qi nodded heavily. It looks like we have no way to obtain him, but since that's the case, obtaining his soul isn't a bad idea. Not to mention his memories of the coffin-carrying man, just his conflagrated knowledge can be preserved and left for those who are fated to absorb it. Perhaps one of my spirit religion's disciples will be lucky enough to swallow his conflagrated knowledge. Duan Hai's eyes lit up as he thought about it carefully, secretly feeling that this method was indeed feasible. With a plan in mind, Duan Hai didn't hesitate and nodded. Then let's do that, but we still need to report to Religion Master about using the power of the Wind Eye. After we succeed, it won't be too late to report to him. Religion Master will definitely be very happy. Good, you go make some preparations first. I'll bring that little brat over later. Duan Hai waved his hand. Su Qi nodded heavily before flying off with a look of excitement. After thinking for a while outside the dungeon, Duan Hai pushed open the door and walked in, opened the cell door, and without any explanation, picked up Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained indifferent and simply closed his eyes to rest. Honored guest Yang, since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, don't blame this old master for not giving you face, Duan Hai said as he flew towards the location of the Wind Eye. Yang Kai grinned and asked, Where is Elder Duan taking me? My bright thunder spirit religion has several great foundations. The place we are heading to now is a wind eye that contains the power of the wind. Many disciples of the religion who cultivate wind attribute secret arts and martial skills choose to cultivate there to comprehend the mysteries of the wind. In addition to this, my bright thunder spirit religion also has a thunder eye that is similar to the wind eye, but even this old master doesn't dare to get too close to it because the power it emits is not something humans can resist. Even a third-order transcendent soul will be blown away by this wind eye. Yang Kai's face sank as he suddenly realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. If you regret it now, it's not too late. As long as you can marry Ji Meng and give birth to a child, I will recognize you as a member of my spirit religion and will definitely treat you well in the future. Duan Hai made a final attempt to persuade him. What do you think? Not good. Yang Kai shook his head, secretly taking a deep breath as he considered whether he should take advantage of this opportunity to display his demon god transformation and break free from Duan Hai's shackles in one fell swoop to escape. However, in the other party's domain, Yang Kai wasn't confident he could succeed. Once he failed, he would never have the opportunity to try again. While he was hesitating, Yang Kai suddenly felt a wisp of ethereal energy appear around him. It was the power of the wind. Yang Kai had never felt this kind of energy before, and from his back and shoulder blades, a sharp pain once again spread through his body. Faintly, Yang Kai also felt a sense of excitement and joy. Yang Kai's expression changed as he quickly suppressed the thoughts in his heart and stared into the distance. In the distance, a huge vortex visible to the naked eye was slowly rotating, filling the surrounding space with ethereal wind energy. The closer one got to the vortex, the more abundant the wind energy became. Isn't it spectacular? Duan Hai's face showed a look of pride. It is precisely because of the Wind Eye and Thunder Eye that my Bright Thunder Spirit religion was able to take root here. This place can be considered one of my Bright Thunder Spirit religion's restricted areas. Except for some permitted disciples, no one is allowed to set foot here. Those disciples who cultivate here can obtain twice the result with half the effort and obtain great improvements. Yang Kai nodded secretly. This kind of heavenly manifestation was indeed spectacular. It was not man-made, but rather because of some coincidental factors. The power of the heavens and earth was constantly being released here over the course of many years. As they spoke, the two quickly approached the vortex. Su Chi had been waiting here for a long time, and when he saw Duan Hai bring Yang Kai over, he excitedly said, "The disciples have been dispersed. Brother, we can begin." Duan Hai slowly nodded before staring at Yang Kai and saying, "Honored guest Yang, you still have one last chance to choose. Once you enter that Wind Eye, I cannot guarantee your safety." "No need," Yang Kai grinned. "Courting death." Su Chi coldly snorted. Duan Hai took a deep breath and said, "If that's the case, then go." Saying so, he quickly flew forward with Yang Kai. Soon, the two of them approached the location of the Wind Eye. Even someone as strong as Duan Hai had no choice but to rely on Yuan Qi to resist the destructive force of the Wind Eye. Chapter 682. About 1,000 meters away from the eye of the storm, Duan Hai paused and glanced over at Yang Kai regretfully. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, Yang Kai suddenly wore a vicious expression and declared, "If I can escape this disaster, your Thunderlight sect can only wait for my revenge." Duan Hai's face went cold and no longer hesitated, throwing Yang Kai into the huge eye of the storm. Duan Hai didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but the moment before Yang Kai's figure disappeared into the eye of the storm, he seemed to have seen a sly smile appear on his face. Su Chi caught up and stared towards the eye of the storm with a look of anticipation. "Brother, are you a little worried?" Su Chi suddenly asked. Duan Hai nodded slightly. "I'm still a little concerned about what Old Man Du said to me before. He shouldn't have any background." At this point, if he really had one, he would have definitely reported it. "He's not a fool. Old Man Du should have made a mistake," Su Chi persuaded. "That's true," Duan Hai smiled lightly. Duan Hai smiled faintly. "However, it is true that we have destroyed a rare talent. We should carefully consider how to explain this to Old Man Du. If he really asks, just say he's in retreat. I think with Old Man Du's status, it's impossible for him to personally come to our Thunderlight sect to ask for him. After a few years, when the limelight dies down, I think Old Man Du will forget about him." "That's a good idea," Duan Hai sighed lightly. Duan Hai sighed slightly. "Let's wait a few days. This little brat's soul is extremely strong. In my opinion, it's not inferior to an ordinary transcendence. Even in this Wind Eye, he should be able to last a few days. After his soul is blown away, we can collect it and pry into his hidden secrets." "We'll listen to brother," Su Chi said excitedly. The two of them stood in place and waited for less than an hour before Duan Hai suddenly frowned, turned around, and coldly asked, "Why is a disciple here?" Su Chi also wore a displeased expression. "I've already ordered this place to be closed off for the time being. No one is allowed to trespass. Is this disciple deaf or blind?" Saying so, he impatiently said, "I'll go take a look." Duan Hai nodded slightly. Su Chi displayed his movement skill and flew away, but a moment later he returned with a strange look on his face and said to Duan Hai, "Brother, Religion Master has ordered you to meet him. That disciple is here to deliver the order." "Sect Master?" Duan Hai was startled when he heard this but quickly adjusted his expression and hurriedly said, "Then I'll go take a look, you wait here." "Brother, don't worry. I will keep a tight watch." Duan Hai quickly left and flew over to the disciple who had issued the order, wrapping him up and flying towards one of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's mountain peaks. This was the place where the Religion Master of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion usually rested. It was very quiet and had rich world energy aura, making it one of the best peaks in Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. "Did Religion Master say why he wanted to see me?" As they flew, Duan Hai asked the disciple. Disciple doesn't know. Sect master only said to ask great elder to make a trip there as soon as possible without delay. That disciple replied respectfully. Did religion master break through to the saint realm? Duan Hai suddenly thought of a possibility and asked excitedly. That shouldn't be the case. Disciple didn't feel any fluctuations when religion master broke through. Duan Hai couldn't help feeling a little puzzled, wondering what kind of urgent matter the religion master had for him to summon him at this critical juncture. Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's religion master, Xia Cheng-yin, was a third-order transcendent master, but he had been stuck at a bottleneck for more than 100 years and had been unable to comprehend the mysteries of the saint realm. For the past 10 years or so, he had been in secluded retreat, not even seeing Duan Hai once in a few months, but now he had suddenly summoned him. Was it because of that little brat? Duan Hai's heart clenched as he felt that his worries were unfounded and ridiculous. Shaking his head lightly, he no longer asked any more questions and simply led the disciple forward. Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. Atop a mountain peak where the world energy aura was much richer than any of the other peaks, stood a single palace. This palace was built in a magnificent style and was quite imposing. This was the residence of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's religion master, Xia Cheng-yin. At this moment, Xia Cheng-yin was sitting at the head of the table with a happy smile on his face, enthusiastically greeting the two people in front of him. Even if they had disturbed him while he was in retreat, Xia Cheng-yin didn't dare show the slightest displeasure and instead treated them with courtesy. After ordering a plate of fruit and wine to be served, Xia Cheng-yin began to speak. Old Man Du and Sungyin brother arriving together is truly an honor. Religion Master Xia is too polite. This old man is truly apologetic to have disturbed your cultivation. Du-wan seemed to have a lot on his mind, but after hearing these words, he reluctantly smiled, reached out, picked up a spirit fruit, and tossed it to Mina, who was standing behind him. Mina had also come with Old Man Du this time. She was looking around curiously, as if she was waiting for someone. Seeing this, Xia Cheng-yin couldn't help feeling puzzled, wondering why Old Man Du and Soaring Heaven Sect's Sungyin had come together. Concealing his thoughts, he smiled heartily and said, Old Man Du is too polite. If Old Man Du wishes to visit my Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, he can do so at any time. Not to mention that I am currently cultivating. Even if I am dead, I will climb out of my coffin and welcome you. Du-wan forced a smile but didn't say anything more. With his identity as a saint-grade alchemist, there was really no need for him to exchange pleasantries with Xia Cheng-yin. Although he was the religion master of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, in front of Old Man Du, a third-order transcendent was still somewhat unqualified. Xia Cheng-yin glanced over at the meticulous Sungyin and felt a headache coming on. Although Old Man Du's status was so high that ordinary people couldn't meet him, he had an amiable temperament and wasn't difficult to deal with. However, this madman from Soaring Heaven Sect was completely different from Old Man Du. Xia Cheng-yin couldn't understand why this madman had come to visit his Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. Could it be that someone in the religion had offended him? If that was the case, it was likely this madman would have turned Bright Thunder Spirit Religion upside down. Each of Soaring Heaven Sect's 4 great madmen was a third-order transcendent, comparable to Xia Cheng-yin in terms of strength, and one of them was even a Saint Realm martial ancestor. It could be said that even in Tong Xian Realm, Soaring Heaven Sect was a great force that Bright Thunder Spirit Religion couldn't compare to. Offending such a great force, the only end for Bright Thunder Spirit Religion was complete annihilation. In a one-on-one fight, Xia Cheng-yin couldn't guarantee that he could beat this Sungyin. Gently coughing, Xia Cheng-yin asked, Brother Sungyin, has anyone in my spirit religion offended you recently? No. Sungyin's expression was dull, his words as precious as gold. Then why is Brother Sungyin? Xia Cheng-yin frowned slightly as he turned his eyes to Old Man Du, a look of inquiry on his face. Old Man Du laughed dryly. One does not visit a temple without a cause. This time, I have come with Sungyin because I have an important matter to discuss. Old Man Du, please speak frankly. Xia Cheng-yin's expression became serious. We're here to find someone. Find someone? N. We're looking for a spirit-grade alchemist. Your spirit religion's elder Duan Hai should know where he is. 2 months ago, it was Duan Hai who took him away from my alchemist guild and hired him as an honored elder of your spirit religion. So that's how it is. Xia Qingyin suddenly understood. Xia Qingyin suddenly understood. No wonder they had asked to see Duan Hai as soon as they arrived here, causing Xia Qingyin to be on edge. After figuring out the whole story, Xia Qingyin couldn't help relaxing and smiled. You should have told me earlier about such a trivial matter. Since he is my spirit religion's honored guest, Duan Hai will definitely treat him with courtesy and treat him well. Good, I've been looking for him for almost 2 months now. Songyan heard this and nodded with satisfaction. For the past 2 months, Songyan had been searching for Yang Kai in Grand Boulder City, relying on the vague image his ancestral founder had left in his mind, but he had never been able to find him. Finally, by chance, he asked the Alchemist Guild and learned that Yang Kai was no longer in Grand Boulder City. Songyan was filled with annoyance. His ancestral founder had asked him to do such a small thing, yet he had still failed to accomplish it after 2 months. Immediately, he blamed Thunderlight for taking away Yang Kai, but although he didn't say anything, his cold eyes revealed an unpleasant aura. Soaring Heaven Sect has a strong heritage. How could it lack a spirit-grade alchemist? Brother Songyan, if you come here to snatch someone from me, this religion master will not agree. Xia Qingyin smiled and shook his head, his words not malicious, simply expressing his attitude. Songyan heard this and said coolly, "It's not me who wants to snatch someone from you, it's my ancestral founder who wants to see him." Xia Qingyin immediately shut up. Du-Wan shook his head and sighed, clearly annoyed. Although he had long guessed that Yang Kai's background was extremely strong, he hadn't expected that even Soaring Heaven Sect would pay attention to him. When Songyan came to the Alchemist Guild, Old Man Du couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into. If he had known that Yang Kai had a relationship with Soaring Heaven Sect, how could he have recommended him into Bright Thunder Spirit Religion? What a stupid thing to do. It seemed that Soaring Heaven Sect's ancestral founder had some kind of relationship with this little brat sect. After learning that he had entered the world for life experience, he wanted to take care of him. Old Man Du thought to himself, feeling that this was likely the case. He hasn't come yet? Why is he so slow? Mi Na finished eating the spirit fruit and stared at the door, muttering with some dissatisfaction. Xia Qingyin chuckled, "Little girl, don't worry, Duan Hai should be here soon." Who wants to see Duan Hai? I want to see Yang Kai. That bastard was so cruel as to leave me alone in the Alchemist Guild. This time I must teach him a lesson. Mi Na said angrily. Xia Qingyin couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Don't be rude. Old Man Du saw Xia Qingyin's embarrassment and scolded him. Mi Na pouted. At that moment, an aura quickly approached from the distance. He's here. Xia Qingyin smiled lightly. A moment later, Duan Hai's voice came from outside the door. Religion Master, Duan Hai has come under orders. Come in, Xia Qingyin called out. Duan Hai nodded and stepped inside. After entering the hall, he was about to salute when he suddenly saw Songyan and Du-Wan sitting nearby. Duan Hai panicked and couldn't wait to turn around and flee. Songyan appearing here was already very unusual. As one of Soaring Heaven Sect's 4 great madmen, Duan Hai was well aware of his cruel methods and powerful cultivation, so Duan Hai had always maintained a respectful distance from this person. However, Old Man Du's appearance here was even more surprising. Du-Wan was a saint-grade alchemist. For more than 10 years, he had been sitting in Grand Boulder City, never taking a single step out of the Alchemist Guild. Each of the 4 nearby great forces had warmly invited him to teach their alchemists, but besides Soaring Heaven Sect, who had succeeded twice, whether it was Luo Sheng Sect, Ancient Moon Cave Heaven, or Thunderlight Sect, none of them had been able to invite him. Chapter 683. What frightened Duan Hai the most was that he had brought Yang Kai back to Thunderlight Sect from Du-Wan. Just now, Su Qi had told him that a person of Old Man Du's status was unlikely to come to Thunderlight Sect, but now, Du-Wan had appeared in front of him. Duan Hai's heart was in turmoil as he tried to maintain his composure, laughing as he stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, Old man Du, cupping his fists to the tin, Duan Hai said, Brother Tsung. Duan nodded slightly. Xia Chengyin said, Elder Duan has worked hard, sit down. Duan Hai sat down, his expression a little unnatural because this Tsangyin from Soaring Heaven sect had been staring at him with a pair of hawk-like eyes, making him feel a little uneasy. Seemingly aware of this, the Tsangyin's eyes became sharper. Coughing dryly, Duan Hai asked softly, May I ask why Religion Master has summoned this subordinate here? It's nothing important, Xia Chengyin smiled. Old man Du and brother Tsangyin have come to Thunderlight sect to find someone. Find someone? The uneasiness in Duan Hai's heart became even stronger, his face twitching slightly as he forced a smile. Who are you looking for? He had a bad feeling about this. The young man you took away from the Alchemist Guild 2 months ago. Duan took over, his expression friendly. Duan Hai wanted to cry but had no tears to shed as he secretly cursed Su Qi in his heart. A character like Old Man Du had actually come to Thunderlight sect to ask for someone, causing him to be at a loss for what to do. Although his heart was flustered, Duan Hai didn't show it on his face, his thoughts turning sharply as he tried to think of a way to resolve the current problem. Elder Duan? Old Man Du found that Duan Hai seemed to be lost in thought and couldn't help frowning. Ah yes. Duan Hai quickly adjusted his expression. Is that little friend doing well in Thunderlight sect? Duan asked with concern. Very well. I have sent a female disciple with excellent aptitude and temperament to serve him for the past 2 months. Honored guest Yang has also refined a number of high-quality spirit pills for my spirit religion. Naturally, little friend Yang's understanding of the alchemic way far surpasses even this old master's. Hearing this, Xia Chengyin and Tian both stared at Duan in amazement, their eyes overflowing with light. This old master is not exaggerating, this is the truth. I think little friend Yang's alchemy skills must have been taught by a great master. Duan Hai's face paled. From Duan's words, he realized that he had overlooked a problem. Did that kid really have a very strong background? Or was he the disciple of some top-notch alchemist? Otherwise, how could Elder Du give him such a high evaluation? In that instant, Duan Hai's hands and feet were cold as he broke out in a cold sweat. This honored guest is so amazing? Xia Chengyin's interest was piqued, and he said excitedly, to be able to hire such a person, it is the blessing of our God's sect. Duan Hai, he could not afford to neglect the other party. We must provide him with the best conditions in the future. Otherwise, the Tsangyin brothers will steal him from us. Duan Hai's mouth twitched as he let out a hollow laugh. Subordinate will handle it. So where is he now? Elder Du and the Tsangyin brothers want to see him. Duan Hai, go invite him over. Xia Chengyin's eyes flashed with expectation. He also wanted to see Yang Kai. He wanted to see what kind of person he was that he could receive such praise from Elder Du. Duan Hai's forehead couldn't help dripping with sweat as he sat still. Why aren't you going? Xia Chengyin was a little displeased. He scolded lightly. Religion master? Duan Hai's expression was difficult as he stammered. Right now? I'm afraid it's not convenient for him. What's not convenient? The Tsangyin, who had not spoken until now, suddenly asked in a cold voice, his expression not very friendly. Duan Hai's evasiveness and tone before were quite unnatural. This made the Tsangyin quickly realize something unusual, narrowing his eyes as he stared at Duan Hai. A trace of light flashed across his eyes as he asked coldly, could it be he had some kind of accident? No, he didn't have any kind of accident. Duan Hai quickly waved his hand. It's just that right now it's really not convenient. Duan Hai. Xia Chengyin looked displeased. What are you doing? Elder Du and the Tsangyin brothers came here in person just to see that honored guest, yet you're still making excuses? This is not how my spirit religion treats its guests. Religion master, where is he now? Xia Chengyin asked impatiently, knowing that if he continued to make excuses, it would only make the situation worse. Duan Hai grit his teeth and said, he's at the Wind Eye. How could he be at the Wind Eye? Duan's expression changed. Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's Wind Eye and Thunder Eye, Duan had naturally heard of them, They were the ideal cultivation holy lands for a wind and thunder attribute cultivator, but why would Yang Kai, an alchemist, go to the Wind Eye? He said before that he needed to refine a spirit pill and needed the power of the Wind Eye, so he asked me to take him there. Duan Hai's mind flashed as he thought of a good excuse. That Sung Yen turned his eyes to Du Wan, a look of inquiry on his face. Du Wan nodded slightly. It is possible. When alchemists perform alchemy, they can often use the power of the world to achieve twice the result with half the effort, but this requires very profound skills and methods, otherwise, it would be impossible to manipulate the power of the world. This little friend is really amazing. Duan Hai couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, thinking that his excuse was really a stroke of genius. Since he is at the Wind Eye, why don't the two of you stay in my spirit religion for a few days and wait for that honored guest to come out? Xia Chengyin turned to Old Man Du and the Tsungyan and asked. Old Man Du smiled lightly. This old master doesn't care. Tsungyan, what do you think? I want to see him now. The Tsungyan said coldly, his tone filled with indifference. Xia Chengyin chuckled. Tsungyan brother, you must have heard that the Wind Eye and Thunder Eye are restricted areas of my spirit religion. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. If you go there now, you may disturb that Tsungyan guest while he is performing alchemy. How about brother wait a few days? What bullshit restricted areas? Song Yen said in a disdainful tone. After he finished speaking, he released his powerful divine sense and didn't waste any more words with Lei Guang and Yang Kai. Getting up, he walked out of the hall and flew directly towards the Wind Eye. Hey, brother Tsungyan. Duan Hai was shocked and wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. This uncle is quite impatient. Mina was eager to see the world burn, so when she saw that Tsungyan fly away, her face filled with worship as she urged Duan, Old Man Du, let's also go. Duan glanced over at Xia Chengyin. The latter's expression was gloomy. That Tsungyan not giving him any face made him very angry, but since the other party had already left, even if he was angry, there was nothing he could do, so after hesitating for a moment, he said, then let's go and take a look. Saying so, he also stood up. Then I'll have to trouble religion Master Xia, Duan said apologetically. Old Man Du is too polite. Xia Chengyin naturally didn't dare show any disrespect to this saint-grade alchemist. A group of several people hurriedly followed behind the Tsungyan, quickly approaching the Wind Eye. Duan Hai's face was pale and his heart was a mess. He had thought that he could delay for a few days and use this time to at least escape from Bright Thunder Spirit religion and avoid this disaster, but he had not expected to fail at the last moment. If he tried to leave now, he would only expose himself and arouse suspicion. Following behind Xia Chengyin and Duan Hai's mood was complicated, secretly feeling that this time they were in big trouble. Not long after, everyone arrived at the location of the Wind Eye, with the Tsungyan taking the lead and being the first to arrive. Looking at the vortex filled with rich wind attribute energy, the Tsungyan couldn't help showing a look of dread. This kind of destructive power made even him shrink back. Looking around, the Tsungyan couldn't find any trace of Yang Kai, causing his face to suddenly become ugly. Su Qi, who had been left behind, was stunned, not knowing what had happened. After seeing Xia Chengyin and Duan, Su Qi panicked, pretending to be calm as he stepped forward and bowed before asking Duan Hai, Brother, what happened? Old Man Du and Brother Tian came to see how honored guest Yang's pill refinement is progressing. Duan Hai replied casually. Su Qi's eyes flashed as he instantly understood the meaning behind Duan Hai's words. Brother and junior brother had worked together for many years, and although they couldn't be said to be telepathic, occasionally a simple glance or a simple sentence was enough for the other to understand what he meant. Where is he? The Tsungyan turned his head and stared at Duan Hai coldly. Duan Hai opened his mouth but didn't know how to answer, quickly turning to Su Qi and asking, Junior brother, where is honored guest Yang? When I left, wasn't he still outside? Su Qi understood and replied, he went inside. He said it was more convenient for him to perform alchemy there. He went inside? Everyone paled. How did he go inside? Old Man Du's lips trembled. Not to mention he's only a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Even a third-order transcendent would die inside. How could you let him go inside? Su Qi smiled and said, I couldn't stop him. Honored guest Yang said not to worry, he had his own means to protect his life. Du Wan looked anxious. That Sangyan didn't say anything as he released his powerful divine sense and rushed into the violent wind eye, but after only a breath of time, he couldn't help letting out a groan and retreating a few steps, his face going pale. He wanted to use his divine sense to investigate the situation inside the wind eye and inevitably suffered some damage. His eyes flashing, that Sangyan stared coldly at Duan Hai and Su Qi. Did he go in by himself or was he thrown in by you? Xia Cheng-yin frowned and angrily said, What does Brother Sangyan mean by this? Do you think one of my spirit religion's elders would harm an honored guest? That Sangyan sneered coldly as his hawk-like eyes swept over Duan Hai and Su Qi, his aura gradually becoming more and more dangerous. Duan Hai and Su Qi didn't dare to look at him directly, both of them avoiding eye contact. Duan observed the situation and his old face couldn't help sinking as he recalled Duan Hai's repeated evasions and felt something was wrong. The people here were all masters among masters, so naturally they weren't stupid. Although Duan Hai and Su Qi were singing the same tune and weaving a watertight lie, they were still able to see some clues. What the hell is going on? Xia Cheng-yin's expression became gloomy as he coldly asked the two elders, Brother Tsangyan is questioning my spirit religion, explain it clearly to me. Religion master is wise. Duan Hai shouted, Honored guest Yang's alchemy skills are superb, we should be treating him well, how could we possibly harm him? Chapter 684. Su Qi also nodded, yes, he really wanted to enter the wind eye. I tried my best to dissuade him, but he wouldn't listen. What could I do? Sangyan's mouth twitched a few times before he put on a fake smile and said, That would be best, otherwise, your Thunderlight sect will be destroyed. Xia Cheng-yin's expression became cold. Sangyan brother, this is my spirit religion's territory, please don't be too presumptuous. Shut up all of you. Du Wan shouted, suddenly learning that Yang Kai had entered the wind eye. Du Wan also felt uncomfortable. If he had known that he would encounter such a dangerous situation, he would never have allowed Yang Kai to come to Thunderlight sect as an honored guest. Right now, the safety of little friend Yang's life is the most important. Sangyan, what did you sense just now? Du Wan turned to Sangyan and asked. He's still alive, but his aura is a bit chaotic. It doesn't look like he's performing alchemy, Sangyan replied faintly. Du Wan's expression became ugly as he glanced over at Xia Cheng-yin. Religion Master Xia, it seems that entrusting him to your spirit religion was not a wise choice. If he is lucky enough to come out safely, I will bring him back to the Alchemist Guild. I hope Religion Master Xia can understand. Xia Cheng-yin nodded with an ugly expression. Du Wan had already said so, even if he wanted to keep this alchemist alive, he was afraid he couldn't. Glaring at Duan Hai and Su Qi, he ground his teeth and said, You're the one who did this, yet you can't even keep an eye on him. I think you don't want to be elders anymore. It's his own fault. Su Qi muttered. Duan Hai shook his head and sighed, only feeling that his luck was really bad. If Old Man Du and Sangyan had come a few days earlier, this situation would not have happened, but right after he and Su Qi started fighting, these two had come to Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. Was it his own bad luck or Yang Kai's? The group of people waited silently, no one speaking, the atmosphere becoming somewhat dignified. Su Qi and Duan Hai kept exchanging glances, both of them aware of the thorny situation. There was no way that the kid would be able to leave the storm eye alive, and now the question in front of them was, what would Du Wan and the Sangyan take if the kid died? They really didn't know why the Sangyan Empire would suddenly become involved in this matter. It didn't seem to have anything to do with Soaring Heaven sect. Inside the wind eye, Yang Kai, who had just been thrown in, immediately felt a burst of sharp pain all over his body. The ubiquitous wind blades were constantly cutting into his body, and in just a moment he was covered in blood and his clothes were torn to shreds. Yuan Qi was imprisoned, and Yang Kai was unable to withstand the damage of the wind blades. He could only rely on the strength of his physical body to hold on. Yang Kai didn't rush to use his demon god transformation and instead focused his attention on his shoulder blade. There, the wind and thunder wings he had obtained from Demon God Citadel's Han Fei seemed to have been stimulated and were undergoing some unexpected changes. The extremely dense wind energy in the surroundings drilled into his back and was completely absorbed by the wind and thunder wings. Feeling a severe pain, Yang Kai's expression became one of pain and agony. It was as if he was being torn apart as the violent wind energy swept through his body, causing every inch of his flesh and blood to writhe. Pain and suffering. Yang Kai grit his teeth and didn't utter a single word, allowing the wind and thunder wings to absorb the surrounding wind energy. He faintly felt that this was an opportunity to refine the wind and thunder wings. Han Fei and Li Rong had told him that they didn't know when they had obtained this pair of wind and thunder wings, nor where they had come from. After passing through several hands, they had eventually fallen into Han Fei's hands. The two great commanders had tried many times to refine them but had never succeeded. When Duan Hai and Su Qi brought him to the edge of this storm eye, Yang Kai felt that the wind and thunder wings were very eager to absorb the surrounding wind energy, so he didn't resist and simply allowed Duan Hai to throw him in. Now it seemed that his guess was correct. The wind and thunder wings, which had been sealed away for a long time, seemed to have received a great deal of nourishment and become full of vitality. The speed at which they were swallowing the surrounding wind energy also increased, to the point where even with Yang Kai's powerful physique, he was unable to withstand it. His body was constantly being destroyed as the wind attribute energy that was pouring into his body raged. Not daring to hesitate, Yang Kai quickly took out the myriad drug milk from the black book space, put it into his mouth and swallowed it. A warm feeling spread from his abdomen and soon spread throughout his body. The powerful restorative power of the myriad drug milk and the destructive power of the storm eye formed a difficult tug-of-war with Yang Kai's body as the battlefield. His physique was constantly being destroyed, then slowly growing back and restoring itself, becoming tougher and more powerful. Yang Kai endured with great difficulty and gradually became numb, no longer feeling the slightest pain. The speed at which the wind attribute energy was being swallowed by the wind and thunder wings became more and more terrifying. On Yang Kai's left shoulder, an invisible vortex seemed to appear, pulling in the rich surrounding wind energy and pouring it into his wind and thunder wings. The more wind attribute energy he absorbed, the more vitality his wind and thunder wings showed. From the outside, it seemed as if a small vortex had appeared in the huge storm eye, and this small vortex was like a black hole, pulling in the storm eye and swallowing it whole. The people outside who were paying attention to Yang Kai's life and death all showed surprised expressions, not knowing how such a change had occurred. The Wind Eye was one of Bright Thunder Spirit religion's restricted areas, the very foundation of their religion. Since its appearance until now, countless years had passed. Over the years, countless disciples who cultivated wind attribute martial skills and secret arts had obtained unimaginable benefits here, but no matter how many people tried to absorb the wind energy here, none of them were able to cause any changes to the Wind Eye, not even weakening it. But now, everyone clearly felt that the amount of wind energy in this place was being sucked away by some unknown force and was rapidly decreasing. This discovery caused the people from Bright Thunder Spirit religion to pale. If the power of the storm eye weakened, it would be a huge loss to Bright Thunder Spirit religion. Duan Hai, did honored guest Yang say what kind of pill he was refining? Even now, Xia Chengyin still believed the words of his two elders and believed that the change in the storm eye was definitely caused by Yang Kai's alchemy. He didn't say. Duan Hai braced himself and replied, "Old man Du, what do you think?" Xia Chengyin turned to look at Duan. Duan's expression was gloomy. There is no pill that requires such a huge amount of energy. This isn't alchemy at all, it's more like cultivation. Cultivation? Xia Chengyin's expression froze. Cultivating inside the storm eye? Isn't he only a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator? Don't ask this old master, I don't know either. Duan snorted, obviously unhappy that Yang Kai was in prison. Xia Chengyin looked embarrassed and didn't dare to say anything more. The destructive power contained in the storm eye made everyone here not dare to release their divine sense to investigate, so they could only wait quietly. After an unknown amount of time, the small vortex that had appeared in the storm eye gradually grew larger and larger, even showing signs of swallowing the storm eye. On top of that, the surrounding wind attribute energy was obviously not as strong as before. Religion Master, if we continue like this, the wind eye will be destroyed, Duan Hai quickly reacted and shouted. Xia Chengyin's face went pale as he stared silently towards the storm eye. How could he not know what the consequences would be if this continued? Once the storm eye was destroyed, it would be equivalent to destroying one of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's foundations. I ask Religion Master to allow me and junior brother Su Qi to intervene and stop this disaster. Duan Hai volunteered. How are you going to stop it? Xia Chengyin glanced at him strangely. Now we can only act and strangle honored guest Yang inside the storm eye. He must be using the name of alchemy to destroy the foundation of my Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. Duan Hai said sinisterly. Little friend Yang is not that kind of person. Duan coldly snorted. Don't you dare try. Song Yan also glared at him, a murderous intent flashing across his eyes. This is an internal matter of my spirit religion. Isn't Brother Song Yan meddling too much? Duan Hai said with some displeasure. This old master will not allow you to act so recklessly. If little friend Yang really suffers an accident because of your actions, this old master can guarantee that in the future, no alchemist will ever refine pills for your Bright Thunder Spirit Religion again. Duan stared deeply at Duan Hai. Duan Hai felt a headache coming on. He didn't care about Song Yan's attitude, but Duan's words carried a lot of weight. With his identity and status, he really could do such a thing. As long as he gave the order, all the alchemist-honored guests would immediately leave Bright Thunder Spirit Religion and avoid them like tigers. Old man Du, please calm down. This Duan Hai was just speaking casually. Xia Chengyin quickly expressed his stance. The consequences of angering a saint-grade alchemist were quite serious. At that moment, there was an obvious change in the huge wind eye as the vortex that had appeared inside it suddenly expanded. A huge suction force suddenly appeared, causing everyone to almost lose their footing, all of them using their yuan qi to resist as they stared intently at the changes in the wind eye. Inside the wind eye, Yang Kai suddenly felt the shackles placed on him by Duan Hai shatter and the yuan qi sealed in his meridians begin to flow rapidly. Not only that, but the flesh on his back and shoulder blades also began to squirm at an extremely fast speed, as if something was about to break out of his body. He had experienced this feeling once before when he obtained the wings of Yang inflammation. Calming his heart, Yang Kai didn't show any signs of panic, relaxing his mind and allowing the flesh on his back to squirm freely. Qua. A pair of broad and beautiful wings suddenly spread out from Kai Yang's back. At the same time, all of the pressure he was feeling instantly disappeared, and a kind of refreshing feeling spread throughout his body. The wind attribute energy surrounding him no longer seemed to be able to cause him any harm and instead made Yang Kai feel a sense of familiarity. The ethereal wind attribute energy lingered around his body, and Yang Kai was able to hear it clearly, allowing him to integrate himself into the wind. Glancing sideways, Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He found that his wings of Yang inflammation had undergone a significant change. The right half of his wing, as always, burned like a burning flame. However, the left half of his wing not only contained the power of true Yang Yuan Qi but also the power of the wind attribute. Even its color had become more beautiful and dazzling. The wind attribute energy in the wind eye continued to pour into the left half of his wing and Yang Kai could clearly feel that he was rapidly becoming stronger. With a flap of his wings, a whirlwind formed and a series of wind blades formed, bombarding the wind eye. These whirlwinds and wind blades not only contain the power of the wind attribute but also the scorching heat of true Yang Yuan Qi. The combination of the two complemented each other and enhanced each other's lethality. Chapter 685. Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. In the forbidden area where the wind eye was located, a loud bang suddenly rang out and immediately, the world energy around it became chaotic. Almost all of the Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's disciples noticed the anomaly and couldn't help looking over in surprise, not understanding what was going on. Soon, a violent wind blew from the direction of the forbidden area, causing trees to sway and houses to collapse. Within a 50-kilometer radius, all of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's properties were reduced to a mess. Many of the Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's masters paled greatly as their hands and feet went cold. The people in the forbidden area were also stunned as they felt the destructive power of the world energy erupt, all of them circulating their secret arts to resist. The power that erupted from the eye of the storm was not only visible but also invisible soul-blowing winds. This was the power contained within the wind eye, but at this moment, it suddenly erupted outwards. This group of people was relatively close to the wind eye, so none of them had expected such a disaster to befall them. Duan Hai and Su Qi were stunned for a moment before they screamed as the soul-blowing wind rushed into their knowledge seas, causing their souls to become unstable and their vision to blur. Xia Chengyin did not dare to show the slightest neglect and quickly used his own means to resist the damage to his soul caused by the soul-blowing wind. Sangyan was about to protect Old Man Du and Mi Na as they retreated when Old Man Du calmly took out a blue stone. Holding this blue stone in his hand, he poured his yuan qi into it and soon formed a blue light curtain. "Sangyan, come in," Old Man Du called out. Sangyan quickly rushed into the light curtain, and as soon as he stepped into its protective range, the pressure on his soul suddenly disappeared. "Blue refining stone?" Sangyan's eyes lit up as he spoke the name of this blue stone. "Old Man Du's foundation is quite good." "Now is not the time to talk about this." Old Man Du smiled bitterly. "The wind blades are coming." Sangyan nodded lightly and did not dare to neglect, quickly condensing his strength and sending all the wind blades flying. He knew that the cyan light screen created by the refined blue stone could only defend against attacks that came from the spirit. It had no defensive effect against physical attacks. Yang Kai had only heard of refined blue stone from rumors and knew that this thing was extremely precious. It was a product from the starry sky and was capable of defending against Saint Realm Master's divine sense attacks. It could be said that with such a piece of refined blue stone, he would not need to worry about his soul being damaged. However, this thing was very easy to damage, and after using it a few times, it would crumble into dust. Old Man Du had no choice but to use this stone's strength. He was not a Saint Realm Master, his cultivation First Order Transcendent Realm. So long as he immersed himself in alchemic arts and alchemy, he had neglected his cultivation, his combat ability, combat power. He was only Saint Realm Master's Realm Masters. "Old Man Du!" Xia Chengyin anxiously shouted as he also came over. Old Man Du frowned, but still nodded lightly. He increased the output of power from his hands, and the light screen formed by the refined blue stone expanded a bit, barely allowing Xia Chengyin to squeeze in. The two Third Order Transcendent Masters acted together, shielding Old Man Du and Mi Na behind them, deflecting all the incoming wind blades. Duan Hai and Su Qi were both dizzy from the soul-blowing wind and were like headless flies tossing and turning in the midst of this violent storm. Soon, their bodies were covered in wounds and blood. Seeing this, Xia Chengyin anxiously asked, "Old Man Du, can you let them in as well?" "This old man is powerless. If I increase the output of my strength, I'm afraid this stone will shatter." Old Man Du slowly shook his head. Knowing that Duan was not lying, Xia Chengyin couldn't help sighing. Duan Hai and Su Qi were two of his spirit religion's elders, so he naturally couldn't bear to see them die here. Hiding behind the light curtain formed by the refined blue stone, Xia Chengyin could only try his best to take care of them, neutralizing the wind blades that were attacking them while constantly calling out to them, trying to wake them up. However, none of his efforts had any effect. The power that should have been hidden inside the wind eye suddenly erupted, and Duan Hai and Su Qi, both second-order transcendent masters, were unable to resist. A moment later, they fell into a pool of blood. Although they were still alive, if they were exposed to the soul-blowing wind blades for too long, their souls would sooner or later be blown away. Xia Chengyin watched anxiously, but there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, after an even more violent attack, everything calmed down, as if the eruption just now was the last of the wind eye's power. The refined bluestone in Old Man Du's hand also completed its mission at this moment. It shattered and fell from between his fingers. Yang Kai! Mi Na suddenly shouted in surprise, stretching out her jade finger and pointing towards the void. Everyone couldn't help shaking their spirits and looking up, only to see Yang Kai standing in the void, completely naked and covered in blood. His expression was indifferent, but from his physique, one could sense a terrifying aura radiating from him. Song Yan's eyes narrowed as a grin appeared on his face, silently grinning. Yang Kai's appearance was quite consistent with the vague image in his mind, which meant that the person his ancestral founder was looking for was him. Where's the wind eye? Xia Chengyin was dumbfounded. He discovered that the wind eye that had existed in Bright Thunder Spirit religion for countless years had actually disappeared. And here, there was no trace of wind attribute energy. This discovery made Xia Chengyin's face go ashen. The wind eye was a very precious existence to the Thunderlight sect. Without the wind eye, it meant that in the future, those disciples who cultivated wind attribute cultivation methods and martial skills would no longer be able to receive help from this place. They would no longer be able to comprehend the mysteries of the wind here. You bastard, can't you put on some clothes? Mi Na made a small trumpet with her hand, her face blushing as she stared up and down at Yang Kai's sturdy figure. Seeming to have heard her words, Kai Yang slowly opened his eyes and turned to look at her. His brow wrinkled slightly as he found that of the 4 people standing there, besides Old Man Du and Mi Na, he didn't recognize the other 2. However, it was undeniable that the pressure these 2 gave him was stronger than even Duan Hai and Su Qi. From the corner of his eyes, Yang Kai suddenly saw Duan Hai and Su Qi lying moaning in a pool of blood, causing him to grin. His figure flickered as Yang Kai suddenly appeared beside Duan Hai and Su Qi at a speed several times faster than before. So fast! Song Yan and Xia Chengyin couldn't help exclaiming. Just now, they seemed to have felt a slight movement, a movement of the wind. Even with their strength, they had almost lost sight of Yang Kai's figure. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai casually struck Duan Hai's neck. With a crisp crack, blood splattered as Duan Hai's head flew through the air. Xia Chengyin almost went crazy. Staring blankly at the head flying through the air with a pained expression on his face, he couldn't wrap his head around it for a moment. He never imagined that the person he had hired as an honored guest would actually kill the great elder of his Thunderlight sect. What's more, he hadn't even bothered to greet him. Song Yan smiled mysteriously as he stared at Yang Kai, licking his lips. He suddenly found that the little brat his ancestral founder had asked him to find was quite similar to his own temperament. Seeing Yang Kai's murderous aura and about to attack the defenseless Su Qi, Xia Chengyin roared, "Boy, you dare!" Saying so, Xia Chengyin shot out like a bolt of lightning towards Yang Kai. No matter what, he couldn't allow Yang Kai to kill 2 of his elders right under his nose. Song Yan grinned meaningfully, his figure flickering as he arrived in front of Xia Chengyin, blocking his path. Song Yan, what is the meaning of this? Xia Chengyin glared at Song Yan and asked coldly. Both of them were third-order transcendents, but facing this Song Yan, he wasn't sure he could win. Nothing, but if you want to hurt him, you'll have to ask me first, Song Yan said faintly. He has nothing to do with your soaring heaven sect. Song Yan, don't go too far. Xia Chengyin's face twisted as he roared hysterically. Little friend, please show mercy. Du Wan also hurriedly shouted, hurriedly bringing Mi Na over to Yang Kai. Hearing Old Man Du's shout, Yang Kai frowned and quickly checked Su Qi's current state, calming himself down and not continuing to kill him. Soon, Old Man Du and Mi Na arrived beside Yang Kai, Old Man Du letting out a light breath as he stared at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. During his time in the Alchemist Guild, Yang Kai had given him a very good impression, not the kind of person who would act recklessly, but Old Man Du couldn't understand why the other party had suddenly decided to kill the 2 elders from Thunderlight sect. Old Man Du. Yang Kai greeted him indifferently before nodding to Mi Na. Mi Na's neck flushed red as she glanced over at Yang Kai before pursing her lips and looking away. Yang Kai didn't care though and instead stared at Song Yan. He didn't know why this person would help him, nor did he have any memories of this person, so naturally, they didn't have any friendship. While observing the situation, Yang Kai took out a set of robes and put them on, his movements calm and steady. Xia Chengyi no longer argued with Zhang Yan and instead stared at Yang Kai with hatred. Although this young man might be a rare talent, the fact that his great elder had died at his hands was an indisputable fact. No matter what, he had to seek justice for Duan Hai. Little friend, what happened here? If it's convenient, can you tell me? Old man Du asked solemnly. These two wanted to harm me, so they threw me into the wind eye and tried to blow my soul out, Yang Kai explained faintly. Nonsense, as far as I know, you are an honored guest invited by Duan Hai. Why would he and Su Qi want to harm you? Xia Chengyin obviously couldn't accept such an explanation. For no apparent reason, why would two second-order transcendents want to harm a little brat? Who are you? Yang Kai stared at the other party coldly. He could feel the hostility and resentment radiating from the other party. Old man Du coughed dryly. This is Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's religion master, Xia Chengyin. Yang Kai gently nodded, feeling relieved before turning to Zhang Yan. And this one? Soaring Heaven Sect. Zhang Yan stepped forward and introduced himself. We don't seem to know each other, right? Yang Kai smiled at him in a friendly manner, his attitude neither warm nor cold. We don't know each other, Zhang Yan smiled lightly, but I have something to discuss with you. Something to discuss with me? Yang Kai's expression became playful as he glanced over at Du Wan, the latter quickly saying, Zhang Yan has no malicious intent towards you, I can guarantee that. Then we'll talk later, Yang Kai nodded to Zhang Yan. Chapter 686. Looking at the calm expression on Yang Kai's face, the Zhang Yan's smile became more and more sinister. This little brat really suited his temperament. In front of Bright Thunder Religion's religion master, he had killed their great elder, yet he didn't show any signs of panic. What kind of courage did this little brat have? The Zhang Yan swept his eyes over Yang Kai thoughtfully. His ancestral founder had ordered him to find this person, and it had taken him 2 months to do so. Originally, he had been quite depressed and annoyed, but at this moment, he suddenly felt that these 2 months had been worth it. Boy, if you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving here. Xia Chengyin's face was livid as he grit his teeth and shouted. What kind of explanation do you want? Yang Kai smiled. I've already explained it to you. That's just your side of the story. Do you think this religion master will believe you so easily? Du Wan frowned and said with a kind expression, Little friend, is it really as you say? Yang Kai nodded seriously. And the reason? Why did they throw you into the wind eye? What good would it do them to blow your soul out? Du Wan asked carefully, knowing that if he didn't give Xia Chengyin an explanation this time, it would be impossible for him to give up. Yang Kai's expression was hesitant, somewhat unwilling to answer. This matter was related to the coffin-carrying man, so if this news were to be leaked, it would be extremely harmful to him. Little friend can rest assured, if what you say is the truth and you aren't in the wrong, this old master can guarantee you will leave here unharmed. Zhang Yan will also help, Du Wan said as he glanced over at the Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan was even more straightforward. Even if you are in the wrong, no one can hurt you in front of me. Kai Yang looked at him with a strange expression. He really couldn't understand why this person was so protective of him. After a long silence, Yang Kai glared at Xia Chengyin coldly and said, Bright Thunder Religion's religion master, right? If it is indeed Duan Hai and Su Qi who wanted to harm me, how can your Bright Thunder Religion compensate me? Compensate you? Xia Chengyin roared. You killed one of my Bright Thunder Religion's elders and you actually want compensation? Brat, did you make a mistake? My Bright Thunder Religion has suffered losses. He only has himself to blame. This time, if I hadn't been lucky, I would have died in the wind eye. Du Wan nodded. If it was indeed Duan Hai and Su Qi, then their deaths should be regretted. What do you think, religions? Little friend Yang entered your Bright Thunder Spirit religion on the basis of this old master's recommendation. This old master is responsible for safeguarding his interests and safety. Although he was Yang Kai's was thunder religion, Yang Kai's was Yang Kai have his own face. As a saint-grade alchemist, it was rare for him to recommend a rising star into the Thunderlight sect, yet he had not expected to encounter such a thing. This was a great blow to his face and prestige. Is elder, s sex is of. If this is really the case, then there is no need for outsiders to act. This religion master will personally clean up the sect and give old man Du an explanation. Du Wan nodded with satisfaction before turning his eyes to Yang Kai. Now can little friend tell us the whole story? I still insist on compensation. Yang Kai smiled lightly. This matter cannot be settled so casually. This religion master is giving old man Du face. Who do you think you are? Don't take yourself too seriously. Xia Chengyin glared at Yang Kai angrily, wishing he could smash this little brat into meat paste. I support you. Sangyan nodded firmly to Yang Kai. If religion master Xia doesn't compensate you, I will make sure bright thunder religion disappears from this world within a month. Uncle, you're so awe-inspiring. Mina looked at Sangyan excitedly, a look of worship on her face. Uncle. The corners of Sangyan's mouth twitched slightly, his expression indifferent and cold. Yang Kai's expression became more and more puzzled as he stared at Sangyan, really unable to understand what was going on with this master, but now was not the time to ask questions. Yang Kai could also feel that this person had no malice towards him, so he was relieved. Sangyan. Xia Chengyin clenched his fists, his yuan qi fluctuating as he coldly glared at Sangyan. You want to fight? Then I'll accompany you, Sangyan sneered. Both of you, please calm down. Old man Du was extremely helpless and could only stand up as a mediator. Religion master Xia, this old man also hopes that if things are as this little friend says, you can give him some compensation. Old man Du also says so? Xia Chengyin's eyes filled with resentment, his face twitching as he struggled and hesitated for a while before shouting, Good, this religion master will agree to his rude request. But old man Du, if we find out that things are not as he says, then don't blame this Xia for not giving you face. As you wish. Du Wan nodded slightly before turning to Yang Kai. You may speak. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before revealing a helpless expression. The two of them want to collect my divine sense. Saying so, Yang Kai slightly released his spiritual energy and explained, Because I have a conflagrated knowledge see. Everyone was dumbfounded, almost unable to believe their ears. However, feeling the burning hot aura contained in Yang Kai's spiritual energy, they had no choice but to believe it. Old man Du's eyes gradually lit up and his expression became one of excitement as he stared at Yang Kai, as if he was staring at a shocking treasure. Sangyan also wore an excited expression. For someone as strong as him, there were very few things that could move him, but after perceiving Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge he almost lost his composure. Laughing wildly in his heart, no wonder the ancestral founder sent him to find this little brat. It turned out that he was an alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge Wasn't this the same starting line as the famous old man of Heaven's Keep? Perhaps in the future he could reach the same height as the old man of Heaven's Keep, respected by the human, monster, and demon races. A conflagrated knowledge was an extremely rare existence. Even if one or two cultivator possessed a conflagrated knowledge they were not necessarily proficient in alchemy. Having both was the quintessence of an alchemist. Xia Chengyin was dumbfounded. Looking at Yang Kai, his face was filled with regret. I told Duan Hai that it was impossible for me to stay in Thunderlight sect forever, so he and Su Qi had some devious ideas. They wanted to use the power of the Wind Eye to blow out my conflagrated knowledge This is the truth, Yang Kai explained lightly. Although this wasn't the most fundamental reason, it was one of the reasons Duan Hai and Su Qi had targeted Yang Kai. Yang Kai wasn't lying. He was also forced to reveal his conflagrated spiritual energy since he couldn't reveal any information about the coffin-carrying man, I see. Old man Du nodded slightly. Feeling the conflagrated knowledge he was even more convinced of Yang Kai's words. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Xia Chengyin and asked, Religious Master Xia, is there anything else you want to ask? Or perhaps, you still don't believe this little friend's words. There's nothing else I want to ask. Xia Chengyin slowly shook his head, his momentum completely gone as he stared at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. If he continued to argue, he would only offend old man Du of the Zhangyan sect. Xia Chengyin couldn't afford such a consequence. Moreover, this Yang Kai was very likely to become a powerful figure in the future. If he offended him now, Thunderlight sect would no longer have peace in the future. That would be for the best. Old man Du nodded with satisfaction before solemnly saying, "Today's matter should be kept between everyone here. If anyone dares to leak it, don't blame this old master for being impolite." Understood. Zhangyan and Xia Chengyin both nodded heavily. A conflagrated knowledge was a treasure coveted by the world. Once it was leaked, it would likely attract countless troubles. *Shio. With a burst of wind, Su Qi's vitality was completely wiped out. Xia Chengyin's eyes flashed as he stared at Yang Kai, who had acted decisively. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. "Good, now we can talk about my compensation," Yang Kai grinned. Xia Chengyin's face twitched slightly. Although he was full of displeasure, he could only ask, "What compensation do you want?" "As long as my divine religion has it, I can agree, but don't make me do something I can't do." "Of course not," Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. "I want to go to the Thunder Eye to cultivate. I hope Religion Master Xia can open the door for me." As soon as these words came out, everyone once again looked at him in astonishment. "Go to the Thunder Eye?" Xia Chengyin was somewhat incredulous. "You also cultivate a thunder attribute secret art?" "This is my business. Religion Master Xia can't interfere, right?" Yang Kai shook his head. "Does the disappearance of the Wind Eye have anything to do with your excellency?" Xia Chengyin stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. Maybe not, I'm not sure." "If you go to the Thunder Eye, will the Thunder Eye disappear as well?" "It shouldn't. I ask Religion Master Xia to rest assured." In the Wind Eye, Yang Kai had stimulated the power of the Wind Eye, causing it to explode from the inside, destroying it. At that time, he had only done so out of revenge. If he hadn't done so, the Wind Eye would not have disappeared, but even if it remained, its power would be much weaker than before. Religion Master Xia won't go back on his word, right? Then I won't agree. The Zhangyan glared at Xia Chengyin aggressively. "The Wind Eye and Thunder Eye are the foundation of my divine religion. Now that one has disappeared, it is very likely that it has a lot to do with him. How could I let him go to the other one? Do you think this religion master is a fool? You have to agree even if you don't want to." The Zhangyan sneered, grabbing Yang Kai and flying away. "Tsung, don't go too far." Xia Chengyin was furious and quickly chased after him. Du Wan sighed deeply, his expression helpless, hesitating for a moment before also catching up with Mina. The Zhangyan's speed was extremely fast. Being caught in his hand, Yang Kai could barely open his eyes, only feeling the scenery around him rapidly passing by. In less than half an incense stick worth of time, they arrived at the location of the Thunder Eye of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. Here, many disciples of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion had gathered, all of them meditating and comprehending the mysteries of thunder and lightning. The stronger disciples were closer to the Thunder Eye while the weaker ones were further away. High up in the void, a huge vortex of lightning continuously rained down lightning, filling the air with a constant crackling sound as the heavens and earth filled with violent thunder attribute energy. When the Zhangyan arrived with Yang Kai, the disciples of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion who were meditating showed surprised expressions and turned to look at them. "Boy, are you sure you want to go in? That place is no joke. If you make a mistake, your soul will be destroyed." The Zhangyan stared at the violent Thunder Eye, a look of dread on his face. Chapter 687. The violent energy in the Thunder Eye was even stronger than the Wind Eye. The Zhangyan dared to release his divine sense to probe the situation inside the Wind Eye, but he didn't dare touch the Thunder Eye. Between the two, the Thunder Eye was undoubtedly more dangerous. "Thunder Light Religion's religion master has caught up. Senior, please let me in." Yang Kai glanced back and saw Xia Qingyin rushing towards him, his face filled with anxiety. Although he had not yet arrived, he was already shouting. That Tsangyan didn't put him in his eyes at all and simply smiled. "Little brat, you're really strange. Good, I'll do as you wish, but don't die, otherwise I won't be able to explain myself to Ancestral Founder." Saying so, he casually threw Yang Kai forward and Yang Kai's figure quickly fell into the Thunder Eye. Cries of alarm rang out as the Thunder Light Religion disciples who were cultivating stared in amazement at Yang Kai disappearing into the Thunder Eye, wondering how this person had offended the Tsangyan and was actually thrown into such a place. Xia Qingyin arrived shortly after, but he could only watch helplessly. Inside the Thunder Eye, Yang Kai felt a huge pressure as soon as he entered, one that was much stronger than when he was in the Wind Eye. The power of the lightning shuttled through his body, causing his hair to stand on end and his body to shiver. Soon, a burnt smell wafted out from his skin. After consuming the myriad drug milk again, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged inside the Thunder Eye, ignoring his own injuries and allowing his wind and thunder wings to absorb the surrounding thunder energy. After experiencing this once, Yang Kai became more and more adept at dealing with this kind of situation and knew what his wind and thunder wings were thirsting for. On his back and right shoulder blade, as expected, a huge attractive force was produced. The surrounding thunder energy was pulled into his body. Once again, it spread its wings. On the left side, wind spirits danced, while on the right side, lightning flashed and electric arcs danced. Yang Kai soon entered a state of selflessness as he comprehended the mysteries of thunder and thunder. Outside the Thunder Eye, the Thunder Light Religion disciples had been driven away while the Tsangyan and Xia Qingyin fought fiercely. In the end, it was Elder Du who stepped forward and stopped their battle. It was very difficult for two-third order transcendent masters to determine the victor, but Xia Qingyin clearly felt that he was somewhat inferior to Tsangyan. If they were to continue fighting like this, the one who would lose would undoubtedly be him. After realizing this, Sect Master Lei Guang took advantage of the situation and decisively stopped. As time passed, the people waiting outside the Thunder Eye could clearly sense that the thunder attribute energy in the area had weakened a lot. The most direct manifestation was that the lightning striking down from the Thunder Eye was sparser than before. Xia Qingyin's face turned extremely ugly. Today, with the death of the two elders, the Eye of the Storm disappeared, and the power of the Eye of the Thunder was weakened. It was unknown whether it would disappear like the Eye of the Storm. He was Lei Guang's loss. Immeasurable. A day later, the power of the Thunder Eye was less than half of its usual power. Xia Qingyin's eyes were red as he stared at the Thunder Eye like a ferocious beast. His expression was resentful. Although Old Man Du felt that it was somewhat immoral to harm his foundation, when he thought about how Duan Hai even wanted to harm the person he had recommended, he couldn't help feeling angry. Inside the Thunder Eye, Yang Kai took a deep breath. Suddenly opening his eyes, Yang Kai's pupils shined brightly. After a day of absorption, he noticed that the wind and thunder wings in his body had reached perfection. From this moment on, this pair of wings had truly been refined by him and had become his greatest strength. The wings behind his back were filled with yang attribute energy, while the left half contained the agility of wind while the right half contained the violence of thunder. Wind, thunder, and yang, these three attributes had formed a strange balance and subtle changes had taken place between them. It was no longer a simple combination of one attribute. The wind and thunder attributes now contained a burning heat that had evolved into wind flame and thunder flame. Compared to the pure wind and thunder attribute, the lethality of these two attributes was now several times greater. The yang inflammation wings had also been completely replaced by the wind and thunder wings. It was just that Yang Kai found it somewhat difficult to determine the existence of this pair of wings. They were both like an artifact in his own martial skill. However, it was undeniable that Han Fei had indeed given him a great gift. The reason why Han Fei and Li Rong had not been able to refine the wind and thunder wings was likely because they had not had such an opportunity. All of this was a coincidence, but it was also an inevitable result. Taking back his wind and thunder wings, Yang Kai stepped out of the greatly weakened Thunder Eye. Everyone who had been waiting for a long time saw Yang Kai walk out and couldn't help but light up. Even Xia Chengyin couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. The Thunder Eye had not disappeared, and although its power was not as strong as before, it had at least been preserved. Staring at Yang Kai, the look in his eyes was extremely complicated, a mix of annoyance and resentment. "You little brat, you made us wait." As soon as he saw Yang Kai appear, Zhang immediately laughed. "You little brat, your aura has changed a lot. Did you gain something?" "A little." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "My cultivation hasn't increased, but I was able to comprehend some of the mysteries of thunder. Sorry for making you wait so long." "Little friend is too polite." Du-Wan smiled and nodded. "Since you've finished, let's go." Zhang waved his hand. Yang Kai glanced over at Xia Chengyin faintly, but the latter's expression remained gloomy, not saying a word, seemingly having no intention of stopping them. With Zhang Yin here, he couldn't stop them even if he wanted to. Thunderlight Sect's losses these past 2 days were already big enough. If they really wanted to offend Zhang Yin and start a war with Soaring Heaven Sect, Thunderlight Sect would be powerless to resist. Soaring Heaven Sect's 4 great madmen were not any worse than him. Once they started fighting, Thunderlight Sect would definitely be destroyed. Xia Chengyin could only swallow his anger. "Religion Master Xia, I'll have to trouble you this time." Old Man Du nodded to Xia Chengyin. "Farewell, I won't see you off." Xia Chengyin took a deep breath and closed his eyes, unwilling to look back. Zhang Yin coldly snorted before waving his Yuan Qi, wrapping Yang Kai, Du-Wan, and Mina in it, and flying off. After they left, Xia Chengyin stared at their backs with a twisted expression for a moment before suddenly activating his movement skill and flying towards the eye of the storm. He still had some doubts about Yang Kai's previous statement, but with Du-Wan nearby, he didn't want to tangle with him, so naturally he wanted to investigate. Although Su Qi and Du-Wan Hai had been dead for a day, Xia Chengyin was still confident. Gathering their scattered souls and prying into their memories, he wanted to see what kind of grievances had occurred between them and Yang Kai. Arriving at the 2 dead great elders, Xia Chengyin silently circulated his secret art and released a series of mysterious bursts of energy. Soon, a barrier appeared within a radius of 30 kilometers. He wanted to seal off this place so he could collect Su Qi and Du-Wan Hai's souls. He believed that with the cultivation of these two, even if their physical bodies died, their souls would not dissipate so quickly. But what made Xia Chengyin depressed and puzzled was, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall even a trace of their souls. The 2 elders seemed to have had their souls extinguished, a discovery that made him surprised. Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. Midair, a group of 4 people was flying at high speed. As they passed by a mountain, Yang Kai inadvertently glanced down and happened to see a tall woman with a proud figure standing there. The other party seemed to have noticed him as well, her beautiful eyes filled with guilt and surprise as she stared at him foolishly. Suddenly, she flew up and chased after him with all her strength, her pretty face filled with anxiety. But how could her speed be compared to Zhang Yin's? In just a few breaths of time, she was quickly left behind. "Hey, you bastard, there was a little girl chasing you just now." Mina suddenly poked Yang Kai and said with an ambiguous expression. Yang Kai pretended to be confused. "You're still denying it?" Mina snorted. "She called out your name. Did you do something to her that you would abandon her after taking advantage of her?" TSK, I really didn't see it. You're such a beast with a human face. It looks like I'll have to stay away from you in the future." "Don't talk nonsense, okay? I'm a very pure person. I would never do such a thing," Yang Kai said seriously. Mina curled her lips, obviously not believing him. She had probably stayed in the Alchemist Guild for too long. Her gossipy heart was stronger than anyone else's, so she grabbed Yang Kai and kept asking questions. Yang Kai ignored her and instead looked at Zhang Yin with a puzzled expression. Even now, he still didn't understand why the other party would help him for no reason, even at the expense of offending the Bright Thunder Spirit Religion leader. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Kai asked, "Senior, can you tell me why you helped me? What good does it do you?" Zhang Yin turned to look at him while flying, a smile appearing on his cold face. "You're very vigilant. Young Kai nodded without hesitation. Old Man Du chuckled. Little friend doesn't need to suspect Tsangyan. Although I made a mistake in recommending you to Bright Thunder Spirit religion, this time I can guarantee he won't do you any harm. I naturally believe Old Man Du's words. Yang Kai gently nodded, but this doesn't answer the confusion in my heart. Since Senior has no malice towards me, can you tell me the reason? Telling you isn't a big deal, I'm just completing my own task. Task? Yang Kai was surprised. I won't tell you too much, but you should come with me to a place later and you should understand because I don't know much about it. Who gave you this task? My family's ancestral founder. Soaring Heaven Sect's sect master? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling shocked. Tsangyan didn't answer and simply continued flying forward. Yang Kai asked a few more times before finally giving up and turning to Old Man Du. What kind of person is Soaring Heaven Sect's sect master? A Saint Realm Master, Du-Wan replied. I don't know exactly how strong he is, but when you see him, you can ask him. Tsangyan, who was flying forward, suddenly stopped and said, Old Man Du, let's part ways here, I need to take him back to the sect as soon as possible. Very well. Du-Wan gently nodded before turning to Yang Kai and saying, Little friend, this time you have suffered. This old master is really sorry, but the Alchemist Guild will always open its doors to you. If you have some spare time, please remember to come back and visit. Old Man Du's kindness gave Yang Kai a warm feeling in his heart and nodded. It's not Old Man Du's fault, Old Man Du doesn't need to worry about it. I'll definitely return to the Alchemist Guild. Old Man Du smiled lightly before turning to Tsangyan and saying, Send my regards to your ancestral founder. This old man is old and weak, so I won't be seeing him again. I'll definitely do so, Tsangyan nodded. Then, Old Man Du, will take our leave first. Saying so, Old Man Du led Yang Kai in another direction. Yang Kai, remember to come back. Mina waved goodbye to Yang Kai. Chapter 688. Soaring Heaven Sect was one of the 4 great forces in the vicinity of Grand Boulder City. Although they were called 4 great forces, in fact, the other 3 couldn't be compared to Soaring Heaven Sect at all. Whether it was in terms of heritage or strength, Soaring Heaven Sect was several levels ahead of them. Ancient Moon Cave Heaven, Luo Sheng Sect, and Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, none of them had a single Saint Realm Master, but it was rumored that Soaring Heaven Sect had 2 or 3 Saint Realm Masters. Below the Saint Realm, the 4 Third Order Transcendent Realm Masters were also well known. These 4 were all extremely powerful masters, and Tsangyan was one of them. However, in the eyes of those who didn't know the details, Soaring Heaven Sect was on equal footing with the other 3 great forces because it didn't have many disciples, far less than Bright Thunder Spirit Religion and the other great forces. Yang Kai was led by Tsangyan all the way, constantly asking about Soaring Heaven Sect along the way. Tsangyan seemed to be a relatively taciturn person who cherished his words like gold, but he still patiently answered Yang Kai's questions. At the same time, he also observed Yang Kai along the way. Tsangyan was also confused as to why his ancestral founder wanted him to find this boy. Half a day later, just as they were about to reach Soaring Heaven Sect, Tsangyan suddenly stopped and stared ahead suspiciously, seemingly having discovered something. Soon, Yang Kai also noticed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. This aura and life force fluctuations were not any weaker than Tsangyan's, but unlike the pressure he felt from Tsangyan, this aura was much softer, like a flowing river. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a curious expression, but he didn't ask anything and just waited quietly. A moment later, a blue light quickly approached from the distance and stopped in front of Tsangyan. The blue light dissipated and a beautiful woman dressed in an unusually bold dress appeared in front of Tsangyan. This beautiful woman had snow-white skin and a pair of watery eyes that seemed to contain 10,000 kinds of amorous feelings. At the corner of her mouth was a black mole the size of a grain of rice, adding to her charm. The beautiful woman's face was filled with a lazy smile. Her upper body was exposed, revealing half of her snow-white breasts and her ravine. Her lower body was wearing a slit skirt. Her long and slender legs were exposed to the air, and the hazy beauty between her legs could be faintly seen. Yang Kai was stunned and couldn't help staring at her a few more times. The beautiful woman didn't try to avoid him, nor did she show the slightest shyness. Instead, she simply looked at Yang Kai with a smile, a look of interest appearing on her gorgeous face. Songyan's brow furrowed. Feiyu, why did you come out? Didn't martial ancestors' seclusion in half a year? Of course, it's not like Yu's martial ancestors' imprisonment ends. You're not going to tell me you're sneaking out here. I didn't sneak out. Feiyu curled her lips and lightly gritted her teeth. Without seeing any movement, she suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai, stretched out a delicate hand, and lifted Yang Kai's chin. Where are you from, little brother? Why do you look so unfamiliar? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over his body. Songyan quickly pulled Yang Kai behind him and stood between him and Feiyu like a mother hen protecting her chicks. He frowned and said, "Don't be ridiculous, this is the person the martial ancestor is looking for." The person the martial ancestor is looking for? Feiyu heard this and a strange light appeared in her beautiful eyes. Why is the martial ancestor looking for him? I don't know. Songyan shook his head, but he's not your toy. I know. Feiyu curled her lips impatiently. Let's talk about your problem. Why didn't you obediently stay in the sect? Why did you come out here? The martial ancestor told me to come out, Feiyu giggled. Without the martial ancestor's order, how would I dare to come out? She paused, then said with her beautiful eyes, Yes, the martial ancestor told me to redeem myself by doing good deeds. He said that if I can solve this problem, I'll be exempted from the 6 months of seclusion. What problem did he ask you to solve? Songyan asked curiously, but as soon as he said it, he slapped himself and raised his hand. Pretend I didn't ask. I'm going back to the sect. You can do as you please. Don't go. Feiyu grabbed Songyan's arm and said sweetly, Since you asked, of course I'll tell you. Saying so, she didn't care whether Songyan was willing or not and began explaining. 100 kilometers away from Soaring Heaven sect, a disciple who was cultivating found a cave with some barriers and rich world energy. It should have been a blessed land left behind by some powerful master many years ago. The disciple was unable to break through the barriers, so he returned to the sect and gathered a group of his brothers and junior brothers. More than a dozen people worked together to open the blessed land, hoping to find some opportunities, but unexpectedly, there was a hidden trap inside the blessed land. Caught off guard, all of them were poisoned. All those who entered were poisoned by an exotic ancient insect called the soul-devouring insect. When this news reached Soaring Heaven sect, the martial ancestor asked Feiyu to deal with it. Soul-devouring insect? Songyan's face also changed greatly. Aren't these exotic ancient insects extinct? Who knows? Feiyu shrugged her shoulders. I don't know which despicable bastard left behind this blessed land near our Soaring Heaven sect. If we find his body, we'll definitely tear him apart. Martial ancestor wants you to go. How are you going to deal with it? Those things aren't something ordinary people can deal with, even you may end up buried inside. Feiyu said with an aggrieved and pitiful look. So, Songyan, please help me. How can I help you? I have no way to deal with these exotic ancient insects. You cultivate a fire attribute secret art, can't you just burn them to death? The fire of Yuan Qi, do you think it can burn them to death? You're being too whimsical. Songyan coldly snorted, suddenly glancing over at Yang Kai, a thoughtful expression appearing on her face. But besides you, no one can help me. Rimaru and Fei Jian, those two bastards, when they learned I took on such a task, they're all hiding from me. They're simply too hateful. Feiyu ground her teeth in disdain. I should have been hiding from you too. Songyan felt a headache coming on. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have asked that question. After living with this woman for so many years, Songyan still couldn't help but be deceived by her appearance, often falling into her traps. It's too late now, Feiyu looked coldly at Songyan. You have to help me, even if you don't want to. Songyan sighed helplessly. I really can't do it this time. I have to take this kid back to see the martial ancestor as soon as possible. You've already delayed it for 2 months. What's a little more time? Come with me to take a look. If you really can't do it, I won't force you, Feiyu tried to persuade her. Song Yen frowned, seeming to be weighing the pros and cons. Feiyu saw that there was hope, so she quickly struck while the iron was hot, continuously persuading her. After a while, Song Yen nodded slightly. All right, I'll help you this time, but I can't guarantee that it'll work. Feiyu was overjoyed and praised repeatedly. I knew you were the best, Rimaru and Fei Jian, those two bastards, next time they'll die. But I also have a request. What request? Song Yen coughed lightly. I remember that 50 years ago, you brewed a batch of 1,000 safflower wine, right? Feiyu's pretty face changed and she gritted her teeth. You remember something that happened 50 years ago? I've always been thinking about good things. Song Yen nodded slightly and said matter-of-factly, yes, if you succeed, you'll give me half. No, that 1,000 safflower wine was brewed from 1,000 types of spirit flowers that I traveled all over the world, and after 50 years of waiting, I haven't even had a sip myself, and now you want half? You're even worse than Rimaru and Fei Jian. If that's the case, I'd rather not have your help. Yang Kai stared at this beautiful woman in amazement, faintly feeling that this so-called 1,000 safflower wine was more valuable than her life. You brewed 20 jars, even if you give me half, you still have 10. At most, I'll give you 1 jar, don't even think about it. 8 jars. 1 jar. 5 jars. After some hard bargaining, Song Yen could only pinch her nose and agree, fine, 1 jar it is. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Feiyu spat disdainfully, if you can't help, I won't give you a sip. Saying so, she glared at Yang Kai. Smelly brat, what are you laughing at? Is it funny? No, but it's quite interesting. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, watching two-third order transcendents bicker endlessly while feeling the friendship between them really made one feel warm inside. Yang Kai seemed to have not experienced such a feeling for a long time. Ever since he came to Tongxian realm, he had been all alone. Let's go, where is that blessed land? Having reached an agreement, Song Yen didn't want to waste any more time. Come with me, Feiyu said, leading the way. As this beautiful woman flew, her round buttocks and willowy waist swayed back and forth, her jet-black hair fluttering in the wind, revealing her fair and slender neck that was as delicate as porcelain. Don't look at her, be careful she doesn't gouge your eyes out, Song Yen whispered in Yang Kai's ear. That wouldn't be possible, right? Yang Kai was stunned. Last time, there was an elder from Luo Sheng sect, because he looked at her too much, she. As Song Yen spoke, he gestured with his hand as if he was chopping down, brushing past Yang Kai's lower body. Yang Kai's face went black. That's why Ancestral Founder put her in solitary confinement. Song Yen nodded seriously, but don't be fooled by her coquettish dress, in fact, she's still a virgin. Before Song Yen finished speaking, a soft fist flew towards him, catching him off guard and sending him flying more than 1,000 meters. Feiyu stood in the air, her pretty face cold as she stared coldly at Song Yen, who was sent flying, and scolded, Do you really think I'm deaf? Yang Kai couldn't help but gulp, secretly worried for Song Yen. Little brother, come here, elder sister will take you away. Feiyu suddenly smiled and waved to Yang Kai. Without waiting for him to answer, she wrapped him in her yuan qi and flew forward side by side. Smelling the fragrance of this beautiful woman, Yang Kai was a little unnatural, but his expression was serious and he didn't look sideways. Don't listen to that bastard, he only knows how to slander me. Feiyu said softly, her breath like orchids, touching his heartstrings. It doesn't matter if you look at me a little more, elder sister won't hurt you, I'm very gentle. Chapter 689. Atop a solitary mountain peak, Song Yen, Feiyu, and Yang Kai landed halfway up the mountain and carefully investigated the surrounding area. The two-third order transcendent masters quickly locked onto a certain area. Yang Kai also faintly noticed that there was some subtle energy overflowing from this place. However, looking around, this territory in front of him was no different from the surrounding area. It was just an ordinary piece of land. It should be a smokescreen, not bad. No wonder no one has been able to discover the mysteries of this place for so many years. Sangyan showed a look of surprise as he glanced around. I'm afraid too much time has passed and the sect's disciples have inadvertently discovered the mysteries of this place. Fei Yu also agreed. Don't waste time, let's begin. Sangyan stretched out his foot and stomped the ground, releasing an unusually hot aura. Yang Kai suddenly saw a series of mysterious runes appear on the ground. These runes swam about like tadpoles, struggling for a moment before all of them suddenly burst into flames and were reduced to ashes. Sangyan cultivated a fire attribute secret art, so his Yuan Qi flames were exceptionally pure, so with his third-order transcendent strength, it was naturally easy for him to break through this smokescreen that had been left behind for so many years. A strange black hole appeared on the ground, only large enough for one person to pass through at a time. Fei Yu didn't say anything and simply jumped in, soon disappearing from sight. Sangyan waved his hand and said, "Go in." "I'm going in too?" Yang Kai was stunned. He had thought he would have to wait up there. After all, more than a dozen soaring heaven sect disciples had met with misfortune inside, so there was bound to be many dangers inside. If he were to rush in, he would only become a burden to these two masters. "Of course you're going in," Sangyan smiled slyly. "I'm afraid we'll have to rely on you this time." "Rely on me?" Yang Kai was even more surprised. "Senior, you must be joking." "I'm not joking. If I was alone, I wouldn't have agreed to Fei Yu's request. But it's different with you. You'll know once you're inside," that Sangyan said as he threw Yang Kai down. Yang Kai had no choice but to quietly condense his Yuan Qi and focus his mind to guard against the unexpected. The hole seemed to be very deep. Yang Kai slid all the way down for the time it took to burn a stick of incense before he finally stepped on the ground. He steadied himself and stepped to the side. That Sangyan also quickly landed. "So slow." Fei Yu pouted in dissatisfaction. Sangyan didn't say a word. A bright fireball suddenly appeared beside him, illuminating the surroundings. "It's definitely a blessed land. I wonder which senior's abode this is." Sangyan's eyes lit up when he felt the energy of heaven and earth here. Fei Yu also seemed to be excited. "Since it's a blessed land, there must be treasures here." "It's very possible." Sangyan nodded. "Let's go." With that, he took the lead and led the way. Fei Yu and Yang Kai followed closely behind him, extremely vigilant. As they walked, Fei Yu suddenly leaned close to Yang Kai and gently breathed into his ear. She whispered, "Don't use your Yuan Qi. There are soul-devouring worms here. They love Yuan Qi the most. Once they infect you, you're done for." That's how those disciples met with misfortune. Yang Kai's expression froze. He quickly nodded. Suddenly, he was confused and asked, "Since they met with misfortune, how did you get the news? Did they spread the news?" "No, they didn't." Fei Yu shook her head. "It was martial ancestor who said so. My martial ancestor's ability is great. Everything within a 500-kilometer radius, as long as he wants it, will be within his grasp." Kai Yang's face was filled with shock. Soaring Heaven Sect's martial ancestor was truly amazing. Yang Kai's divine sense was also extremely powerful. The range of his perception was about 100 kilometers, but the further away he was, the less clear his perception became and the more spiritual energy he consumed. On the other hand, Soaring Heaven Sect's martial ancestor could explore a 500-kilometer radius. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. That Sangyan's footsteps suddenly came to a halt because in front of him, a cultivator wearing Soaring Heaven Sect's robes was lying on the ground, his eyes wide open. Bending down to examine him, that Sangyan slowly shook his head. This person was obviously dead. Fei Yu no longer whispered to Yang Kai, her pretty face becoming dignified as she took out a bell-like artifact and activated its power to protect herself and Yang Kai while following closely behind the Tsungin. This artifact should be a soul-type artifact, at the very least spirit grade. As soon as he summoned this artifact, Yang Kai suddenly felt as if he was soaking in water, warm and comfortable. "Be careful, follow me closely, don't stray too far from me. With your insignificant cultivation, once you're targeted by those soul-devouring insects, You'll die without a doubt, Fei Yu quickly warned. Yang Kai nodded firmly, not daring to show the slightest carelessness. That Song Yin's courage stemmed from his skill, so he continued to explore the path ahead. From time to time, they would encounter one or two Soaring Heaven sect disciples who had fallen victim to the attack. After careful investigation, most of them were already dead, with only 3 or 5 of them remaining unconscious. The Song Yin, without exception, gave these unconscious disciples some pills. After walking for an unknown period of time, the group of 3 suddenly came across a large bronze gate. Just as the 3 of them arrived here, a black fog suddenly flew out from the bronze gate, and from this black fog, countless tiny things that could not be seen with the naked eye rushed towards the trio. That Song Yin's face changed greatly as he hurriedly retreated, his yuan qi fiercely spurting out a burst of flames, but the black fog was unable to be incinerated and was only able to slightly slow down its speed. Soul-devouring insects! Fei Yu exclaimed, her beautiful face going pale, her yuan qi bursting forth and forming a series of water arrows that shot towards the black fog. Why are there still so many of them? Fei Yu's voice trembled slightly as she shouted, "Sign, run!" Although she and the Tsangyan had both reached the third-order transcendent realm and were extremely powerful masters, in the face of these exotic ancient insects, they were still somewhat helpless. The only thing they could do now was to escape from here and report back to their ancestral founder before making a decision. The Tsangyan, on the other hand, did not seem to be in a hurry as he rushed over to Fei Yu and Yang Kai's side, staring at the rapidly approaching black fog and shouting to Yang Kai, "Use your divine sense to burn them." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before quickly reacting, sending out his spiritual energy in the nick of time. A scorching hot aura filled the air as a burst of flames exploded mid-air. The black fog that had rendered the Tsangyan and Fei Yu helpless was suddenly burned to ashes. Conflagrated knowledge, see? Fei Yu's beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Yang Kai in surprise. She had not expected that this young man would possess such a rare conflagrated knowledge, see? Do you think I would accompany you here to die? Song Yen snorted, a smug look appearing on his face. Yang Kai's expression remained serious. After realizing that his conflagrated knowledge C was actually the nemesis of these exotic ancient insects, he no longer felt nervous and stepped forward towards the closed bronze door. He could feel that there were countless tiny life forms hidden behind this door. These should be the soul-devouring insects. The dozen or so Soaring Heaven sect disciples should have met their tragic end here. Yang Kai continued to release his conflagrated knowledge C, and the soul-devouring insects did not even have a chance to escape from the bronze door before they were all burned to death. The Tsangyan and Fei Yu were both overjoyed. After a while, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense and nodded to the two. They should all be dead. Little brother did a good job. Fei Yu swayed her hips as she walked up and patted Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately. Elder sister likes young and promising boys like you. We should get closer in the future. Ah. Yang Kai let out a few dry laughs. The Tsangyan also walked over and stared at the closed bronze door, an eager look on her face. Since this was a secluded cave mansion left behind by the ancient people, there must be some treasures behind this bronze door. Do you want to go in and take a look? The Tsangyan turned her head and glanced at Fei Yu. We've already come all this way. Are you going to turn a blind eye to it? Fei Yu smiled lightly. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he said, I'll wait for you here. The Tsangyan and Fei Yu stared at him, and Yang Kai explained, there might be other traps inside. I'll only be a burden if I go in. That's fine. The Tsangyan nodded. Then you wait here. We'll be back soon. Be careful. Fei Yu coquettishly warned. Yang Kai nodded, and the Tsangyan and Fei Yu pushed open the bronze door, rushed inside, and disappeared. After they left, Yang Kai slowly walked up to the bronze door and stared at it with a subtle smile on his face. His divine sense cleverly burst forth, and soon, wisps of black fog drifted out from the bronze door. The soul-devouring insects weren't all dead. Yang Kai also knew that the Tsangyan and Fei Yu didn't dare to release their divine senses easily, so he had taken advantage of this to successfully deceive them. Yang Kai didn't know why Soaring Heaven Sect's ancestral founder wanted to see him or what he wanted to do with him. On Tong Xin realm, Yang Kai's strength wasn't too high, so these soul-devouring insects that even third-order transcendents were helpless against had provided him with a powerful trump card. Perhaps it was a bit suspicious of him being a petty man, but Yang Kai had to make some plans for his future. Knowing that there would be treasures behind the bronze door, Yang Kai didn't search for them. Firstly, he wanted to collect these soul-devouring insects, and secondly, he didn't want to get into a dispute with the Zhangyan and Feiyu. If they found something good but didn't share it with him, Yang Kai felt that he would definitely hold a grudge against them. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. His spiritual energy flowed out of his body, guiding the soul-devouring insects into his knowledge sea. The soul-devouring insects were living creatures, so unlike the yin-yang monster ginseng, they couldn't be stored inside the black book space. Under the influence of Yang Kai's spiritual energy, the soul-devouring insects seemed to become extremely obedient, all of them rushing into his knowledge sea at his will. Yang Kai controlled the energy in his knowledge sea to prevent the conflagrated knowledge sea from harming them, placing them all on the island formed by the five-colored soul-warming lotus. In the entire knowledge sea, this was the only place without a conflagrated knowledge sea, making it the most suitable place to place the soul-devouring insects. Chapter 690. Today's update. The soul-devouring insects loved to devour spiritual energy while the five-colored soul-warming lotus was constantly emitting a magical energy to nourish Yang Kai's soul. As soon as these exotic ancient insects fell onto the five-colored island, they became excited, as if they had entered a comfortable nest and were no longer willing to leave. This unexpected result was not within Yang Kai's calculations, but it was still something he was happy to see. As long as he could control them well, not only would these exotic ancient insects not cause him any harm, Yang Kai could even use his spiritual energy to cultivate them, strengthen them, and when he needed them, release them to meet his enemies. After obtaining the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai had gained another layer of self-protection. Although in terms of physical strength, he was still only a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, not even reaching the transcendent realm. In a battle of spiritual energy, Yang Kai felt that he no longer needed to fear Saint Realm Masters. His conflagrated knowledge sea and soul-devouring insects could both be used externally, and although the solitary golden eye could only be used inside his knowledge sea, if some master overestimated their strength and sent their soul into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, they would definitely not be able to return. With this additional layer of protection, Yang Kai felt slightly relieved. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai did not stay in place and instead walked out. He wanted to collect all the exotic ancient insects in the knowledge seas of the Soaring Heaven Sect disciples who were still alive. There were only about 4 or 5 people still alive, so if he left them alone, they would all die. Even Soaring Heaven Sect's martial ancestor would be helpless to save them. Although Yang Kai's starting point was for his own sake, if he succeeded, he could also save their lives and win the favor of Soaring Heaven Sect's masters, a win-win business. Without any burdens in his heart, Yang Kai acted boldly. Inside the Bronze Gate, after Zhangyan and Feiyu rushed in, they continued to search for hidden treasures. Both of them seemed to have gained something as well, and they seemed to be very excited. Zhangyan, I suddenly remembered that the ancestral master sent me out to do something at this time, and I just happened to bump into you bringing that kid back. This shouldn't be a coincidence, right? Feiyu seemed to have sensed something, and asked as she searched for treasures. It shouldn't be a coincidence. The Zhangyan nodded. Grandmaster probably wants to use this opportunity to test the young man's temperament. Did you know from the beginning? Feiyu looked at the Zhangyan with a faint smile. Of course, the moment I heard about the soul-devouring worms, I understood what the patriarch was planning. Soul-devouring insects can only be dealt with by those with conflagrated knowledge sea. How could it be so coincidental that I just happened to bring someone with conflagrated knowledge sea back? The Zhangyan said in a deep voice, if I didn't bring him back, the ancestral master wouldn't have let you do this. From the looks of it, ancestral master doesn't seem to know what kind of person that little fellow is. Then why did the ancestral master find him? I don't understand. More than 2 months ago, the ancestral master suddenly asked me to find him. It took me a lot of effort to find out his whereabouts. The Tsangyan frowned slightly, and he doesn't know the ancestral master. Strange, the ancestral master is always so unpredictable. Fei Yu curled her lips. However, since you already know the ancestral master's intentions, you still dare to bargain with me on this condition. You're too shameless. You won't get a share of the 1,000 safflower wine. Hearing this, the Tsangyan's face turned bitter. Conflagrated knowledge, see, interesting. Fei Yu muttered with a smile. He's also a spirit-grade alchemist, the Tsangyan added. Fei Yu's tender body shook. Are you serious? I think this may be the reason the ancestral master asked me to find him. This little brat's future is boundless. I'm really looking forward to him stirring up a storm in Tong Xian realm and becoming an existence not inferior to the old man of Heaven's Keep. If that's the case, then I really need to get close to him. Such a talent is rare. Fei Yu also finally became dignified. Only now did she realize that she had underestimated Yang Kai. And I always felt that his potential was far greater than this. This little brat has many mysteries. With his current performance, if he is properly trained, he may really be able to surpass the young talents from the top forces of Tong Xian realm and become the most dazzling new star. The person the ancestral master has chosen is definitely not a vulgar person, Fei Yu also agreed. The two masters secretly decided that before Yang Kai revealed his true strength, they had to establish a good relationship with him. After all, when Yang Kai rode the wind and broke through the waves and became a dragon, it would be of great benefit to them. After about a day and a night, Yang Kai saw Tsangyan and Fei Yu come out from behind the bronze gate. Both of them were overjoyed. It seemed that their harvest was not small. Seeing Yang Kai sitting cross-legged and waiting quietly with 4 or 5 soaring heaven sect disciples lying beside him, Tsangyan and Fei Yu couldn't help showing surprised looks. I had nothing to do, so I tried to expel the soul-devouring insects from their knowledge seas, but I didn't expect to succeed so easily. These people should be able to recover after a year or so of cultivation, Yang Kai explained. Not bad, Tsangyan's eyes lit up as she praised. Before, he and Fei Yu had not cared about the life or death of these disciples and had only given them pills because they didn't know what to do, so they thought they were doomed, but now Yang Kai had given them a pleasant surprise. Elder sister likes you more and more. Fei Yu smiled tenderly. You can be considered the savior of these disciples. Rest assured, elder sister will definitely not treat you unfairly. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, Are you done? Tsangyan smiled lightly, suddenly reaching out and taking out a few things, placing them in front of Yang Kai and shouting, Take a look, whatever you want, just take it. These are the things Fei Yu and I found inside, but unfortunately, most of them have been reduced to dust due to the passage of time. I also get a share? Yang Kai pointed to himself and asked in surprise. Of course, did you think we would take everything for ourselves? Fei Yu smiled tenderly. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't even have been able to enter the gate, let alone search for treasures. You also saved several of my sect's disciples, so you are the biggest contributor. Then I won't be polite. Yang Kai smiled slightly, his eyes rolling over the few things in front of him. Tsangyan and Fei Yu looked at each other and nodded secretly, thinking that this little brat was really a character. If it were any other young man in front of the two of them, they would not dare to say this. They would definitely refuse and would rather give up the benefits in front of them to leave a good impression on them. When it was time to act, he acted decisively. In front of Kai Yang were 5 things, 3 artifacts, 1 secret art, and the last one was a black stone the size of a fist. These were indeed all the useful things Tsangyan and Fei Yu found inside, and they did not hide this matter. Of the 3 artifacts, the worst one was spirit-grade top rank, while the remaining 2 were saint-grade artifacts, their value immeasurable. Even as strong as Tsangyan and Fei Yu were, they had never owned a saint-grade artifact. As for that cultivation technique, it was a pretty good one as well. It was a high-grade spirit-level cultivation technique. Yang Kai looked through them one by one, and his eyes finally landed on the dark stone. This stone was round, and he could not tell what material it was made of. Yang Kai poured Yuan Qi into it, but there was no reaction. He also released his divine sense, but he could not find any clues. What is this? Yang Kai looked at the two of them and asked. Song Yan and Fei Yu both shook their heads. They knew nothing about this stone. It was placed in a very hidden place, so they brought it out casually. Then I'll take this, Yang Kai said with a smile. Song Yan frowned and said seriously, you should choose a secret art to protect yourself. You probably can't use a saint-grade artifact. Your strength is not enough. You can't use the full power of the secret art, and it may even backfire on you. However, this spirit-grade top-rank artifact is very good. Yeah, you don't have to be so modest. Fei Yu was also puzzled. She thought that this kid was very decisive. Why did he suddenly change his personality? She did not like this. Choosing a stone of unknown use, it was a loss no matter how she looked at it. I'm not being modest. Yang Kai laughed. Since you can't tell the origin of this thing, it means that it's either worthless or very valuable. If I take it, I may earn more than you. You're gambling. Song Yan did not agree. The profit in hand is the real profit. Since it's here and you brought it out, it means that it's very likely to be valuable. You two are not blind people. Yang Kai smiled and put away the dark stone. I don't need the secret art, and I don't need the secret art. I'll take it. Since you're so insistent, we won't say anything. Don't cry when you find out that you've lost. Fei Yu snorted and no longer tried to dissuade him. Together with the Song Yan, in front of Yang Kai, they divided up the remaining 4 things. The two of them each obtained a saint-grade artifact. As for the remaining spirit-grade high-rank artifact and cultivation method, they each took one at random. With such a bountiful harvest, both the Song Yan and Fei Yu were very happy. Let's go out, martial ancestor should be waiting for us, Song Yan said, grabbing 2 unconscious disciples and taking the lead to walk out. Fei Yu also grabbed 2 and turned to Yang Kai. You take the last one, I specifically left a beauty for you. Don't worry too much, she should be a flower without a master. Take advantage of her while she's unconscious to take advantage of her. As they spoke, their expressions were ambiguous, as if they knew what Yang Kai was thinking. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, carrying the last soaring heaven sect female disciple on his back and following them out. Returning the way they came, the 3 of them using their movement skills all the way up, soon arriving halfway up the mountain. Identifying the direction, that Song Yan didn't say a word and flew off in the direction of soaring heaven sect. Yang Kai and Fei Yu hurriedly followed. After an hour or so, the 3 of them arrived at a huge mountain valley. Looking down, there were many scattered houses and cultivator activity in the valley below. Chapter 691. Although the cultivator here was not as densely packed as the Thunderlight sect, Yang Kai found that the overall level of these cultivators was much higher than the Thunderlight sects. The world energy here was as rich as a river, flowing endlessly through the mountain valley. Yang Kai had only just arrived, but after taking a single breath, he felt his whole body relax, relaxing his mind and relaxing his whole body. The mountain valley was so large that Yang Kai could not see the end of it from midair. He could not help but be surprised. Rather than calling this a mountain valley, it would be more accurate to call it a sunken plain. Around the mountain valley, there were more than 100 mountain peaks that pierced the sky. There were many birds, beasts, spirit grasses, and spirit medicines growing on these peaks, exuding a vibrant vitality. These mountain peaks seemed to be scattered around the mountain valley, but Yang Kai always felt that they were arranged in a special way. The world energy in the distance seemed to be attracted by some kind of mysterious force and was continuously flowing into the mountain valley through the surrounding hundreds of mountain peaks, nourishing the cultivators in the mountain valley and the spirit grasses and medicines growing on the mountain peaks. Song Yan and Fei Yu glanced at each other and secretly nodded. Yang Kai could see that there was some mystery here at a glance. Obviously, his eyesight was extraordinary. These 100 mountain peaks are the foundation of my soaring heaven sect, Song Yan explained. Oh, is there something special about them? Naturally, there is. Song Yen gently nodded. You should have noticed that the world energy outside is gathering towards the sect. This is the 100 Peaks Spirit Array. With the surrounding 101 mountain peaks as its pivot, it is a shocking giant spirit array. Only half of these mountain peaks are naturally formed. And the other half? It was created by the ancestral founder. Song Yen grinned. Yang Kai was shocked and exclaimed, "Your sect's ancestral founder is really amazing." Naturally, when one's strength reaches a certain level, they can overturn rivers and seas, even pluck the stars and summon the moon. It is rumored that some masters can enter the depths of the star field and seek out all kinds of great opportunities and fortunes from the stars. Deep into star field? Yang Kai's eyes were filled with amazement. It was as if a great door was slowly opening in front of him, allowing him to see many mysteries that he had never imagined before. His eyes couldn't help but shine as he listened carefully. Deep into star field. Song Yen nodded firmly. You saw a strange cyan stone in Old Man Du's hand a few days ago. That's a product of the star field. It doesn't exist in Tong Xian realm. That stone is extremely precious. Unfortunately, it was damaged in the end. Inside the star field, there are all kinds of herbs and ores you can't even imagine, all of them far surpassing Saint grade. There are even star beasts that are more powerful than Saint realm masters. Each one of them is extremely powerful and extremely large. Perhaps even the smallest one is larger than my soaring heaven sect's mountain valley. Kai Yang opened his mouth wide, a look of disbelief on his face. What Song Yen said was simply too incredible. And that's just a legend. As for what the star field is like, in fact, even I don't know. No master has ever proven that they have ever entered the star field. Song Yen sniffed and added. Yang Kai couldn't help smiling as he nodded. But your soaring heaven sect's 100 Peak Spirit Array is also quite amazing. Where I come from, it's an unimaginable feat. Where you come from? Song Yen was stunned. I come from a small place. It's a remote place, not as wonderful as this world, Yang Kai explained faintly. So that's how it is, Song Yen nodded. Song Yen nodded lightly. The 100 Peak Spirit Array is indeed a magnificent feat even in Tong Xian realm. It is rare to see such a thing. This spirit array not only gathers world energy, but also plays a defensive role in the event of a great disaster. However, no one has ever dared to invade my soaring heaven sect, so I've never seen the 100 Peak Spirit Array fully activated. The two of you don't need to talk nonsense, hurry up and descend. Fei Yu interrupted the conversation between the two impatiently. Let me introduce you to little brother. Song Yen decided to build a good relationship with Yang Kai, so the way he addressed him became more intimate. Song Yen no longer said anything and led Yang Kai and Fei Yu down the mountain valley. Perhaps it was because the world energy aura here was too rich, but looking down from midair, the scenery was not very vivid. Everything below the mountain valley seemed to be shrouded in clouds and mist, as if it was a dangerous place. A moment later, the trio landed. As Song Yen walked forward, the soaring heaven sect disciples he encountered along the way all greeted him respectfully. These cultivators' cultivation was not low, most of them having reached the immortal ascension boundary, their auras incredibly strong, seemingly much stronger than any other cultivator of the same realm. Yang Kai couldn't help marveling at this sight. These soaring heaven sect disciples all had extremely strong vitality, their physique and meridians were exceptionally strong, and their yuan qi was also extremely rich. Obviously, their combat strength was not to be underestimated. After handing over the 5 rescued disciples to these people, Song Yen led Yang Kai to a relatively remote courtyard and said, "You can stay here for now, I'll come find you after I report to Martial Ancestor." "Don't I need to see that senior now?" Yang Kai frowned. He thought he would have to see soaring heaven sect's Martial Ancestor immediately. Yang Kai had many questions in his heart and wanted to see this Saint Realm Master so he could resolve his doubts, but listening to Song Yen's words, it was obviously not time yet. "Wait until Martial Ancestor summons you." Song Yen smiled, not saying anything more, turning around and leaving in a carefree manner. Fei Yu glanced over at Yang Kai and said considerately, You don't have to feel too much psychological burden. Martial ancestor won't have any malicious intent towards a little guy like you. If he really wanted to harm you, he wouldn't have sent Songyan. And here, I'll give you 2 things to pass the time. Saying so, she suddenly threw 2 things to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught them and found that they were actually shackles made of some unknown stone material. What are these? Yang Kai examined them and found that there wasn't anything special about them. Weighing them in his hand, they didn't seem to weigh more than half a kilogram, and there were no traces of spirit arrays or energy inside them. It really did seem like they were just toys. Try pouring your yuan qi into them as much as you can, Fei Yu reminded him. Yang Kai nodded and poured his yuan qi into the 2 shackles. In the next moment, he suddenly felt a heavy feeling hit him. This heavy feeling was so heavy that even he couldn't hold it firmly. His body was pulled forward and he almost fell to the ground. Tumbling a few times in the air, Yang Kai managed to avoid this embarrassing fate. Asterisk hong hong. Asterisk accompanied by 2 muffled sounds, the 2 shackles fell to the ground, creating a huge crater. Yang Kai's face paled as he stared at the scene in front of him. Accompanied by a burst of giggling laughter, Fei Yu seemed to be overjoyed. Are you messing with me? Yang Kai frowned and stared at this beautiful woman. Because he felt that this woman didn't have any malicious intentions, Yang Kai naturally didn't think much of it, but he didn't expect her to be so evil. Those 2 shackles were obviously not some ordinary toy, but something of great significance. Sister is just teaching you, don't trust anyone easily. Fei Yu giggled. Yang Kai took a deep breath and nodded. Thank you, Auntie, you really are insidious. Fei Yu's laughter suddenly stopped, her pair of beautiful eyes spitting fire as she stared at Yang Kai. A burst of laughter came from the top of a nearby tree. Fei Yu raised her hand and summoned a giant water dragon, sending it flying towards the man hiding in the tree and biting him. If you laugh one more time, I'll tear your mouth off. Fei Yu glared at the man coldly. The man shrunk his neck and didn't dare laugh again, flicking his finger and shattering Fei Yu's water dragon before disappearing like a bolt of lightning, his voice calling out from afar, "Boy, if you want to live a long life, you'd best stay away from that crazy woman. Rimaru, you're dead today." Fei Yu's tender body flickered as she chased after him. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Another 3rd order transcendent master. Just now, this man had been hiding nearby. Even Yang Kai hadn't noticed him, his aura completely concealed. Although it was only a quick glance, Yang Kai was able to clearly see this man's face. He was thin, short, and had a mustache on either side of his mouth, giving him an extremely wretched appearance. He was a master who was particularly easy to remember. On the way here, Songyan had told him that Soaring Heaven Sect had 4 3rd-order Transcendent Realm Protectors, Songyan and Fei Yu being one of them. This Rimaru should also be one of them. As for the remaining one, Yang Kai hadn't seen him yet. But now, it seemed that these 4 all had their own specialties within their respective territory. Songyan's specialties were fire, Fei Yu's were water, and Rimaru's should be speed or strength. Yang Kai had clearly seen this man's sudden burst of strength and naturally understood how tyrannical he was. Standing in place, no one came to greet him, causing Yang Kai's expression to become somewhat strange. Arriving at such a powerful sect without knowing the specific reason for his actions made Yang Kai feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, there was no point in thinking too much about it. Right now, he could only wait until he met with Soaring Heaven Sect's ancestral founder to ask for an explanation. His eyes flashing, Yang Kai stared at the 2 strange shackles in the pit in front of him and reached out to pick them up. When he touched them, Yang Kai was surprised to find that these 2 shackles weren't heavy at all. Just as he had felt before, they were at most half a kilogram in weight. However, just now, they had been so heavy that they had almost sent him flying and even created a large pit in the ground. Frowning and hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai poured his yuan qi into the shackles. The next moment, Yang Kai's brow rose. Sure enough, as he expected, as he poured in his yuan qi, the 2 shackles on his hands became much heavier, causing his shoulders to tremble slightly. Continuing to pour in, the feeling of heaviness became more and more intense. Yang Kai hadn't exerted his full strength yet, but he found that he couldn't hold the two shackles any longer. They weighed at least 5 or 6,000 kilograms. The place where he stood suddenly began to crack like a spider web, as if the ground was unable to withstand such a huge pressure. After perceiving the mystery of these two shackles, Yang Kai smiled happily, suddenly feeling that the things Fei Yu had thrown to him were really good. They were not only useful for killing time, but also useful for tempering his physical strength. Chapter 692. Soaring Heaven Sect, Inside a Secret Room. Song Yen stood respectfully in place, reporting to the martial ancestor what had happened after seeing Yang Kai. After hearing that Yang Kai had killed Duan Hai and Su Qi in front of Xia Cheng-yin, Soaring Heaven Sect's martial ancestor couldn't help showing a meaningful smile. Soon after, martial ancestor spoke about what had happened in the cave mansion, causing him to be quite surprised. He has a conflagrated knowledge, see? Song Yen nodded solemnly. Does martial ancestor not know? I don't know. The old man slowly shook his head. I only vaguely felt that this matter could only be solved with his help, so when you were about to return, I sent Fei Yu over. Then martial ancestor has never seen that little brat before? I haven't seen him before, but he has some kind of relationship with this old master. Song Yen looked confused, obviously not understanding what kind of relationship Yang Kai had with the martial ancestor. Good, besides you and Du Wan, Xia Cheng-yin also knows that he has a conflagrated knowledge, see, right? The martial ancestor asked lightly. Song Yen's expression became solemn as he nodded lightly. Yes, that little girl from the Alchemist Guild also knows, and on the way back, Fei Yu also saw him. I understand, you may withdraw. Disciple will take his leave. Song Yen bowed and withdrew. After leaving the secret room, he stared thoughtfully in the direction of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, a cold smile appearing on his face. Yang Kai stayed in Soaring Heaven Sect for 2 days. Only Fei Yu came to see him once. Song Yen was nowhere to be found, and no one else came to greet him. Fei Yu gave him a jar of 1,000 safflower wine, saying it was a gift to thank him for helping her in the cave mansion. This beautiful woman was somewhat wanton and uninhibited. When she came to find Kai Yang, she was drunk, her body reeking of alcohol, her cheeks were red, and her slender neck glowed a different shade of red, making her look extremely attractive. Don't drink too much this time, your little body won't be able to bear it. Fei Yu said with a smile, putting down the 1,000 safflower wine. She disappeared. Yang Kai didn't know where she went. Yang Kai just smiled helplessly, not even having a chance to inquire about this woman's whereabouts. He could only put the 1,000 safflower into his black book space and continue to walk around the courtyard. In the eyes of outsiders, he was just strolling casually, and his pace was neither fast nor slow. However, his flesh and blood were obviously wriggling endlessly, and his body seemed to be enduring an enormous and incomparable pressure. But what made people feel strange was that the place where he landed was ordinary and did not leave behind any traces. 3 days later, Song Yen suddenly appeared and beckoned to Yang Kai. Martial ancestor wants to see you. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart was his heart. There were too many questions he needed to ask, and he also wanted to know what kind of person Soaring Heaven Sect's martial ancestor was. Yang Kai had only walked a short distance when Song Yen suddenly looked at him strangely and asked, "Are you nervous?" "No," Yang Kai shook his head. "Then why is your Yuan Qi constantly bursting out? And why is your physique so tight?" Song Yen's expression suddenly changed as he stared deeply at Yang Kai, asking in surprise, "Did Fei Yu give you the primordial shackles?" "Are they called the primordial shackles?" Song Yen nodded lightly. "The more Yuan Qi is poured in, the heavier the shackles become. How much weight are you bearing now?" "About 4,000 to 5,000 kilograms. "You're really strange boy," Song Yen said in surprise. "Did you specialize in cultivating your physique before?" "Yes, I did." His unyielding golden skeleton secret art was specifically designed to develop his physique. Now that he was bearing 4,000 to 5,000 kilograms of weight, Apart from feeling a little unnatural, Yang Kai didn't seem any different from usual. Even when he walked, he didn't leave any marks on the ground. Song Yen was amazed. He had also worn Fei Yu's primordial shackles before, but when he was at Yang Kai's level, he couldn't be as relaxed as he was. How could an alchemist's physique be so strong? Alchemists were immersed in the alchemic way all year round and rarely had time to cultivate, so basically all alchemists weren't very strong. If a cultivator of the same level fought an alchemist, the one who would lose would definitely be the alchemist. However, Yang Kai had killed Duan Hai and Su Qi before, entering and exiting the Wind Eye and Thunder Eye. Song Yen had seen this clearly and faintly felt that this little brat wasn't just a simple spirit-grade alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge sea. After walking for a long time, Song Yen suddenly stopped in front of a house and said, "Go in, martial ancestor is waiting for you inside." Yang Kai nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and strode in. Walking into the house and turning a corner, Yang Kai saw a flickering candle that seemed to be on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. The light in the room wasn't very bright and a thin old man with white hair and a beard was sitting cross-legged. His aura was as calm as an ancient well and there was nothing special about him. Yang Kai's expression became solemn, knowing that this was Soaring Heaven Sect's martial ancestor. Looking around, he walked towards him. Arriving in front of him, Yang Kai bowed respectfully. "Junior Yang Kai greets Senior." The old man slowly opened his eyes and stared at Yang Kai, smiling kindly. "Your aptitude is good, your perseverance is good, and you have both courage and courage. It is rare to see such a young man nowadays. Senior is too kind. Sit down." Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on a cushion in front of him. After sitting down, his expression suddenly changed as he faintly smelled a faint smell of blood in the air. "I know you have a lot of questions, but don't be in a hurry to ask. Open the package in front of you and take a look," the old man said with a smile. Yang Kai looked down and sure enough saw a package in front of him. On this package, there was obviously blood seeping out, and the smell of blood was coming from this package. Yang Kai frowned slightly but didn't hesitate to open the package. After seeing what was inside, he quickly raised his head and stared at Soaring Heaven Sect's martial ancestor in shock. It was actually a human head. Bright Thunder Religion's religion master, Xia Qing Yin's head. "Before you grow up, no one should be able to reveal the secret of your conflagrated knowledge sea," the old man said with a smile. "Many thanks for Senior's help." Yang Kai quickly thanked him. Originally, Yang Kai had planned to wait until he broke through to the transcendent realm before silencing these people, but he hadn't expected that Soaring Heaven Sect's martial ancestor would help him accomplish this ahead of time, allowing Yang Kai to relieve the burden in his heart. At that time, Yang Kai had no choice but to reveal the secret of his conflagrated knowledge sea because in his opinion, information about the ancient demon clan and the coffin-carrying man could not be leaked. A trivial matter, the old man shook his head lightly. With his strength and means, killing a third-order transcendent realm religion master was indeed a trivial matter. Before Xia Qing could even react, his head had already fallen to the ground. "Senior," Yang Kai sat up straight and quickly asked, "May I ask, why did you do this? Why did you let the Zhangyan search for me? Why did the Zhangyan take such good care of me? On top of that, you even killed Bright Thunder Religion's religion master for me. We haven't even met before, have we?" "Ha," the old man chuckled. "This old master naturally has his reasons for doing so. And this old master's name is Chu Ling Xiao. Speaking of which, have you thought of something?" Yang Kai's expression changed, faintly perceiving some information. Staring towards the old man, the vigilance in his eyes gradually melted and became brighter and brighter. "It seems you've thought of something but aren't sure. Then, this old master will show you some evidence." Chu Ling Xiao smiled heartily, suddenly stretching out his hand and sending a burst of energy into Yang Kai's body. While Yang Kai was caught off guard, the sound of a chain being swung rang out in the secret room. A golden chain suddenly appeared out of thin air and was caught by Chu Ling Xiao. "Devil Sealing Chain!" Yang Kai exclaimed. This was an artifact he had obtained in High Heaven Pavilion's coiling dragon stream. Since obtaining it, he had only used it twice. The first time was when he killed Demon General Meng Ji's soul clone in the Evil Cavern. The second time was when he used the Devil Sealing Chain to deal with Demon Lord Yang Bai. After Yang Bai's death, Yang Kai had taken back the Devil Sealing Chain. But now, the Devil Sealing Chain had been summoned by Soaring Heaven Sect's ancestral founder. This is this old master's possession. Chu Ling Xiao looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai only felt the confusion in front of him suddenly become clear as he suddenly understood everything. Chuckling meaningfully, he scratched his head and asked, "Ancestral founder?" Chu Ling Xiao nodded lightly. This old master had not expected that after a few hundred years, someone would actually be able to travel from that world to Tong Xian realm. "It seems you've suffered a lot, you've worked hard." "I haven't suffered much, I've had someone to take care of me all this time." Yang Kai's mood subtly became excited as he stared at Chu Ling Xiao, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he had just returned home. "That's good," Chu Ling Xiao sighed lightly. "A few hundred years ago, this old master also went to your world and knew that the resources there were thin. You being able to reach this point is truly surprising." "So, High Heaven Pavilion was really founded by you?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Chu Ling Xiao nodded. "The sect was named after myself. Many years ago, I chased a demon general through a void corridor and arrived in your world. I fought with him there and finally managed to disperse his soul, but I was unable to destroy his body no matter how I tried, so I had no choice but to bind it with the Devil Sealing Chain and seal it under a mountain stream. I founded High Heaven Pavilion so that someone could guard the demon general's body. After a few dozen years there, I determined that the demon general's soul had dissipated, so I found my way back." Chu Ling Xiao explained before sighing, "Time passes so quickly." "Are you a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion?" "Yes." "Good. You being able to obtain the Devil Sealing Chain shows that there is some kind of fate between you and me." Chu Ling Xiao chuckled, pausing for a moment before asking, "What is the situation over there? Is the sect doing well?" "It's doing well now, but a few years ago, it was almost destroyed." "Oh? Tell me about it. This old master has been a bit too irresponsible towards the sect he founded." Yang Kai immediately recounted what had happened to High Heaven Pavilion over the years, not leaving out any details. It had been a long time since he had had such an open and honest conversation with someone. This old man in front of him was not only Soaring Heaven Sect's ancestral founder, but also High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder, so Yang Kai naturally didn't conceal anything from him. Chu Ling Xiao also listened with great interest, seemingly quite interested in the successor to the other world. Chapter 693. When he heard that the current sect master of High Heaven Pavilion had actually broken through to the Second Order Transcendent Realm, Chu Ling Xiao's eyes couldn't help lighting up. He was well aware that in the other world, one needed to have extraordinary aptitude and talent to reach this level of cultivation. When he left that year, he didn't leave behind too many things, only a universe bag. This universe bag was later given to Yang Kai by Ling Tai Su, and Yang Kai passed it to Su Yen. "So you're from the Central Capital's 8 great families." When this old master was there, he also heard about the strength of the Central Capital's 8 great families. Chu Ling Xiao nodded lightly. "They can't compare to this place," Yang Kai said sadly. "Any one of the forces here was stronger than the Central Capital's 8 great families." "How did you get here?" Chu Ling Xiao asked again. Yang Kai immediately explained how he and Shui Ling had found the Void Corridor and arrived here. "Water Spirit Temple, and this old master has heard of it. In the territory of the sea, it's a force that specializes in water attribute secret arts." Chu Ling Xiao nodded slightly. "It's been hard for you to reach this point." "This is the path this disciple chose himself," Yang Kai replied seriously. "Do you have any plans for your future?" Chu Ling Xiao asked kindly. "Not at the moment, but I want to find 2 people." "Who are you looking for?" "My 2 senior sisters, they are also here," Yang Kai said casually. Hearing this, Chu Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. "What are their characteristics?" "I can ask the people in the sect to help you keep an eye out for them." Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly described the characteristics of Su Yen and Xia Ning Chang, adding, "Strictly speaking, they are a group of four. They are a group of four. Other than my two senior sisters, there is also a devil. It is the devil general's corporeal body that Patriarch sealed back then, but now, another devil's spirit has entered it. A demon lord? Ancestral founder can rest assured he shouldn't be part of the demon race, it's just that his secret art is evil. He has also helped me a lot and can be considered a friend of mine. He calls himself the Old Demon. I don't know his specific name." "Old Demon? I haven't heard of him, but I trust your judgment. What about the other one?" "That old guy is called Meng Wuya. He's quite a mysterious person." "Meng Wuya?" Chu Lingzhao's expression changed. "You mean Meng Wuya? Patriarch knows him?" "I do know a person called Meng Wuya, but I don't know if it's the same person." "What does he look like?" Yang Kai quickly described Meng Wuya's appearance, causing Chu Lingzhao's expression to become strange as he muttered, "It really is him? But isn't he already dead? That old fox is still here, and he even escaped to your world." Yang Kai was surprised. "Ancestor, you seem to be very familiar with Treasurer Meng?" "Not really. I've fought with him a few times, but there's no enmity between us. We've only exchanged a few moves. But this person? He's a very difficult character to deal with. 200 years ago, he was a very famous character, but after his battle with the demon commander, he disappeared without a trace. We all thought he had died." "He fought with Patriarch?" Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help widening. "What level is he? Can he even fight with Patriarch?" "A Saint Realm Master." Chu Lingxiao glanced at Yang Kai strangely. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai's mouth twitched a few times before he replied, "A few years ago, he was only a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Later, when I separated from him, he was around the second or third order transcendent realm, but he seems to have been sealed by some kind of seal." "Ha!" Chu Lingxiao laughed. "That old dog deserves it. He must have been struck by the demon commander's profound heavenly seal." "That's a grand divine technique with 3 layers of seals, but from what you just said, he should have already unlocked the first layer. It's rare for him to be able to escape with his life from the demon commander. His luck is quite good." Yang Kai's eyes flashed brilliantly, his face filled with disbelief and shock. No wonder he had always felt Treasurer Meng was so mysterious. It turned out that he was actually a top Saint Realm Master. Unlocking the first layer of his seal had allowed him to restore his strength to the Transcendent Realm. If he could unseal the second layer, he might be able to restore his strength to the Saint Realm, and if he could unseal the third layer, he would definitely be able to return to his peak strength. "You've brought me some good news." Chu Lingxiao looked very happy, but it won't be easy to find him. When he fought with the demon commander also suffered a small loss. The demon race is a race that holds grudges, so before his strength is fully restored, this old dog should be hiding himself and won't expose himself in front of the world. After all, he is also a famous figure. Once the demon race receives news about him, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape. Yang Kai was stunned. "I'll try to help you pay attention to the movements of your 2 senior sisters. If there's any news, I'll let you know. You can be considered a disciple of my Soaring Heaven sect, so from now on, you can live here with peace of mind. There's no need to restrain yourself, just treat this place as your own home." Disciple understands. Yang Kai took a deep breath and nodded. After learning that the person in front of him was High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder, Yang Kai felt that he was no longer an outsider. Fortunately, Chu Lingxiao had sensed a trace of the devil sealing chain's aura and found him through it. Otherwise, Yang Kai would probably still be homeless and without a home. "Tsangyan," Chu Lingxiao called out. The Tsangyan who had been waiting outside the door immediately walked in. "Disciple is here. Arrange a place for your martial nephew." Disciple understands. "Right, ancestral founder, Disciple also has a request," Yang Kai suddenly said. "If you have anything to say, just say it. Because of some reasons, I need to improve my alchemy skills, so I want to ask the sect to provide me with some herbs. Let Sangyan arrange it. This is also my Soaring Heaven sect's good fortune." Chu Lingxiao smiled and nodded. Yang Kai volunteering to help the sect perform alchemy was naturally something he hoped to see happen. After bidding farewell to Chu Ling Xiao, Yang Kai and Song Yin went outside. Song Yin looked at Yang Kai strangely and asked, "Did you come from another world?" "No wonder I've never heard of you before. I've always wondered how such an outstanding young talent like you could be so unknown, but now I understand. Now that we're family, Martial Uncle will definitely take care of you in the future." If anyone dares to provoke you, Martial Uncle will help you destroy their entire family. Song Yin grinned. Yang Kai's face went black. When he returned to the courtyard, Yang Kai was surprised to find that Fei Yu was lying lazily in the hallway with a flushed face, her exquisite and graceful curves causing one's imagination to run wild. Half of her breasts were exposed, and her cleavage was tantalizing. She was holding a wine jug in her hand and was currently drinking happily. Drinking again. Song Yin slowly shook his head and whispered to Yang Kai, "Your martial aunt doesn't look like a woman at all. She loves to drink and reeks of alcohol all year round. I don't think anyone will want her in this life." Before he finished speaking, the wine jug in Fei Yu's hand flew over. Song Yin caught it indifferently, sniffed it, and said discontentedly, "Isn't this thousand safflower wine?" "Humph." Fei Yu got up and glanced sideways at Song Yin. "You don't have a share of this thousand safflower wine, my yin-yang soul-beckoning lamp." "But you promised me before," Song Yin said discontentedly. "That thousand safflower wine, I've already transferred it to this little brother." "You transferred it to him?" Song Yin stared at Yang Kai in amazement for a moment before suddenly putting on a flattering smile and saying, "Martial nephew, you see. Martial uncle has been busy for 2 months because of you. Shouldn't you show some filial piety?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Good things are for me to keep for myself." Song Yin blinked, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to directly refuse him. Fei Yu's brow furrowed slightly as she asked suspiciously, "How did he suddenly become martial nephew? Did this little brother join our Soaring Heaven sect?" "Strictly speaking, he is a disciple of my Soaring Heaven sect." "What happened?" Fei Yu was at a loss, her beautiful eyes staring at Yang Kai in surprise. Song Yin briefly explained the whole story, causing Fei Yu to suddenly feel a little happy. "So, I'm also this little brat's martial aunt?" Song Yin nodded. "Heh, I've gained a cheap martial nephew." Rimaru suddenly appeared from nowhere, his height no higher than Yang Kai's chest, his hands folded behind his back as he stared at Yang Kai, his eyes flashing brilliantly as he nodded lightly, "Not bad." "Greetings, martial uncles." Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed. The three of them glanced at each other before bursting into laughter, Fei Yu even laughing so hard that she couldn't stand up straight. Rimaru suddenly said, I think we should hold a celebratory feast to celebrate martial nephew's return to the sect." "Good idea." Song Yin also nodded. "Let's do it on Serene Resplendent Peak." Fei Yu's expression suddenly changed, and she hurriedly tried to stop him. Song Yin had already used his movement technique to fly away, his voice echoing from afar, "I'm going to hunt some game and bring it back." Rimaru also disappeared in a flash. "I'm going to find Fei Jian. We can't leave him out of the good stuff." In the blink of an eye, only Fei Yu and Yang Kai were left. The beautiful woman clenched her teeth as she stared in the direction Song Yin and Rimaru disappeared, hatefully saying, "You bastards." After cursing, she smiled sweetly and shook her head, "A bunch of shameless bastards who only know how to scheme against my thousand safflower wine." She then glanced at Yang Kai. "Let's go. If we don't satisfy them this time, they'll definitely live on Serene Resplendent Peak." "What a headache." "I'm going too?" Yang Kai was stunned. "You're the target they set up, of course you have to go." Fei Yu nodded, and without any explanation, grabbed Yang Kai by the collar and flew towards a distant mountain peak. Just as they flew, they suddenly felt a strange weight. Her beautiful face couldn't help but change, and she quickly increased her strength. Fei Yu faintly glanced at Yang Kai, frowned, and said, "You're carrying the primeval shackles?" Yang Kai nodded. "Don't pour yuan qi into me, It's very difficult for me to fly like this. Fei Yu glared at him. She almost made a fool of herself just now. Yang Kai grinned and put away the Yuan Qi, and the two suddenly sped up a lot. Not long after, they descended on a beautiful mountain peak. Chapter 694. This mountain peak was extraordinarily beautiful, with a waterfall at its summit, like the Milky Way, surrounded by mist, giving off a clear and natural feeling. Fei Yu led Yang Kai through the sloping waterfall and landed in front of a cave halfway up the mountain. Yang Kai took a deep breath and relaxed his body and mind, but after probing the cave, he found that there was no one inside. This is Serene Resplendent Peak, where I live. Each of us 4 protectors has our own mountain peak. Their place is very lively, but I don't like the noise, so I live alone. Come with me. Saying so, she led Yang Kai into the cave. The interior of the cave was very spacious, dry, and clean. In the middle of the mountain, stone rooms had been cleverly carved out, and the stone walls were dotted with glowing stones. Here, there was not even the slightest smell. Instead, it was filled with a faint fragrance. Yang Kai was amazed. He had thought that a woman like Fei Yu, who was so fond of wine, would definitely not have the temperament of a woman, but he had never imagined that her residence would be so exquisite. Little Martial nephew, why don't you live here with me from now on? Martial uncle is quite lonely by himself, Fei Yu suddenly said, not knowing whether she was joking or not. I live here. Before, I arranged for you to live in this mountain valley because I didn't know your origins, but since you are also a disciple of my Soaring Heaven sect, you have the right to choose a mountain peak to live in. Moreover, if you want to practice alchemy, you should need a quiet and comfortable environment, right? My place is quite good, that Sangyin people come and go every day, so I'm sure they will disturb you. The conditions here are really good. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. Think about it carefully. Martial uncle is serious, Fei Yu smiled, her blushing face like a ripe fruit. Walking around the mountain, Fei Yu and Yang Kai soon arrived at an open space. Although Fei Yu said that the Tsangyan bastards only cared about her 1,000 safflower wine, when she arrived, she still enthusiastically arranged the tables and chairs, took out a few jars of her own 1,000 safflower wine, and brought out her treasured spiritual fruits. Just as they settled down, they heard the sound of hurried footsteps nearby. Immediately, Tsangyan, Rimaru, and another tall and thin man strode in. I seem to smell wine. Rimaru's thick eyebrows twitched as he sniffed the air exaggeratedly. On Tsang Yan's back was a monster beast that Yang Kai had never seen before, valiantly charging forward. After seeing the wine jar on the table, both of them revealed a knowing smile and licked their lips. Fei Yu is really a good girl. Fei Yu's expression became cold as she scolded them, 1 jar each, drink it all and scram. Rimaru nodded quickly, picking up one of the jars, unwilling to let it go. Yang Kai quietly observed the third person. This person should be the last of Soaring Heaven sect's 4 protectors. He was also a third-order transcendent, but Yang Kai keenly discovered that unlike Tsangyan's oppressive aura, Fei Yu's gentle aura, and Rimaru's treacherous aura, this person's aura was particularly sharp. The other party also seemed to be looking at him, suddenly grinning. Is this the new little Martial nephew? Seeing this grin, Yang Kai almost laughed out loud. Because this person actually had a mouth full of exaggerated buck teeth. Originally, he thought that Rimaru was wretched enough, but compared to this one, he felt like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. These 2 masters from Soaring Heaven sect were really quite unique. Yang Kai greets Martial uncle. Yang Kai solemnly saluted. Fei Jian nodded lightly and suddenly assumed the posture of drawing an arrow. The world seemed to tremble slightly as the surrounding world energy stagnated. Yang Kai instinctively narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he couldn't help feeling a sense of crisis, as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake, unable to avoid it. Tsang Yen, Fei Yu, and Rimaru all remained silent, simply staring at Yang Kai with smiles. Fei Jian's index finger twirled and suddenly, with a whoosh, an invisible attack shot straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes bulged as a majestic yuan qi burst from his body and he fiercely punched forward. Hong, the energy around him became chaotic as his yuan qi fluctuated, but Yang Kai didn't move. The eyes of the four protectors lit up. Fei Jian grinned and said, "Not bad. Sanyan told me that your strength was much stronger than an average immortal ascension boundary master, but I didn't believe it, but now it seems that my soaring heaven sect has gained another pillar of support." Martial uncle uses arrows? Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Fei Jian nodded lightly, yes. Fei Yu leaned over and whispered in Yang Kai's ear, "This guy is quite insidious, he never fights head-on, but when he hides in the dark, no one can avoid his arrows. If you want to learn how to play tricks on others, you should ask him for advice." Yang Kai nodded. He understood that Fei Jian's attack just now was just a test and didn't carry any hostility or malice, but even so, it was almost beyond the range of what Yang Kai could withstand. None of these four from Soaring Heaven sect could be underestimated. One's appearance stems from one's heart. Fei Yu suddenly smiled meaningfully. "Hey, pay attention to your wording." Rimaru suddenly became unhappy. All right, enough nonsense. I've been waiting for this 1,000 safflower wine for 50 years, let's drink. Sangyan stepped forward, picked up a jug, opened the seal, and drank a mouthful, his complexion suddenly becoming rosy as he praised, "Good wine." Seeing him eat so heartily, Rimaru and Fei Jian couldn't hold back and quickly joined in. Yang Kai sat to the side and slowly ate a spirit fruit, watching everyone's forthright attitude. A warm feeling welled up in his heart. The relationship between these four martial uncles and martial sisters should be very good, and the occasional dispute between them was a catalyst for the improvement of their relationship. After 3 rounds of drinking, each of the 4 martial uncles showed their ugly side, none of them showing the proper attitude of a transcendent realm master. Fei Yu's skin glowed red as she drunkenly glanced over at Yang Kai, tossing him her wine jug and smiling charmingly, "Little martial nephew, you should also drink a mouthful." Yang Kai caught the jug, glanced over at her, and also took a big gulp. There wasn't a strong feeling of alcohol, but instead a soft and mellow taste. Kai Yang didn't even have time to praise it before a burning sensation spread from his lower abdomen, like a raging inferno burning within him. Kai Yang's complexion changed. He felt as if all his flesh and meridians were squirming, and an invisible force was rampaging through his body. In an instant, his body no longer listened to him, becoming extremely stiff as he fell backwards onto the ground. Fei Yu reacted quickly and snatched the wine jug from Yang Kai's hand. The 4 third-order Transcendent Realm Masters looked at each other for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. After laughing for a while, the 4 martial uncles began drinking again, none of them paying attention to Yang Kai. When Yang Kai woke up again, his surroundings were quiet. Song Yen and the others had already left, leaving behind only a mess. Fei Yu was lying on a nearby chair, her posture languid, one of her jade arms supporting her head as she stared drunkenly at Yang Kai. "Awake!" Fei Yu smiled. Yang Kai blushed and nodded slightly. He hadn't expected the so-called 1,000 safflower wine to be so powerful. It really didn't have much alcohol in it, but the energy it contained was enormous. "How do you feel?" "It seems to be quite good." Yang Kai examined himself slightly and found that the yuan qi was flowing through his body faster than before. His physique and meridians were undoubtedly stronger than before. "That's good. The 1,000 safflower wine I gave you can only drink 3 mouthfuls a month at most. Don't drink too much, it's not good for your body. I'm going to sleep for a while, you can help yourself." Fei Yu still smiled, pausing for a moment before continuing, "Right? Tell Song Yen and the others that you'll be living on Serene Resplendent Peak from now on. They'll deliver the herbs for you to use in alchemy." "Got it," Yang Kai nodded. The next moment, Fei Yu closed her beautiful eyes, breathing evenly through her delicate nose, as if she had been forcing herself to keep an eye on Yang Kai. After sitting cross-legged for a long time and absorbing all the remaining medicinal efficacies in his body, Yang Kai got up and began tidying up the mess on the ground. 2 hours later, Fei Yu gradually woke up, stretching and yawning in front of Yang Kai without a care for her image. exposing her exquisite curves. "Come with me, I'll find a suitable place for you to cultivate." Feiyu beckoned and stepped inside. The deeper he went into the mountain, the richer the aura Yang Kai could feel. Not long after, a glittering stone room suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. The walls and floor of this stone room were completely paved with crystal stones. Inside these crystal stones, there were faint lines of spirit arrays. World energy continuously flowed into this stone room, giving Yang Kai a warm and comfortable feeling. It was as if he didn't need to do anything as the world energy continuously flowed into his body, enhancing his strength. This was simply a cultivation holy land. Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that this stone room was paved with more than one layer of crystal stones, at least a dozen or so, each one more than 12 meters thick. To spend so many crystal stones to create such a stone room, it could be said that the amount of money spent was not small. Staring blankly at the stone room in front of him, Yang Kai was inexplicably shocked. "Is this place okay?" Feiyu asked. "Is this where you usually cultivate?" Yang Kai noticed that somewhere in the stone room, there was an obvious mark left behind by someone who had been meditating here for many years. "If I were here, what would you do?" "I don't need it for the time being." Feiyu smiled when she heard this. "When I comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm, I'm afraid I'll need this place." Feiyu and the other three protectors had already reached the peak of the Third Order Transcendent Realm, but because they were unable to comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm, they were unable to break through the shackles of their state of mind, so they were unable to break through to the Saint Realm. If the four protectors could break through to the Saint Realm, Soaring Heaven Sect's strength would grow significantly. "You don't need to feel any psychological burden, this stone room is just sitting there," Feiyu said with a smile. Yang Kai nodded. "Then I won't be polite. Here, you don't need to worry about anything, just focus on cultivating. If you're bored, you can come out and find me. I'm usually on Serene Resplendent Peak. If you can't find me, you can find Song Yen and the others, they should have a lot to teach you," Feiyu said before quickly disappearing. Chapter 695. A day later, the Tsangyan sect sent a large number of herbs and Yang Kai immediately immersed himself in his alchemy. When he was tired from performing alchemy, he would sit in meditation and rest for a while before resuming. Serene Resplendent Peak was indeed very quiet, with only Yang Kai on this mountain peak. When Yang Kai was performing alchemy or cultivating, Feiyu would never disturb him. Every time she entered or exited, she would hold her breath and keep her hands and feet light. Every day, Yang Kai would have 3 meals of rare monster beast meat, bone soup, and other nutritious delicacies. Although with Yang Kai's current cultivation he could go months or even a year without eating, Feiyu still insisted on sending him these things every day. When Yang Kai needed them, he would take them and consume the demon god revelation from the game. Occasionally, when he left the stone room, the four protectors would gather together and explain to Yang Kai their experiences in cultivation and their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. Here, Yang Kai felt a sense of meticulous care and concern. Soaring Heaven Sect had provided him with the best cultivation and alchemy environment. Yang Kai felt grateful. Although he knew that this may have had a lot to do with his aptitude and identity as an alchemist, these 4 martial uncles were really good to him. After a few months, Yang Kai's alchemy level improved again, successfully refining a saint-grade low-rank pill without the help of a spirit array. This brought him much closer to his goal. Over the past few months, Yang Kai spared no effort to refine a large number of pills for Soaring Heaven Sect. The sheer number and quality of the pills he refined left the 4 martial uncles speechless. They only knew that Yang Kai was certified as a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist by the Alchemist Guild, but they never thought that he could produce a steady stream of spirit-grade mid-rank and spirit-grade high-rank pills. Many of these pills even formed pill veins. The 4 martial uncles also realized the seriousness of the problem. After a brief discussion, Yang Kai's existence and abilities were quickly listed as Soaring Heaven Sect's biggest secret. Feiyu also became Yang Kai's bodyguard, never leaving Serene Resplendent Peak. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had only seen Fei Yu a few times, but every time he saw her, this beautiful woman would appear drunk. It seemed that she really liked to drink, and whenever she got drunk, she would immediately become intoxicated. When she became drunk, she didn't have the demeanor of a martial ant, often entangling Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, every time she sobered up, she would not remember anything, making Yang Kai extremely helpless. Occasionally, he had some free time. Yang Kai, and listened of course. Ever since he started cultivating, it could be said that Kai Yang had been fumbling around on his own. No one had ever given him any pointers. On the path of the martial Tao, it was better to have someone to guide you than not. The difference was very big. Fortunately, Yang Kai now had the demon eye of annihilation, so by killing some masters, he could forcibly absorb their insights into the martial Tao and heavenly way, benefiting from this. But what made Yang Kai feel a little regretful was that although Chu Lingxiao had also asked people to inquire about Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang, there had been no progress. Tong Xian realm was vast. Trying to find two people in this vast sea of people was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. One day, a few months later, Yang Kai was in the middle of performing alchemy when he suddenly heard light footsteps outside the door. It was Fei Yu's footsteps. She had never disturbed him while he was performing alchemy, but now she had deliberately made some noise. Obviously, she had some business with him. Yang Kai stepped up his movements and after a stick of incense, a spirit-grade top-rank pill came out of the furnace. Putting away the pill, Yang Kai stood up and opened the door to the stone room, looking at Fei Yu who was waiting outside and asking, "Martial uncle, is there something you need? Did I disturb you?" Yang Kai shook his head. "That's good," Fei Yu sighed softly. "Sangyan is looking for you. He's right outside." "I'll go take a look," Yang Kai said and quickly walked out. Not long after, Yang Kai saw Tangyan. This time, not only did he come, but Rimaru and Fei Jian were also present. The three of them seemed to have a dignified expression. Yang Kai's expression turned cold, not knowing what had happened that made them treat a loose immortal so seriously. Martial nephew, seeing Yang Kai appear, Sangyan quickly greeted him. "I heard that several martial uncles are looking for me?" "Take a seat first," Sangyan waved his hand. Several people sat down in order, and Yang Kai waited quietly. After a while, Sangyan said in a deep voice, "Martial nephew, it's not that these martial uncles are suspicious of you, but tell me honestly, what level of alchemist are you now?" From old Du, Sangyan knew that Yang Kai was a spiritual level low-grade alchemist. But during this time, his performance was not something a spiritual level low-grade alchemist could do at all. Spiritual level mid-grade and high-grade pills were constantly coming out of the furnace. Yang Kai was obviously not just a spiritual level low-grade alchemist. Old Du would not lie to Sangyan, so the only possibility was that Yang Kai had hidden his true ability in the Alchemist Guild. Fei Yu's beautiful eyes also lit up as she stared at Yang Kai and said, "A few days ago, I remember that you refined a saint-grade pill." Hearing this, Sangyan's expression changed. "Really?" Yang Kai nodded, took out the saint-grade pill, and said, "I was lucky enough to refine a pill." Sangyan quickly took it and carefully examined it, his expression becoming a little excited. "Then can you refine a saint-grade pill?" "I should be able to." Yang Kai nodded. He had never used a spirit array or even the myriad drug milk to refine alchemy pills. Spirit arrays could increase the success rate of alchemy, and the myriad drug milk could improve the quality of pills. If these two factors were considered, Yang Kai could now easily refine a saint-grade low-rank pill. "Doesn't that mean you're a saint-grade alchemist?" Rimaru exclaimed. Everyone else also wore an incredulous expression. "Almost," Yang Kai said modestly. All of them took a deep breath at the same time and glanced at each other, Fei Jian baring his teeth and saying, "Then it's done." "Indeed." Sangyan also nodded firmly. "Martial uncles and sisters, do you want me to help you refine pills?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Barely," Sangyan nodded, "but not entirely, martial nephew. Have you ever heard of the 1,000-year demon flower? Yang Kai shook his head. Song Yen smiled bitterly. Right, I forgot you came from another world. You probably haven't heard of it, but in Tong Xian realm, the 3 great clans of the human, demon, and monster race, you should know, right? I know that, Yang Kai nodded lightly. The human territory, demon land, and monster race territory are the general names of the 3 great clans' areas of activity. Among them, the human territory covers the largest area, followed by the demon land and monster race territory. There is also a neutral zone in between. Yang Kai also knew this because Xue Ling had explained it to him when he first arrived in Tong Xian realm. In this neutral zone, there is a place called Ascending Heaven Cliff. It's on a mountain peak that's as high as 10,000 feet. On the Ascending Sky Cliff, there's a single 1,000-year demon flower. It blooms once every 1,000 years, and every time it blooms, it withers in less than 2 hours. What use does this 1,000-year demon flower have? Yang Kai keenly grasped the crux of the problem and asked in a deep voice. It has no use for you and most people in this world, but for the 4 of us, it is very useful. It can help us comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm. With the help of the 1,000-year demon flower's energy, we may be able to break through our current bottlenecks in one fell swoop. Fei Yu also said with some excitement. Yang Kai's expression shook. But because of the special nature of the 1,000-year demon flower, it requires a highly skilled alchemist to condense the medicinal liquid when the flower blooms. And this alchemist has to be at least a high-rank spirit-grade alchemist in order to accomplish this. So you need me to do it? There should be alchemists in the sect who are more skilled than me, right? Yang Kai was stunned. Soaring Heaven sect was such a big sect, so it was likely that there were saint-grade alchemists. Even if there weren't any saint-grade alchemists, there would still be several spirit-grade top-rank alchemists. These alchemists were all far more experienced than Yang Kai. Those people are the sect's honored guests, so this trip is very dangerous. They may not be willing to go. Moreover, even if their alchemy skills are better than yours, their combat strength is not as good as yours. I understand, Yang Kai nodded heavily. In other words, there are many people staring at the 1,000-year demon flower, right? You can't even imagine. Song Yan's expression became solemn as he gave a slight sigh. It blooms once every 1,000 years, so naturally people will pay attention to the movements of the 1,000-year demon flower. If we can obtain news that it is about to bloom, others will naturally be able to as well. As long as there is a master who wants to break through to the Saint Realm, they will definitely try to obtain it. Martial nephew, this trip is really dangerous. If you don't want to go, we won't force you. Fei Yu looked at Yang Kai and said softly. I'll go. Yang Kai smiled lightly. If I can help my 4 martial uncles break through to the Saint Realm, even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I'll try my best. Fei Yu's beautiful eyes flashed as a look of gratitude appeared on her face. Song Yen and the others were also moved. Good boy, martial uncle didn't dote on you in vain, Rimaru laughed. Then prepare yourself, we'll set off in 5 days, there's still time, Song Yen said. Yang Kai nodded. The 3 men quickly left. In order to cope with the upcoming trip, they had to make some preparations as well. Whether or not we succeed this time, I must thank you, Fei Yu said softly. My martial uncles have taken good care of me, this is what I should do. Yang Kai shook his head. Fei Yu looked at him quietly, as if she wanted to see through his heart. After a while, she suddenly laughed. I'm going to take a bath. Do you want to join me? Yang Kai's face darkened. Did you drink again? Boring. Fei Yu spat disdainfully before her tender body flickered and disappeared. Yang Kai shook his head. This open and forthright martial uncle master was really difficult to deal with. She would often say some shocking things that people couldn't respond to. During the 5 days, Yang Kai didn't make any special preparations and just refined pills as usual. 5 days later, everything was ready. Yang Kai walked out of the stone room. Fei Yu was already waiting outside. Seeing him appear, she smiled and gently waved her hand. Where are the Tsungyan martial uncles and the others? Yang Kai asked. They're waiting outside. Flying out of the cave, Song Yen and the others were indeed standing below the waterfall, looking up and waiting. Chapter 696. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Song Yen and the others didn't speak any nonsense, nodding slightly to him before immediately setting off. The four protectors used their own methods to fly forward with Yang Kai following behind them at a leisurely pace. Sensing the current condition of his body, Soaring Heaven Sect's four protectors couldn't help frowning slightly. Because they discovered that since Feiyu gave the primordial shackles to Yang Kai a few months ago, he had never taken them off, and even now, he was still bearing a burden of several thousand kilograms. Yang Kai himself seemed to have become accustomed to such a burden, so there wasn't the slightest unnatural expression on his face, remaining as calm as ever. This little brat's physique is a bit too abnormal. It's not even inferior to the demon races. Such a thought involuntarily emerged in the minds of the four protectors. Not long after they set off, Song Yen suddenly let out a light sigh and looked down. At the same time, Yang Kai also heard a voice calling out to him from below. The source of this voice was a white-haired old man who was stroking his beard and looking towards them. Beside the old man, a young woman was jumping up and down, constantly gesturing towards him. "It's old man Du." Song Yen looked surprised and waved his hand. "Let's go down and have a look." As he landed on the ground, Yang Kai really saw old man Du and Mi Na from the Alchemist Guild. After seeing Yang Kai, Mi Na immediately rushed up and angrily shouted, "You bastard, didn't you say you would come to Grand Boulder City to see me when you had time? Why haven't I seen you come over these past few months?" "But I was a bit busy, so I forgot," Yang Kai said awkwardly. "Do you think my alchemy skills are inferior to yours, so you look down on me?" Mina put her hands on her hips and asked. No, Yang Kai quickly waved his hand. "I was really a bit busy. You better tell me the truth, otherwise I'll bite you to death." Mina's anger was greatly relieved. "I'm also a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist now, just like you, so don't be so complacent. Maybe I'll surpass you soon." Old man Du observed the situation with a smile, his eyes flashing as he said, "Mina, little friend Yang seems to be different from you." "What? How is it different?" Mina was puzzled. "Little friend Yang should be at least a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist now, right?" Old man Du stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Yang Kai scratched his head awkwardly, his expression suddenly becoming serious as he cupped his fists. "Sorry, old man Du, I didn't tell you the truth back at the Alchemist Guild. In fact, I have been a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist since a few months ago." Old man Du's expression changed slightly as he stared at Yang Kai in shock and astonishment. Mi Na couldn't help covering her mouth as a look of shock appeared on her face. "I see." Old man Du suddenly laughed again. "It seems that this old master has underestimated you. Little friend Yang doesn't need to worry about it. For you to be honest with this old master now, this old master is very pleased." "How does old man Du know that I am now a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Didn't Song Yen want to take you to Floating Cloud City? Alchemists who can go there are at least spirit-grade top-rank alchemists." Old man Du smiled lightly. Song Yen's expression changed. "Old man Du is also going there? And this old master has been waiting for you here. The journey is long, so this old master wanted to find a few bodyguards to accompany him." Old man Du said half-jokingly, "But you can rest assured, this old master isn't going there for the 1,000-year demon flower. I just want to take Mina out to gain experience and broaden her horizons. This little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, thinking that she is the only alchemist with outstanding aptitude in this world. I believe this trip will allow her to gain a lot." "Old man Du, I don't think so anymore." Mina felt extremely wronged. Before meeting Yang Kai, Mina's eyes were really high. She was still young, but a few months ago she had already obtained the qualifications to become a mysterious grade top-rank alchemist. Old man Du and her master Yi Xiong also had great expectations for her and were training her as the successor of Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild. But since meeting Yang Kai, Mina had suffered a series of blows, and this time it was even more serious. Yang Kai had already become a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist, yet she was still proud of her small breakthrough. Thinking so, Mina's pretty face flushed red and she couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into and never come out again. Old Man Du chuckled, "The 1,000-year demon flower is about to bloom, so I believe there will be many powerful alchemists heading to Floating Cloud City. This is a once-in-a-1,000-year event. This old master doesn't want to miss it. If you don't mind, why don't you take us along?" Old Man Du is too polite. Song Yin shook his head. "Since you are also going to Floating Cloud City, we can go together and take care of each other." Old Man Du smiled and nodded. After reaching an agreement, the 4 Soaring Heaven sect disciples began circulating their Yuan Qi, wrapping Old Man Du and Mina in it before flying off together. Seeing Mina's sullen look, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little apologetic, so he leaned over and asked, "What's wrong? You're going too far." Mina pouted and glared at him. "I'm going too far?" Yang Kai was stunned. Mina nodded repeatedly before suddenly saying in a serious tone, "But don't be so complacent. Old Man Du said that as long as I continue to work hard, one day I will be able to catch up to you." "I'm not complacent, am I?" Yang Kai said helplessly. "Although you don't show it on your face, in fact, you're feeling proud in your heart." Yang Kai shook his head and sighed. "Your world is really dark." Seeing these 2 juniors quarreling, the group of several people couldn't help smiling, seemingly feeling that this trip was no longer so boring. Soaring Heaven sect was very far from their destination, Floating Cloud City. Even with the strength of Tsangyan's group, it would still take them at least a month to reach their destination. And this was even if they were flying at full speed. Fortunately, there was still a lot of time before the 1,000-year demon flower bloomed, so Tsangyan and the others were relatively calm. Flying and stopping at intervals, Yang Kai also witnessed the vast riches of Tong Xian realm. On this continent, there were countless large and small forces. Every day, many of these forces were destroyed, but these large and small forces were like bamboo shoots after the rain. After one was cut down, another would emerge. Moreover, along the way, they encountered several groups of Transcendent Realm Masters rushing towards Floating Cloud City. These Transcendent Realm Masters, without exception, were all accompanied by an alchemist. When they encountered one another, all of them were quite vigilant. But as time passed, the closer they got to Floating Cloud City, the stronger the smell of gunpowder in the air became. Zhang Yan and the others were constantly vigilant, paying attention to the safety of Yang Kai, Old Man Du, and the others. 20 days later, Yang Kai and the others witnessed a great battle between 2 Transcendent Realm Masters. The number of people on both sides was about the same, and the strength of each side was about the same. Both sides used their respective martial skills and artifacts, creating an astonishing atmosphere. No one saw the result of the battle, but Zhang Yan and the others did not casually intervene in other people's disputes, so they simply led Yang Kai and the others through the battlefield. After witnessing the first battle, the great battles between Transcendent Realm Masters seemed to have become more frequent. Almost every day, they would see traces of ongoing battles or those that had already ended. According to Tsangyan, these were all masters who were rushing to Floating Cloud City and had begun competing with each other midway to eliminate potential rivals. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he became more and more aware of the allure of the 1,000-year demon flower to these second or third order transcendent masters. However, what puzzled Yang Kai was that in this grand event that involved all 3 clans, the human, monster, and demon clans, there were no Saint Realm Masters. After asking this question, Tsangyan smiled and said, "Saints don't intervene, this is an unwritten rule. The 1,000-year demon flower is only needed when a transcendent breaks through to the Saint Realm. Whether it is a human, monster, or demon clan, if they want the 1,000-year demon flower, they can only fight for it with their own strength. That's one of the reasons Old Man Du took over. There's another reason. I'd like to hear the details." Tsangyan seemed a little surprised, obviously not knowing the deeper reason. Yang Kai and Mina were also eagerly waiting and listening attentively. This kind of secret was very attractive to young people like them. The 1,000-year demon flower doesn't seem to be a product of Tong Xian realm, Old Man Du quickly said. Fei Yu's pretty face changed as she asked in amazement, "Could it be from Star Field?" It is said to be so." Du Wan nodded slightly. Du Wan nodded lightly. "I don't know how many years ago, but a seed fell from the starry sky to ascending heaven cliff. Then, a plant that no one had ever seen before grew there. 1,000 years later, it bloomed and was accidentally obtained by someone. Only then did the world learn of its magical effects. When this news spread, the human, monster, and demon clans boiled with excitement. Saint Realm Masters were rare, and the 1,000-year demon flower could help a third-order transcendent break through to the Saint Realm. In the second millennium, a Saint Realm Master intervened and a great battle ensued. In the end, a master from the human race ascended ascending heaven cliff, but what was surprising was that the 1,000-year demon flower that should have bloomed withered in an instant. Why is that? Everyone couldn't help showing strange looks. No one knows why, but from then on, no Saint Realm Master intervened in the dispute over the 1,000-year demon flower. Once the aura of a Saint Realm Master leaked out, the 1,000-year demon flower would no longer bloom, so those who go to ascending heaven cliff now are basically all transcendents. So strange? Rimaru exclaimed. A product of the star field cannot be explained with common sense. Old Man Du slowly shook his head. Old Man Du, is there really someone who has entered the star field? Sang Yen frowned and asked, although I have heard a lot about the star field, it seems that no one has been able to confirm what kind of world the star field is. This old master doesn't know. Old Man Du smiled faintly. According to the demon race, the great demon god, who once reigned supreme, successfully escaped into the star field. The human race and monster race also have such rumors, but no one knows what the truth is. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, but he didn't interrupt. Although he knew that the great demon god had not escaped into the star field and had instead died, it was better not to speak of such matters. There seemed to be an irreconcilable hatred between the human, monster, and demon clans. No one wanted to involve the other two races and would rather destroy them. Chapter 697. Soaring Heaven Sect and Old Man Du were very good to Yang Kai, but if they learned that he had a relationship with the ancient demon clan, they would likely try to persuade him to exterminate the ancient demon clan. Yang Kai didn't want to see such a scene. During his time in Demon God Citadel, he had been taken care of by Li Rong and Han Fei, so he felt that the ancient demon clan was quite good. After chatting for a while, everyone went to rest. In the middle of the night, only a weak bonfire could be seen flickering in the wilderness. Mina quietly tugged at Yang Kai's clothes, causing Yang Kai to open his eyes and stare at her suspiciously. "Come with me," Mina said softly as she crept into the darkness. Yang Kai got up and followed. After walking a few thousand meters, they came to a large tree and Mina sat down, leaning her back against the trunk of the tree before patting the spot next to her, motioning Yang Kai to sit down as well. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Nothing, I just wanted to chat with you. If we talk over there, we'll disturb them," Mina smiled. "What do you want to talk about?" Yang Kai plucked a small blade of grass and twirled it around his fingertips. "Just a little chat." Mina straightened her legs and stretched lazily, gradually relaxing a lot before turning her head and asking, "Where did you learn your alchemy skills from? Why are you even younger than me, already a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist?" "If I said I taught myself, would you believe me?" Yang Kai smiled. Mina curled her lips, apparently not believing what he said. "Then there's nothing I can do," Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "Old Man Du said that there must be a top alchemist behind you teaching you. That is an alchemist who is many times more powerful than him." "That's right," Yang Kai nodded lightly. His true alchemic way could be considered to be something left behind by great demon god. His alchemy skills could be said to be self-taught, but they could also be said to have come from great demon god's inheritance. There really is such a person. Old Du really wants to meet him. Mina's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but Old Man Du also knows that such a person will not show himself easily, let alone meet with outsiders. "Ah." Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh. Old Man Du wanted to meet this mysterious master, and Yang Kai could understand that. Old Man Du had probably reached a bottleneck in his alchemy level, so he wanted to learn from others and see if he could break through to the next level in his lifetime. This time, he was going to Floating Cloud City. He probably had such a purpose. After all, there would be many powerful alchemists gathered there. If there is a chance, can you recommend Old Man Du? Mina looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Yang Kai was silent for a long time. He couldn't agree to this request. Why aren't you talking? Mina saw that he was silent. Thinking that his request was a little too much, he didn't know what to do. Yes, the person who taught me alchemy is already dead. Mina couldn't help covering her mouth as she hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't know. It doesn't matter. Yang Kai shook his head. At that moment, the expressions of the two suddenly changed. Gazing ahead, a fierce soul consciousness energy was rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, the soul consciousness energy was rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, this spiritual energy arrived above Yang Kai and Mina. Mina was facing a great enemy and hurriedly summoned all kinds of artifacts to protect herself. Her combat experience was very thin, but her reaction was quite fast. In his fluster, he managed to protect himself completely. Yang Kai glanced at her strangely, his expression indifferent. His eyes gradually became cold as he stared into the void. He felt that this spiritual energy was a little strange, as if it was different from the usual divine sense attacks. Just as he was thinking this, the spiritual energy actually circled around Yang Kai and Mina a few times before rushing into Yang Kai's knowledge sea and disappearing. Yang Kai! Mina's beautiful face paled as she hurriedly shouted. Yang Kai's eyes were blank as he sat in place. Shwa shwa shwa. The movement here attracted the attention of everyone a few thousand meters away. Songyan rushed over and asked, "What happened?" Just now, he had also felt a burst of spiritual energy, so when he heard Mina's shout, he immediately rushed over, but he didn't find anything. Mina panicked and hurriedly explained what had just happened. Possession. Rimaru's complexion changed as he keenly perceived the truth of the matter. A master must have died nearby and his soul escaped from his body, coincidentally bumped into Yang Kai and tried to seize Yang Kai's body for his own use. Possession. Feiyu pursed her lips and smiled. Then there's no need to worry. Songyan also couldn't help relaxing a lot and nodded lightly. Rimaru and Fei Jian both grinned. Why aren't you worried at all? Mina was so anxious that she almost cried. She also knew what possession was like and what the consequences would be. If things went wrong, Yang Kai's soul could be destroyed. Not only were these four masters from Soaring Heaven sect not worried, they even showed a gloating smile on their faces, something Mina couldn't understand. Old Man Du smiled lightly and said, "Mina, don't worry." Old Man Du. Mina stamped her foot. Little friend Yang won't be possessed. Have you forgotten what he possesses? Old Man Du looked at Mina meaningfully. Mina thought about it for a moment before her eyes suddenly lit up. Right, this bastard has a divine sense. Old Man Du nodded lightly. As long as it isn't the soul of a Saint Realm master trying to seize his body, little friend Yang should be able to handle it. All we need to do is wait. This guy is really unlucky. Of all the people he could have chosen, he actually chose little Marshal Niece. If it were me, I would have chosen such a delicate little girl like you. Rimaru smiled wretchedly. Mina glared at him fiercely, so disrespectful. Hey, I'm still very young. Rimaru suddenly became unhappy. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, Yang Kai's mouth curled into an inexplicable smile as he stared at the strand of spiritual energy that had become flustered after breaking in. This strand of spiritual energy wanted to swallow Yang Kai's soul and seize Yang Kai's body, but as soon as it entered this burning knowledge sea, this strand of spiritual energy found that something was wrong. It was as if it had stepped into the gates of hell. Surrounded by a sea of flames, the scorching aura caused this strand of spiritual energy to scream in agony, his soul unable to bear such a burning sensation. The pain in his soul was tormenting him greatly. If you don't want to die, show me your soul avatar, Yang Kai said indifferently. The strand of spiritual energy flickered slightly and soon a clear figure appeared in front of Yang Kai. Its expression twisted in pain as it grit its teeth and stared towards Yang Kai with a look of dread and horror. This person looked to be in his 50s or 60s, but had a second-order transcendent soul strength. Could be said that this strand of spiritual energy was a powerful master when he was alive. You're really unlucky, Yang Kai shook his head, a look of sarcasm filling his face. Perceiving his hostility, the strand of spiritual energy endured the pain and forced a smile. Little brother, this is a misunderstanding, things are not what you think. Oh, is that so? Yang Kai grinned. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the flames began to surge, becoming hotter and hotter. Please allow me to explain, the strand of spiritual energy screamed. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this. Since this person wanted to seize his body, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Yang Kai's knowledge sea became turbulent as his conflagrated knowledge sea began to burn towards his opponent's soul. It seemed he wanted to burn this strand of spiritual energy in one fell swoop. Wait, if you let me live, I can tell you a secret. I'm not interested, Yang Kai shook his head, his expression cold and ruthless. It's about your life. The strand of spiritual energy shouted. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Gradually calming his turbulent knowledge sea, Yang Kai stared deeply at this strand of spiritual energy for a moment before saying, if you're just stalling for time or trying to deceive me, I won't kill you. I'll only make you suffer a fate worse than death. No. Seeing Yang Kai not continue to kill him, the strand of spiritual energy finally relaxed. The man couldn't help feeling relieved and quickly asked, are you also going to Floating Cloud City? So what if we are? If you are, you'd best turn around and go back. There is a group of masters in front of us who specialize in hunting people heading to Floating Cloud City. Several groups of people have already been killed. My group was also heading to Floating Cloud City, but now all of them are dead, only my soul managed to escape. How many of them are there? A dozen or so, many of them third-order transcendent masters, all of them extremely vicious. That's a lot of people, Yang Kai muttered. That's right, little brother, you see? I've already told you the truth, do you want to? The man asked submissively, a look of extreme vigilance flashing across the depths of his eyes, as if as soon as Yang Kai made a move, he would do whatever it took to drag Yang Kai down with him. This kind of warning and threat was enough to scare off many people, so he believed that Yang Kai, whose cultivation was lower than his, would not force him to do anything. Yang Kai just smiled lightly and stared back at this strand of spiritual energy. The man's heart clenched as he glared at Yang Kai, but just as he was about to attack, a golden light suddenly burst from the void. Silently, this strand of spiritual energy was purified. After absorbing this purified energy, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. Immediately, he saw pairs of eyes staring at him curiously. It's that little brat, Rimaru clapped his hands and laughed. That person really had bad luck. Are you all right? Feiyu asked with concern. I'm fine, but we seem to have a bit of trouble. Yang Kai shook his head and explained the information he had just inquired about. A dozen or so? Songyin raised his brow. That's quite a lot. If we didn't have this information and rushed in recklessly, we might have been caught off guard. Feiyu nodded lightly. Then should we take a detour? Mina asked softly. Why should we? Rimaru grinned meaningfully. So we're just going to pass like this? After resting for a while, we'll continue on our way. If they don't come to provoke us, then we'll leave them be, but if they dare to attack us. Song Yan's aura suddenly changed and his eyes became sharp, like a sharp sword, terrifying to the extreme. His body also became like a block of ice, exuding an extremely cold aura. He wasn't afraid. In fact, he was even looking forward to it. Li Wan and Fei Jian were the same, and even Fei Yu, who was a woman, was no exception. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, secretly thinking that these four soaring heaven sect martial uncles were really a group of radical warmongers. Chapter 698. In the silent wilderness, a group of people walked forward at a leisurely pace. Song Yen led the way in the front, Rimaru and Feiyu guarded the rear, while Yang Kai, Mina, and Old Man Du were sandwiched in the middle. Except for Mina, everyone else looked indifferent, seemingly unaware of the danger they were about to face. As they walked forward, Yang Kai's expressions suddenly became solemn. Suddenly, Yang Kai discovered that Fei Jian had at some unknown time disappeared without a trace. This third-order transcendent master had silently disappeared from everyone's field of vision, even Yang Kai hadn't been able to detect it. As the night wind blew, the surrounding towering trees swayed gently and the lush leaves rustled. In the darkness, there seemed to be a series of ghostly figures flickering about. Mina's pretty face went pale with fright as she involuntarily leaned towards Yang Kai, snuggling up to him as she searched for a sense of security, her pair of beautiful eyes glancing around in horror. Yang Kai gently squeezed her hand, allowing Mina to relax a lot, but she still didn't leave Yang Kai's side. Song Yen's mouth curled into a subtle smile, seemingly enjoying this tense and exciting situation. Rimaru and Feiyu, who were following behind the group, sneered as they glanced around from time to time, their expressions eager to try. Even Old Man Du, who was an alchemist, had a calm and unruffled look on his face. He obviously believed in the strength of these four from Soaring Heaven sect. Suddenly, a burst of strange laughter rang out from all around them, like a ghost, gloomy and seductive. At this moment, the night wind suddenly became much colder. Soon, several people's laughter rang in everyone's ears in an attempt to disturb their concentration. Soaring Heaven sect's group remained calm and continued forward. After half an hour, the seductive laughter gradually subsided. The other party seemed to have realized that this kind of behavior couldn't cause Song Yen to panic and gradually put away this boring trick. Hiding the head but showing the tail, a bunch of cowardly rats. Song Yen muttered discontentedly. He had thought that there would be a great battle here, causing his blood to boil, but the other party didn't seem to have any intention of immediately taking action. Instead, they were playing tricks on him, constantly probing him. This made him very unhappy. Rimaru, go take a look, Song Yen ordered. Rimaru grinned fiercely, his small body suddenly disappearing into the darkness. A moment later, a mournful scream suddenly echoed through the jungle, causing everyone who heard it to feel their blood run cold. The blood-curdling screams were extremely short. It was obvious that he was killed without even having time to react. The next moment, a similar scream came from another direction. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He was certain that the distance between these two screams was at least a few thousand meters. In such a short time, Rimaru had accurately located these two people's hiding places and killed them in a single blow. A moment later, Rimaru calmly returned and shrugged his shoulders towards Song Yen. Two first-order transcendent trash, not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Saying so, he licked his lips, a look of dissatisfaction appearing on his face. Hearing this, Mina's eyes rolled back and she fainted. This little girl, her courage is a bit too small. Rimaru was speechless. Yang Kai shook his head and carried Mina on his shoulder. Feiyu suddenly giggled. She must have thought you ate them. Rimaru's face went black, only now realizing that what he had just said was ambiguous. He wanted to defend himself, but there was no one to defend himself against, causing him to feel quite annoyed. The group continued to move forward, seemingly because Rimaru had just killed two people, the other party had become even more vigilant. After 2 hours passed, there was nothing unusual about their surroundings. However, Yang Kai was still keenly aware that there was a faint sense of hostility wandering around. Once everyone relaxed, the other party would not hesitate to kill them. Song Yen, on the other hand, was quite impatient and suddenly stopped, glancing around coldly and shouting, "Since you want to kill us and steal our treasures, why don't you come out and fight? If you keep hiding like this, we'll have to leave this place soon." All around them, there was silence and no one answered. Song Yen slowly shook his head, looking extremely disappointed, waving his hand and summoning a long sword several dozen meters away. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he instantly recognized this long sword. It was the artifact that Song Yen and Fei Yu had obtained from the cave mansion of that man. This is a saint-grade artifact. To be honest, I haven't had time to refine it yet. Don't you want it? If you kill me, this artifact will be yours. Saint-grade artifacts are rare, Song Yen said lightly. I also have one. Fei Yu, eager to see the world in chaos, also threw out her own saint-grade artifact. The two unrefined saint-grade artifacts were placed side by side, and in an instant, countless divine senses bit into them like locusts. Yang Kai seemed to hear heavy and greedy breaths coming from all around him. Hey, you two, when did you get a saint-grade artifact? Rimaru's eyes widened in envy. How come I didn't know? A few months, Fei Yu pursed her lips and smiled, looking at Yang Kai and saying, I got it on the way back to pick up little Marshall nephew. There's no justice in this. Why didn't I get a share? Rimaru shouted. There were only two. Fei Yu and I shared one each, but speaking of which, there is still a spirit-grade top-rank artifact with Fei Yu. Give it to me, give it to me. Rimaru quickly stretched out his hand to Fei Yu. What about Fei Jian? Fei Yu frowned, looking a little embarrassed. You don't need to worry about him, as long as he has a bow. How about this, whoever kills the most will get this artifact? Fei Yu smiled slightly. Rimaru rubbed his palms together and said, Good idea, I've already killed two. At this moment, a number of figures suddenly rushed out from all around, all of them moving as fast as lightning towards the two saint-grade artifacts. While these people were arguing here, the other side obviously couldn't hold back and felt this was a good opportunity to act. A light flashed across Song Yen's eyes as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Each of these figures exuded a tyrannical transcendent aura and moved extremely fast, arriving in front of the two saint-grade artifacts in the blink of an eye. Countless big hands opened up and grabbed towards the artifacts. Xiu xiu xiu. A series of whooshing sounds suddenly rang out, and from the corner of Yang Kai's eyes, he caught a glimpse of a golden light flashing through the night sky. Blood splattered as the cultivators who had rushed to the side of the saint-grade artifact were sent flying backwards by the tremendous force. Each of them had a fist-sized hole in their bodies as they were directly pierced through. And these holes, without exception, were all in the position of their hearts. While in mid-air, these cultivators' vitality was completely drained. Killed in one blow. They hadn't even figured out where such a sharp and accurate attack had come from. Rimaru's complexion changed as he rushed over while shouting, Fei Jian, you insidious bastard, if you have the ability then come out and fight, what's the point of stabbing people in the dark? Fei Jian did not respond. A series of arrows filled with destructive energy shot out from the most impossible angles, taking the enemy's life before they could even react. Yang Kai released his divine sense and followed the direction of the source of these arrows, trying to find where Fei Jian was hiding, but to no avail. His expression becoming solemn, Yang Kai suddenly realized just how powerful this buck-toothed martial uncle was. From beginning to end, the battle lasted only 10 breaths of time. After Rimaru rushed up and killed one of the enemies, the surroundings suddenly became quiet again. Only the smell of blood lingered at the tip of everyone's nose. The sound of clothes fluttering rang out as the enemies hiding in the dark, with only 2 or 3 remaining, quickly retreated. They also knew that this group from Soaring Heaven sect was not something they could deal with. Only 2 people had been able to kill them all. If all 4 of them had attacked at once, the consequences would have been unimaginable. A huge amount of spiritual energy flowed into Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai immersed himself in investigating and found that all of these dead enemies were basically a first or second order transcendent cultivator. Not a single one was a third order transcendent. Inevitably, Yang Kai felt some regret. A third order transcendent should have gained some insights into how to break through to the Saint Realm. Yang Kai needed this. With his current comprehension of the Heavenly Way and martial Tao, there would be no bottlenecks before he broke through to the Saint Realm. However, he had not yet grasped the key to breaking through to the Saint Realm. Although back in Demon God Citadel, he had killed Chu Jian, a second-order saint, and obtained some of his insights, Yang Kai's understanding of the Saint Realm was still very shallow. Yang Kai needed the souls of a large number of masters in order to figure out the path he wanted to take from their insights and experiences. Song Yan and Fei Yu took back their artifacts. Idiot, how could I not refine a saint-grade artifact? Song Yan sneered as he took the artifact back into his body. Rimaru walked back dejectedly, his eyes red as he sighed heavily. Fei Jian also appeared like a ghost and stretched out his hand towards Fei Yu, grinning as he said, "Give it to me." Fei Yu smiled and placed the spirit-grade top-rank artifact she had obtained before into Fei Jian's hand. From beginning to end, Rimaru had only killed 3 people while Fei Jian had killed 5 or 6 at once. This battle was undoubtedly Fei Jian's victory. Yang Kai took a deep breath. This battle seemed very easy, but he also knew that only these masters from Soaring Heaven sect could accomplish such a feat. Perhaps if it had been any other third-order transcendent, they wouldn't have been able to deal with this so easily. Moreover, the gap in strength between each transcendent realm minor realm was quite obvious. Before the transcendent realm, a great realm was divided into 9 minor realms, and the gap between each minor realm and the next was quite small. But the transcendent realm was different. First order, second order, third order, each time one broke through, one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. This group of hidden enemies had failed to recognize the gap in strength between themselves and Soaring Heaven sect and had instead been tempted by this artifact. After this battle, the road ahead seemed to have become much more peaceful. Along the way, the number of fights they encountered gradually decreased. Everyone who had come this far had their eyes on the 1,000-year demon flower, as no one was willing to start a conflict before the 1,000-year demon flower bloomed. When the sandpiper and clam fought, the fisherman would benefit. Chapter 699. An entire month after leaving Soaring Heaven sect, the group finally set foot on the territory of Tong Xian realm. The so-called neutral territory was a territory where the human, monster, and demon races coexisted, a scene that was impossible to see anywhere else. As soon as he set foot in this place, Yang Kai noticed that there was an unusual energy flowing through the air. There were traces of the devil qi that he was more familiar with. There was also another kind of obscure devil qi that he couldn't identify. It should be demon qi. These demonic qi and demonic qi could not be absorbed by the human race, but they were nutrients that the demon race and monster race needed to strengthen themselves. After entering this place, that Song Yan and the others became even more vigilant. The neutral territory was more chaotic than anywhere else. The slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. After walking for a few more days, they finally saw a towering mountain peak that towered into the clouds. A few dozen kilometers below this mountain peak was a city, the destination of this group's trip, Floating Cloud City. The Tsangyan led the way at a much faster pace, and after half a day, the group arrived at Floating Cloud City. After paying enough crystal stones, the group of people entered the city. Yang Kai obviously felt that the Tsangyan and the others had relaxed their vigilance. Duwan smiled and said, "Once we enter the city, there won't be much danger." Floating Cloud City is jointly governed by the human, monster, and demon races. The city lord is a Saint Realm master, so no one dares to act too presumptuously here. Then which race does the city lord belong to? Yang Kai asked in amazement. This old master isn't too sure. Floating Cloud City changes its city lord every 3 years. The masters of the human, monster, and demon races compete in an arena. They decide who the city lord belongs to. It is precisely because of this method that the peace of this city can be guaranteed. If one clan is allowed to continue to grow, then there will definitely be no place for the other 2 clans. Song Yan smiled lightly and continued, "As far as I know, the current city lord is held by a demon race master. Rest assured, this matter concerns the stability of the 3 clans, so he won't act recklessly. If the neutral territory falls into chaos, he won't be able to control it. If that happens, the entire continent will fall into chaos. This old man and me are going to the Alchemist Guild here. What about you, Songyan?" Duwan asked, "Do you want to come with us?" "Let's skip it." Songyan shook his head. Alchemists were a group of arrogant people. They didn't care whether they were from Soaring Heaven sect or not. Once they entered the Alchemist Guild, they would likely be treated with disdain. With its Songyin's hot temper, it was likely they would have a falling out with the Alchemist Guild. At that time, it would be difficult for Elder Du to do anything. Looking at Yang Kai, Songyin said, "Little martial nephew, if you want to go, you can go with me. You can go with Elder Du when the time comes. I will come and find you." Mina also nodded. Yes, you're an alchemist, it has nothing to do with us. She obviously wanted to stay with Yang Kai and continue to learn alchemy from him. Little girl being so direct, could it be you've taken a liking to my little martial nephew? Feiyu giggled and teased. Mina blushed. Don't talk nonsense, I don't like that bastard. Yang Kai laughed in surprise. Shaking his head, Yang Kai said, "No, I'll go with my martial uncles." Du Wan gently nodded. "Then this old man won't force you. Little friend Yang, come here." Saying so, he gently beckoned. Yang Kai was puzzled but quickly walked over. "What instructions does old man Du have for me?" Du Wan smiled lightly and reached out to hand him a mirror box. "This is something I obtained a long time ago. You should be able to use it this time. It's best to use it as soon as possible." "What is this?" Yang Kai looked at the mirror box in his hands suspiciously. "You'll know when the time comes." Old man Du smiled mysteriously and led Mina in the direction of the Alchemist Guild. After old man Du left, the Tsungyin said, "Let's go. Let's find an inn to stay in first." Feiyu quietly approached Yang Kai and asked softly, "What did old man Du give you?" "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head. Inside an inn, the Tsungyin found 2 rooms. Floating Cloud City's inns were full of guests because of the 1,000-year demon flower that was about to bloom. These 2 rooms had been provided by the innkeeper with great difficulty. After some discussion, it was decided that Feiyu and Yang Kai would stay in one room while the remaining 3 would stay in the other. Yang Kai had no objections. In any case, he was used to living with Feiyu. Although Feiyu was a woman, there was a difference in seniority between them, so Yang Kai naturally didn't think too much about it. After bustling around for a while, everyone finally settled down. Yang Kai held the mirror box in his hand and sat cross-legged on the ground with a strange expression on his face. He didn't expect that old man Du would give him such a thing as soon as he entered Floating Cloud City. "Open it and take a look. I'm also very curious about what kind of treasure old man Du gave you," Feiyu said with a smile. Yang Kai nodded and was about to open the box when he suddenly smiled helplessly and whispered, "Everyone, come here." In the next room, Rimaru and Fei Jian, who were eavesdropping, both wore awkward expressions. Rimaru sniffed and said righteously, "This little martial nephew doesn't give martial uncle any face. I'll go teach him a lesson." Fei Jian also followed. Songyin shook his head and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face, but he could only follow. Inside the room, everyone was looking at the mirror box in Yang Kai's hand. Obviously, they all wanted to know what was inside. Under their watchful eyes, Yang Kai opened the mirror box and took out something as thin as a cicada's wing. He didn't know what material this thing was made of. It was cold to the touch, and there were several holes on some parts of this thing. At first glance, this thing looked like a face that had been peeled off from a person's face. It was eerie and terrifying. "So that's how it is." Songyin's expression changed. "Old man Du is quite meticulous. Is this used to change one's appearance?" Yang Kai also saw the function of this thing. "Put it on and let's see," Feiyu urged. Yang Kai nodded and covered his face with the gauze. The next moment, he felt as if something was squirming on his face and penetrating his skin, giving him a very comfortable feeling. He didn't know what his current appearance was, but from the changes in the expressions of the 4 martial uncles in front of him, he could infer that there was definitely a big difference between his appearance before and after. This. Rimaru's jaw dropped. A look of disbelief could be seen on his face. Fei Jian's eyes also widened. "Is the change really that big?" Yang Kai sneered. "See for yourself." Feiyu waved her hand and condensed a mirror of water in front of Yang Kai. Looking through the mirror, Yang Kai was instantly stunned. The appearance that appeared in the mirror was that of a complete stranger, and it was completely different from his own style. It was quite handsome, and his skin was as white as a woman's. Why is it a gigolo? Yang Kai's face was full of black lines. He reached out and pinched his own face, and the image in the mirror perfectly reflected this scene. Amazing! Sangyan couldn't help but praise. This artifact is really amazing. Not only did it change your appearance, it even changed your life aura. With this, we don't have to worry about exposing you. Fei Yu smiled sweetly. I really have to thank Old Man Du. I've been having a headache over this problem all this time. Since Yang Kai wanted to go to Ascending Heaven Cliff to condense the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower, he would definitely be noticed. If his performance was too outstanding, it would not be good for him to be targeted. The artifact that Old Man Du gave him perfectly solved this problem. It was a simple appearance-changing technique. Song Yan and the others also knew how to change Yang Kai's appearance, but this kind of appearance-changing technique was still easily seen through by masters, so it couldn't change Yang Kai's life aura. But now, they didn't have to worry about this. Even if Yang Kai's performance this time was outstanding, it didn't matter if he was targeted because what the world saw was not Yang Kai himself. Old Man Du really has a lot of good things, Song Yan sighed, the last time he took out the blue refining stone that could only be found in Starfield. This time, it was such a useful appearance-changing artifact. Alchemists really were a group of rich people. Especially high-level alchemists, if they wanted something, they didn't need to do it themselves. They only needed to release a message and the cultivator in charge of their alchemy would immediately do it for them. Whether it was the blue refining stone or this artifact, it should be the reward Old Man Du received for his many years of alchemy. Little Marshal Nephew's current appearance is much more pleasing to the eye, Fei Yu smiled flirtatiously. Marshal Ant likes this kind of gigolo. Although Yang Kai wasn't ugly before, he wasn't flawlessly handsome either. Years of hard work had given him a fierce temperament that made him more attractive the more one looked at him. The more one looked at him, the more handsome he became. But now, he was truly handsome to the point of shocking the world, handsome to the point of being somewhat devilish. Such an appearance was enough to win the favor of any woman in the world. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. After thinking for a while, he suddenly activated his Yuan Qi and condensed it on his face. In the next moment his face wriggled, and soon, his appearance changed slightly. Now this is perfect. Yang Kai looked at the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. What's the point of changing? The previous appearance was so good. Although this one isn't bad, it's still not as good as the previous one, Fei Yu pouted. Being flawless is the biggest flaw. Yang Kai shook his head. This looks more natural. Hearing him say this, Fei Yu also pondered, then nodded after a while, agreeing with Yang Kai's point of view. Good, I really need to thank Old Man Du some other time. With the help of this thing, we can really go all out. Song Yan took a deep breath. Tomorrow, I will go to Ascending Heaven Cliff with Rimaru and Fei Jian to investigate the situation. There isn't much time left. I think many people will make the same choice. It's better to investigate the situation in advance and prepare. Fei Yu, you and Marshal Nephew will wait in the city and pay attention to his safety. Although Floating Cloud City is relatively safe, that doesn't mean there won't be any fights. I know, Fei Yu nodded seriously. Everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Yang Kai didn't take off the appearance-changing artifact on his face and instead kept it there to familiarize himself with its functions. As night fell, in the sky above Floating Cloud City, an old man and a young man suddenly appeared. The old man had a head of white hair and a doddering look on his face. Beside him was a young man who appeared to be in his early 20s, but his eyes were extremely bright as he curiously observed the bustling Floating Cloud City. The old man was also observing, and after a long time, his pair of turbid eyes flashed with a trace of light, as if he was immersed in his memories, remaining silent for a long time. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.